Yeah, I need to get me some new intros. All right, this is called the Mount Yaminiska Guardians and, well, Cliff Stairway and Potential Under Mountain City Passage. And this is my own video recording of the site from my hike last year. I will be going back there within this month or probably for July. Actually, I'll probably do it for my birthday, July 17th. We'll probably aim out there right at the end after the stampede ends. There's nothing to do but my birthday. Why not do it climbing out here? And without further ado, I shall play this clip for all of you. Oh dear, me talking to the dog. So,
yeah, sorry, buddy. That's just not happening today. No, you did discover the Guardians while we were waiting. Something else.
Yes, they are. The whole site. Well, thank you, Sarah. There you go. Let's see if we stop there. Oh, come in, pause probably. And right, obviously super ancient, so it's going to be a bit eroded. But what I actually was able to witness and notice as I sat at this spot here for about 2.5, 3 hours while the rest of the group both ascended, ate lunch, and then descended back from the peak, the summit, and I was about 2/3 of the way up Mount Yaminiska. So I saw the sun go from around like noontime at center and start crossing, and the shadows. And sure enough, on these shadows of these guardians, you start to see all sorts of faces and, you know, the different actual depths of these massive ancient monuments, right? And that you can see these big ones in the front and then some smaller ones in the back. And I will continue to play it here. And that the crease going up behind them now, there's a path, and then as soon as that path of stone hits the actual cliff, you'll start to actually see that there's an encarved staircase that then ascends up this cliff, completely cut out, splits into two, completely cut out into the cliff, and goes through crossing the entire half back face of the mountain cliffs before entering into what looks like perfectly rectangular caves, entrances to the mountain, whatever exists within it. All right, let us continue. Sorry it was so jolty, but you can see there the cutout system there, and oh, my camera, the lens zoomed back in. Also, I'm not sure if I actually capture it here, but to the right, as it ascends back up to the top of Mount Yaminiska, there's these pathways that are completely megalithic block as well, that the entire pathway system is built out of. It seems like it might actually be the entrance of these, the legends of the underground continent-wide passageways and mountain passageways and whatnot, that what I see here and saw up here resembles exactly what Jerry Wills shows down in South America, that are built in like the Keokokos cave of the Father Crespi collections, as well as Jerry Wills, or Jim Wills, sorry, Jim Wills. Where's a cherry? Oh my, I forget. There's whoever does X-Charted Travels or something. Anywho, I will go back and get better footage. Oh, that dog was pulling on that leash. At this spot here, it literally was like a, indeed, Paula Hawk, happy birthday to all, whenever it is, wherever it is. See right there again? Oh, look at the stairway in the background.
Tunnels. Sorry about the fast movement. My dog, aka Tic.
Okay, so that was one of the videos of it. Let's see what else I can get together here to show of them. Here we go. Some of the pictures. Pink Panther rules. Is it loaded yet? There we go. All right, so you can see down here, that's where I just was in that video, and it's literally like a carved out patio for a perfect view of that spot. And then as we continue, boom, there they are, there they are, there they are. And up here, you can see, I think it's here that it goes in, and it's completely carved and carved up there. This pathway. Looks pretty sus, pretty blocky and pyramidal around. And here you can see now the carving. The staircase is in on this side. The guardians. Another close-up of them. Oh, thank you, Setnag. Greatly appreciated. Always supporting. Much love and respect. It is appreciated and always needed to continue funding such things as this and get my arse back out there. And I will be going out to the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians and exploring that site in 2 weeks' time from now. This weekend, we have both on the 10th, the relaunch of APEC Episode 1, Season 3, which is already set up on YouTube. and going live on Saturday the 10th. And on the 11th, meeting up with Frankie, New West Reset, my fellow Calgarian, Tartarian, Targaryen. That I just love saying those three together. It's quite a little tongue twister, kind of funny, but also accurate. Yeah, down in the old world heritage western cityscape of Calgary. But in fact, it looks pretty freaking mud flooded when you take a look at it with new eyes. All right, so here again you can see this crazy and carving into this, that the stairwell is like, it's actually like, that's probably 15-20 feet high in there, but like it's actually extends out, like there's this carved, chiseled pathway up, and then you can see that it actually folds back in, and then there's like an entrance here. I still need to get the other side of it. See, there's that side, but the second side over here, and then boom, there's the other cave in that you can see it continues. Oops. Here we go. Another path up, another path, and it goes into right in there. And there's, oh dear, wrong button. But where the heck are the doors? The doors, I do have pictures of the doors. I will find them. Do we have a video? Picture? Might be the same one again. Why not? Let's watch it one more time. No, definitely doesn't look like melted red brick. No. This would be ancient geopolymer, if anything, or giant. Oh, who knows? Carvings of some sorts. Yeah, Gog Magog, no doubt. Tartarian Game of Thrones, right? I want to actually do a historical, or attempt at speculative historic mystic, or what is it called? Not sci-fi, but whatever the heck Lord of the Rings falls under. Fantasy, there we go. Fantasy fiction, speculative history movie. Call it The Last Tsar of Tartaria, and then have the spin-off, almost like probably, what the heck was it? The Warhammer? No. Was it Warhammer? No. Oh, man. Warcraft. There we go. Almost like the Warcraft style of game, but I would call it Wizard Wars. It'd be pretty epic under a Tartarian steampunk theme. I think it would make some epic adventures through cathedrals and flying hydrogen airships and everything else in between. I think it'd be pretty epic. All right, so we're going to go back here. Oh, I know, it is absolutely beautiful. I'm going to be taking the drone out here as well, and all sorts of stuff. So now I'm looking back at the plains towards or the foothills towards where Calgary is, trying to capture it, but it's below the hill and the horizon. But I'm only 2/3 of the way up Mount Yaminiska now, and there's another third all the way up. There's so many more crazy caves in different parts. This is just such a teaser of the actual site that I've rediscovered here, and that it is on an absolutely stunning layer, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be these cave systems in through the mountains. like in the mountains, tunneling through them, just like there are in the Andes of South America, and so much more. But it's going to be epic going back. It's also going to be epic going to the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians. And we're also going to take another look today at some of these Montana polymer polygonal megalithic structures and building. Right? Isn't that just so beautiful, though? Like, that's epic. And so it's going to probably be a 2-day backpacking up into there. And, like, who knows? Sasquatch, maybe? Are the giants still there? The elongated skull folk? Who the heck lives underground and in the mountains? The ant people? All of the above? The reptiles? Like, you know, everything in between? I don't know. But I don't want to be alone when we go backpacking, exploring this place. That's for sure. Yeah, get the creeps sometimes. Anyways, first up 2 weeks from now is actually Medicine Hat Badland Guardians finally happening. It's gonna be absolutely epic. Where is it? I don't have it on this one. Okay, that's never mind. Talking to myself. Oh, we do have one of them. There we go. This guy. We're going to this guy. Oh, and this guy too. Did the video end? Maybe? I think so. Yes, it did. All right. Blurry photo, focused on the tree. Okay, so this is actually going back towards ascending back towards the peak. And in fact, that on the east-facing cliff face, before it gets to the sheer cliff, there's this what looks like another giant, like stacked, like megalithic blocks stacked up, like entrance to this cliff with like a guardian in it as well on the Mount Yaminiska itself. Oops. But I think I'm just teasing. Like, I thought I had so many more. Oh, the other photos are on my other phone. That's what happened, right? Okay. I don't know if I still have that phone. We're just gonna have to go back here. That's all there is to it. We're gonna have to explore the site. There's also the famous Three Sisters mountain peaks that supposedly have 3 giant guardian native princess warriors carved into the back canyon walls as well. That is not far up from there, from here. Yeah, Shay Shem, check it out. So here's like that stairwell I was talking about the other day behind this stuff. Kind of looks like potential pyramidal blocks D's, but I'm not going to go too schizo on everything's a pyramid with this one. But I honest to God saw like the faces in these guys as the sun moved, because I sat there for a few hours as waiting for the rest of the group to go up and come down. Like, oh, the detail, it's nuts. And this shit is everywhere. It literally is everywhere. So this is still in southwestern Alberta at the very edge of the Rocky Mountains. And well, just south of this spot right here is Montana. And what do we have in Montana? We have a ridiculous amount of megaliths as well that we have now found, and I will also be exploring in hopefully still this season, if not definitely next year. Where are they? Can you ever have all the right folders open when going live? I don't know. I just don't think so. No, that's too far south. Not South America and Peru. I want Montana. Oh dear. What have I done? Right. It's not in the pictures. That's why. Duh. It's the website that I have loaded that has all the pictures. Okie dokie. Recovered. Boom. There's my reference I was looking for. Here we go. And these polygonal, and they try to claim that, oh, it's natural, but the more you look into it, the more you see it, the more impossible you realize it is. Ice glaciers did not magically balance these things, lift them up and balance them. No, like, I am sorry, it does not do such things. Like, oh my goodness, it doesn't. But those are the biggest, giganticest of craziest. And then there you get into the actual ones that you can see what they are, and that the age, the epoch of this stuff, right? Because it's like, well, modern geology academia, they're like, oh, this stuff is millions, hundreds of millions, some of it possibly billions of years old. So there is, excuse me, pardon me, still the possibility, could some of these formations be from like the first or second seeding of the earth and the sun and humanity or whatnot, when there was supposedly the land and time of titans and giants and all of that? Potentially. Or from like a third or fourth, still megafauna and giants, and giant humans, just like there was giant everything only 12,000 years ago. Is it mud fossils, as some say, or biogeology? Is it carvings? Is it a little bit of everything? That's what I suspect. What's crazy is this right here. Actually, the Eagle Mount Amphitheater, as they call it, looks almost identical to what I was just describing, the Canmore Three Sisters. It's an amphitheater style like that as well. These sites, like, I've seen so many of them that just every time I've looked at them throughout Alberta my entire life, it just never sat well with me, like that. It's like, no, the specific ones I've always ran into, it's like, no, this is intelligently constructed. And then this medicine wheel, it's just not, they're trying to say medicine wheel. In fact, it's a highly advanced astrological alignment calendar and tool that is many thousands of years old minimum. And yeah, there's another one in Alberta too. We're going to be looking at them. Sam has wanted Mitch being over here. I got all the respect in the world for this man, and hopefully going to get to meet him in Vegas in September. I really need to email them and get on that list. All right. Oh, but come on, went too far. So this right here, this is like a prime example almost of what you see I was experiencing and talking about in Yaminiska, and that it's like they come up like these four structures, and then it's like they'll come up on another four intersecting, so it's like a four-way intersection of pathways that just somehow are built perfectly with all these blocks and protecting you from these like cliff edges and shit, and then like go into other it's how it's not, people can't recognize or just ignore what is in front of them a lot of the time. Blows me mind. I do. Oh, look, it is a bird. Okay, yeah, I see that. You got the goddess dolmen. I'd say it's like Snoopy Domad, right? Everybody sees their own thing in these things, but it's the fact that that was not done by glaciers. All right, photo review of the Montana. Like, look at these. Look at all of like, oh man, that's inhabited. Was inhabited. Probably still is. We need to check all these things out. Like, oh yeah, just all of those caves formed from water or oceans. They try to say flooding. No, like. It's so ridiculous. So ridiculous what we convince ourselves sometimes. It's good to see with new eyes. This guy totally see the dude, like, kind of looks like a He-Man character, and this totally looks like Benjamin Franklin with the hair, the ear, the nose. I don't know. I see it. So I'm saving the image. Twin Temple Mount. Like, and we need LiDAR on this stuff, and we need actual excavations and explorations, and to just bring it all forward. There's cool shit everywhere. They try to convince us that, oh, there's nothing left to find. Oh no, it's just a plain old boring block, analog of nothing. You're just a grain of sand world. But no, look at that. This dude looks like a freaking guy wearing a big hat and stuff. Who knows? Those could be freaking Titan feet. I don't know. Could be blocks, could be melted apartments. That definitely looks like a dude with backwards hats. I see these face sort of things. Like, I don't think it's pareidolia. I think they're just actually everywhere. Whether they were carvings or whether they were biogeology, that's where real science will finally figure out. And yes, that definitely looks like eroding brickwork throughout all of that stonework. There's no doubt about it. This guy, 100% right. And like all of these freaking face dudes all in one area, like it doesn't happen by chance. And what is this? Dragon's Lair at NorthAMerica. Interesting. Go find us a dragon lair. Look at that guy. That guy. Look at this guy right there. A hood, his face and stuff, his arm going in. What? He's pulling a sword. Look at, yeah. So this guy right here, this robotic watcher, this is exactly what is also at the top of at the Mount Yaminiska that I was talking about. That's identical guy. This is exactly what is at Mount Yaminiska. I can't wait to take a photo of it and put them up next to each other. That's actually pretty epic. Look at this big dude. It's like, oh man, that guy looks like a big Buddha. It is Buddha, Montana. All right. I see why. I see. Oh, yeah. I love it. It's everywhere. And I cannot wait to get the matching Mount Yaminiska robot watcher, dude. Like, oh yeah, it just magically has this stuff floating, balancing, like since it melted 12,000 years ago. Yeah, just don't worry about it. Oh, look at that epic ancient. Whoa, is that huge petroglyphs on this bad boy? And is that an ancient map of North? What? Yo, that needs to be investigated a lot more. There's some interesting things. All right, so this person thinks it's from the time of Pangea, so maybe Epoch 1 or 2. Oh man, I see them everywhere. I see Titan people in the mountains. I definitely see that dude as a dude. Like, right? How is it not? So I guarantee, right? What did I just show Mount Yaminiska? The exact same thing we are looking at here. All right, this is pretty exciting. I do get kind of stoked on discoveries of the impossible being, in fact, probable and in front of us. And these are just like the insanely large Siberian polygonal megalithics, as well as what looks like some of the Japanese, Korean larger ones too. And like just, oh yeah, this perfect hole that each one of those perfect arches that nature just eroded, they just so happened to somehow be perfectly aligned to the equinoxes and the solstices just every time. It just that nature just erodes in those spots magically every single time. Okay, like it just, don't ask questions. See this right here, like that is exactly what I see on the Cowboy Trail in southern Alberta. That since like a young child, I've looked at, I'm like, those are castles and freaking pyramids that I need to go explore. This is megalithic stuff I've just known forever. And here it is, continuing on through Montana. And these things are everywhere. And when you ask the indigenous people, and they probably, the wisdom keepers, tell you the exact same things of what is here, and I bet, and know all about it. And well, it's time you listen. We listen. Stop genociding and imposing, but in fact, accepting the common humanity throughout. Galatian Sphinx, or Galattan Sphinx. See it? Like, look, right? Yeah. Just happens by sheets of ice. Perfect. The perfect builders. Magic placement every time. Of center weights as well, the balancing weights every time. Just the ice, the melting ice just magically gets those center gravity points every single time. It just, it's the work of God. Well, it could be. Who knows? This disc dolmen, oh my, oh me, that's, just there was this rock slide, and they all landed together perfectly balanced to keep themselves in place. That's that's how we saw that one happen. Like, how do they try to explain this? These perfect giant, the macro megalithic cyclopean geopolymer walls here. Yes, no, that just you see a volcano pushed it through. Yes, the volcano must have burst these perfect giant Titan walls. Yes, that is what it was. It wasn't the Cyclopeans that where these things were named after. No, it couldn't have been that, or the giants, or the Titans. No. A volcano. And I love these ones because you see them everywhere. Like, they're in Bucharest, I think it is, Pakistan, India, Sofia, Romania, Bulgaria, and then Pyramid Lake as well in Utah, and also in Montana, and probably so many other places around the world too. Lots of them throughout actually the Andes, Peru, and Oh man, it gets cool too because I've flown over these things. I've looked down and I'm like, what the heck is that? And like, there's something fishy, and I see the pyramids. Like, not saying that each one of these is, but this continental divide. Oh man, like, gotta hike these and check them with new eyes. With new eyes, get excited. You make the connections. Looks like it could be an astrological megalithic calendar there. It's just awesome that so many others are also seeing it. Oh, yeah, look at that. Boom, boom. The world is waking up. The soul of humanity is arising again. And we are getting to a new age. The Great Grand Awakening. Gates of the Mountains Rhino. Like, I see all of this right where I am too. It's exciting times. It is going to be a fun few months here. And if you would like to support this work, please feel free to donate so we can afford to get to these actual places and boots on the ground for all of the rest of the world to see and start documenting. Like, look at that. Like, that's undeniable. Like, and there's been several that are like that undeniable in these so far. And that's like, these are ancient shit. Like, stuff does erode, break off, and all the rest of it. But, you know, like, for how intact and epic a lot of those are. And that when you sit at them and stare at them for a couple hours as the sun goes and you get the different shades and angles, it truly is a life-changing experience every time. And like that, these guys see, right? Like this, and stuff. It's because when you look at it from the distance and how they are with the sun, and especially on the equinoxes and the solstices, that's the key part. You will see the full expression and detail, depth, and faces and life, the life come alive of them. That's what it is. They come to life on those days because they were designed and built specifically in astrological alignment perfectly. It's just, when you truly grasp the complexity of it all, it's mind-blowing. And unless you know that God, the creator itself, Earth, is this conscious creation making all of this out of itself, you know, it had to be something. So probably giant titans, or maybe Mother Gaia. Who knows? That's not for me to try to decide or tell you. And each person, you know, you're your own sovereigns. That's what it's about. Taking back your sovereignty. And your sovereignty is essentially, well, yes, your connection to God, but who is God? Your own Christ consciousness, your own higher self. And when you connect to your higher self, well, a bit of your higher self is directly connected to the higher God, and thus you are way through. Look at this one. Wow. That actually looks like Asiatic almost. Smoking a cigar or something. Oh, we got another big face guy. Geosculpture. The mermaid geosculpture, they're calling it. I don't know, but I see a face in it. Oh, wow, look at that. The beaks, the birds flying. Like, yes. It just happened to erode like that, you know? Like, no, that's a geopolymer. That was designed, and it is exactly what it's supposed to be that it looks like. It's just, everything is pareidolia. Everything is pareidolia, okay? Everything that you see in front of you that you know what it is It's not that because it's pareidolia. You're just crazy, okay? Don't ask questions. Don't see anything for what it is. Up is down and down is up. We live in backwards clown world. Or connect your own sovereign back to yourself and your higher self, resonate with and make your own truth, and build upon it with your loved ones and the community in your daily life. Acres Temple Step Pyramid. Oh, yeah, okay, I can see that a bit. Probably not the best angle, but there's so much. Oh, yeah, see, look at, they've done some. Oh, okay, okay. This is a site that has to have the Arthur Farham Foundation geoglyphology applied to it. Oh, that's in Hawar, Egypt. Fascinating. Hawar, right? Like Hawar. Oh man, I gotta bring these back up with Luke. The Hawar aspects of it. Oh man, so many people have done so much epic work in connecting the dots. It's all the false layers are being exposed. Yes, they are. And when that naked emperor freezes in the Tartarian winter, nobody's gonna give him a bowl of borscht to survive on. Hey, look at that. We are on a turtle. Oh, man. All right. Okay. You see? The indigenous were right all along. Turtle Earth. That's Turtle North America right there. It's all reptilian, man. It's all reptilian. I don't know what to tell you. Gotta save every epic picture because, whoa, that was a surprise. Look at that. That's pretty similar. And I just was like, boom, Mount Yaminiska above that robot guardian thing I was talking about. That this right here is actually, oh man, I can't wait to go back and take the pictures and put them next to these pictures. And then it's like you have, well, double the examples of it. And then someone else will find, another site with the exact same again. And it just, it's getting good. Getting good. Getting pretty undeniable out there. Yeah, like, right? Oh, yeah. See, this giant big thing, it just symmetrically just landed earthquake proof, just somehow on top of the mountain, got on top of those other stones. Oh, my goodness. Star prints on the front of see, and these guys, these monoliths and stuff, like the moon and the sun, when they're on the summer solstices and equinox and full moons and all the rest, that is what it is all about. Witnessing human heel bone, and okay, and even that looks like a face within it too. The shadows, though, them shadows. Like, look at these things on top of the mountains. Just like, yes, we're on top of the mountain, and these guys, these big, they just magically hopped on top of the other. Like, how did people lie to themselves? I just don't get it. Although, I guess there's a lot of cognitive dissonance. Or if things are a simulation, or if God just wished everything into being, then I guess it does have intelligent design implanted everywhere into it as a natural, right? So I guess whatever your belief is, I think it was the 5 or 6 stages of humanity before then. Oh, we have a guest joining. Or do we? I'm not sure. I think it's a Todd? I don't know. They were there, now they're gone. Thank you. Come again. Sorry. That wasn't very tasteful of me. Okay. How much more of this site do? Oh wow, we're only halfway down. Cow head or buffalo head, maybe. Oh, above the right eye of the buffalo. What? I don't know. I'm gonna have to come back and. Oh no! Look at the carving. Wow. Oh, it's just covered in moss. Look at the intricacy of that. Oh my goodness, this shit is mind-blowing. Got a squared tower. It's the fact that like all of the biggest, perfectest ones are on the tops of like the peaks and stuff, where it's like, yes, it just rolled on top of itself, on top of itself, on top of itself, stacked perfectly. See, like this. Oh man, it's exciting. I love it because it's more verification of everything that I've seen throughout my life that I now need to go back to those sites and do the boots on the ground in depth with. Oh wow, look at the petroglyphs on that one. And that's very, very similar to the petroglyphs on Yaminiska. Oh, and they know it's geopolymer too, right? Look at that. We're putting it together, people. So many people getting it together. We know what's going on. We know what geopolymer is. Oh, look at the freaking notch things too. It's the same polygonal peoples. And look at that black cat. That's creepy as heck. Pretty cool though. Yes, nature did that. It sure did not. But someone did. Someone did it, and someone built it. Right? And like, oh yeah, like, oh, nature just made the pathway in just the perfect minimum size for you to squeeze through and form a full cave out of, right? Yeah, no, it's just that was the water that did that. Ice, right? Just wedged its way and make it perfect. Perfect center of gravity and balance on each of these stones, like balancing too, right? Like just, yeah, that's what cracking and the wind and the erosion did. Just gave it those perfect balancing, like perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, like balancing onto each other. Oh man, like into the little points. It's ludicrous. If you've ever actually stacked stones yourself, like in the rivers and stuff, like how to actually balance them all and whatnot for where they stay and like getting that center of gravity in, like, yeah, it's done. It just takes a lot of time and practice, and certain stones won't. And like, you have to have everything so precise, or it just all flops, all gone all at once, crumbling down. And that these have magically not all come crumbling down in tens of thousands of years. They've all stayed exactly in place since the last catastrophe that did knock half of it down and bury the other half and submerge half the world in this mud that flooded and covered, and that we obviously had to dig out of, and that the giants and the megafauna and whatnot did not dig themselves out of. as the legends go, and as now the evidence seems to show. More so and more so. This stuff gets me pumped because there's just so many that like I'm gonna go back to now that I know where to. That just when you know, you know. It's a great time. And it's also the experience of being at the place yourself, hiking those mountains, getting to these energy nodal points, you know, because whatever they're there, someone put a lot of effort into macro terraforming and shaping and building these things, and they did it for a reason, and a lot of it it seems to be right where these energy ley line telluric currents and all the rest interject and have this purpose that has been hidden from us. Okay. It's like, yes, it just magically, they all just magically dropped off the glaciers in these spots, balancing, landing in perfect alignments from where the ice melted. It's like, no, they're not fractures. Like, that's not a fracture. You can't, like, these are 3 separate complete rocks. Like, that is not a fracture and a fracture. No, that is polygonal structuring. Like, there's absolutely no way to claim that this rock is the same rock as this or this. Like, it's done with intent to show you that. Like, it's freaking hilarious. These Titan giants, they had humor within them. All right, there we go. That was a pretty epic look-see at what we had there. The dude never came back. Strange. Don't even know who that was. So tried coming. What Todd did I send to? I don't know. I'm confused. Anyways, well, at least one of the 30 people. No, it wasn't 30. It was 10 different random alternative history people I sent to at random times. And, well, anywho, we're 54 minutes in. I've been talking for quite some time, and I need to get myself a water refreshment and a little smoke break, but this is not the end, my friends. Oh, thank you, Atlantis is Found, for the $5 support. Greatly appreciated, brother. And sorry I did not see that sooner. I guess, right? Just literally talking for 50 minutes. When you're solo, you don't have time to pay full attention to everything. But and Sue Spectacular, thank you so much for joining Crypto Alchemist members, as well as Angel Wings before the stream. Thank you both so much. Yes, I did send Shem. Oh my god, I'm only seeing that now. Yes, I did send you a link to the stream if you'd like to join. Oh, I also sent it to Elkman. Maybe it was Elkman that was trying to join. That could have been who it was. And Shem, yes, I did send you the link. All right. What did I have preloaded to play today? But this is a little bit nerdier. It's getting into alchemy and batteries and the real science, but we're going to take a portion because just the information is so quick. Oh, never mind. We got Shem. We've got the Shem Jacobs joining. Look at that guy. Look at these guys. Look at them guys. How are they not guys? They're guys. That's guy. That's Illuminati.
Oh, they're not gas.
The gas. Oh.
That's
Hello, Mr.
That's
Tartarian.
gas.
Oh, you still got
Yo,
the
what's up?
YouTube.
Oh, they're not gas. The gas.
Oh no, we got a major glitch in the gas.
A glitch. Yeah, just give me 1 second. I gotta do something real quick.
Absolutely. All right. Okay. So then I will play for at least 5 or 10 minutes here while we get things started, and I can still have a bathroom break. The battery. It was a free energy presentation. The channel is the Free Energy Working Group. They do a monthly conference every month. I've been following them for at least 6-7 years now. Do great stuff. But yes, they released today their most recent, and this is one of the lectures within it. And let me pull it up so I make sure I say the name right. Of why do I always go back to the Pink Panther? Okay, here we go. Brooks Agnew. And Brooks Agnew is one intelligent dude that has invented many things, and especially in chemistry and batteries and electrochemistry. So we shall play a little portion.
Light for everyone? Like that? Is that what we do, Crystal? Am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever, however you feel comfortable.
Patents, trade secrets, and proprietary knowledge in numerous industries, including chemistry, chemical engineering, subspace communications, electric vehicle technology, and architecture. He has 12 books in print with 7 are bestsellers. He's an internationally known public speaker, and he's been the host of X Squared Radio for 18 years. He has 4 grown children, 2 grandsons, 5 granddaughters, and currently resides in Charlotte, North Carolina, and travels the world teaching, consulting, and writing. Thank you so much, Brooks. How are you doing today?
Wow, I'm doing really well. You did a really good job of connecting with me. I was going 80 miles an hour down the freeway, and he said, "Brooks, I need you for 40 minutes." I said, "Are you crazy? I'm doing 80 miles an hour."
15 minutes.
Well, here we are.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time and actually answering my call, because I know we've actually been needing to call each other.
Can you hear me at least? Yeah, I'll hold down until he gets back. Who's the lip reader here? Could you please? Yeah, I'm not sure. I sent him a message to say that the sound was off, but maybe we can just chat for a second. How's everyone's day going? What's up, Joe Cool? Sherry, JJ, Drew Duncan, Ryan Everett, Max Maximus. There's Bernie to fix the sound. Something's happened, Bernie.
Sorry, that was a bit loud. How are you, good sir?
Not too
I
bad.
like that. I liked your cave adventure. It's
Thanks.
spooky when you're at like the entrance and like they start getting dark and you're like, do I peer down there? Do I go down? I don't know.
What's up, Chris? Yeah, I was by myself and I had my dogs, and one of them he wasn't really feeling it, so I was like, I can't leave him out here, and I don't know what's gonna happen if I go deep in here right now.
Right? Oh,
Plus,
exactly.
it started pouring down rain. It got crazy. I'm actually uploading that video, like a video of that right now.
Nice.
Maybe we could look at some of it, but yeah, if you want to play that video for a minute, I just need like a couple more minutes. I was about to take my dogs out real quick, and then
Yeah, cool. Absolutely. That works for me too, because I also would like to go for quick smoke. So I will play it for another 5 minutes. And like this guy is a freaking genius. I got to get him onto the APEC and onto just one of my real science things. He owns so many patents, and like this is a full 1.5 hour, or I think it's 1.5 hours. Oh yeah, one right in there in between 13 minutes. I'll play it before the end of this whole stream, but we'll play 5 minutes of it now, and then I'll play the rest of it at the end. But it's just the stuff this guy speaks about, like it's just like, oh my god, how have you not been off the list, martyred, I guess? But thank God he has not, because he is a gem of information, and we got to get this guy on. Oh, can you guys not hear the video? Whoops, 1 sec, I'll restart it.
A Fleet Association show in Minneapolis. I had just
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna save this one to the very end, and instead, as it's more suiting, and shout out to Shem for reintroducing me to Chuck since my original chance. And lost contact. CF dash apps. RIP Chuck. How is the sound?
Hey everybody, video here for you today. We're going to go back to ancient Peru for one more video. I did 2 videos on Peru yesterday, including this one, Ancient Yenu, up over 13,000 feet. Want to thank my subs who commented on that video. Got a lot of nice comments, but today we're going to go down to a place that is quite spectacular, and I only found out about this place maybe a week ago or so when I was snooping around. It's right down here, and it's called Wakra Pucara. Here is where the ruins of Wakra Pucara are located, and I had only seen this on lists, and I had no idea how spectacular it was, but you get an idea of the setting here, up very high, but you really don't appreciate it until you see some pics, so why don't we go look around. Here is a look at Wakra Pucara. Very cool place here. There is stonework all through here, stairways. This is just a very stunning, cool place. And Wakra Pucara comes from the words that mean horned fortress. So that is very cool. This is a site that rivals any in Peru as far as beauty and location. On Google Earth, you really can't see that natural feature. It's a little distorted. But there are other ruins in the area. There are terraces, other things. It's a very cool place to look around on Google Earth. But let's take a look from this view over here. Here is one website I will leave below, Wakra Pucara, the most incredible Inca site you've never heard of. And there is a look from the distance here. Let's just read a little. It says, move over Machu Picchu.
Look at
Wakra
those
Pucara is an
terraces
epic Inca
and,
site that sees
like,
hardly any tourists.
oh, giant
and is
mountain
most
terrace
definitely worth the
pyramid.
trek.
Oh, this is
The
actually a
distinctive rock,
site,
which
but
is
all the
covered in
rest
ruins,
aren't
is more than
recognized.
dramatic. The towering stone is perfectly nestled in a river valley surrounded by pronounced cliffs. This hidden gem site is still gaining popularity, as it was only just recognized as a natural heritage site in 2017. But I guess they attribute this to the Inca. Is there some older stonework in here? Well, I have seen some hints of it, but no matter who built this, quite an incredible place. It says, to really savor this place, plan on an adventurous overnight hike. It's quite easy to reach Wakra Pucara Archaeological Park from Cusco. Trek high into the Andes Mountains, like as in over 13,000 feet, to catch those literal breathtaking first glances of the hilltop fortress. So this place is at an altitude over 13,000 feet, just like Yenu. What was the reason they were building at such high altitudes? Was it because they were closer to the heavens or the gods or flooding, or what is the story with these building sites at such high altitudes? Leave your thoughts below. One thing that came to my mind's eye is this natural feature up here kind of reminded me a little bit about the natural features above Machu Picchu. I just thought I'd mention that. There are quite a few videos on this place, but none from people I am familiar with. But if you like using Google Earth, this is one cool area to check out. There is plenty of Inca walls and other ruins right in this immediate area. I'm just not sure we know a lot about this site yet. Here is kind of a panoramic shot with the ruins in the distance there. Here is a look at the Horned Fortress. Please leave your thoughts below on what that might mean. Not sure if we have an original name for this place, but here is some steps leading up to this high altitude ancient site. And there is some stonework looking out at the ruins up there. Seems the stonework is all over this area. Here is another website I will leave below, Wakra Pucara, Peru. More spectacular than Machu Picchu. Well, I think they're both pretty cool. But there is another look at the stone ruins along the pathway up to this site here. It says there's no way anyone could accuse the ancient Inca site of Wakra Pucara, Cusco, of being overvisited. In fact, most people have never even heard of this place. Hear the words Inca Fortress and Peru in the same sentence, and you probably think of Machu Picchu, the world-famous citadel, and the UNESCO World Heritage Site. It says not many people realize that aside from Machu Picchu, there are a handful of these lesser-known enigmatic alternatives in the Cusco region in southern Peru. One of the best of these is Wakra Pucara, an awe-inspiring archaeological monument perched high in the mountain peaks above the Apurimac River. Wakra Pucara in Peru has only recently been discovered. It was only made a natural cultural heritage site as recently as 2017. A lot of websites refer to this place up here as a fortress. I don't know. To me, it feels a little bit more like some sort of shrine or monument. Leave your thoughts below, but you see out there in the distance, there is some terracing. There is stonework all around this place. I think it is a massive complex, and there are stone ruins all around here. But here you see the formations up at the top. This is just very interesting. Get your mind going. But ancient cultures looked at natural features as sacred, and surely that's what they were doing at this place. This is another one of those sites that just kind of baffles the mind, building at high altitude. Some pretty impressive stonework here. Seems we may have a couple different kinds, but this is just a fascinating place, and I'm glad I looked into it. Whoever built this place, it has a pretty special feel to it, and I can't get over how they just built the stonework up so high right into the side of this natural feature here. Very cool place, set in a spectacular setting. Now here we are down on the outcropping, just down from the Horned Fortress. There is some stonework down here, Inca stonework most likely, but I was looking for some older, larger stuff, and this just gave me a little hint of it maybe. I don't know, but that is a look at Wakra Pucara. Well, I think I'm going to wrap this one up. That is a site I'm glad I documented, a site that maybe some of you have never even heard of. but this might gain in popularity as time goes on. Spectacular Huacra Pucara. That is another high altitude ancient place in Peru. Very fascinating, spectacular scenery. Seems to have it all down here. Not many people visit here, but it seems like it's quite the trek to get there. That is ancient Peru. Hope you thought that was cool, and you all have a very nice day.
Have a good night, Mindful Exposures. I was watching one of Chuck's videos last night. It was about Rapa ET. It was this smaller island. I guess it was like 1,000 miles away from Rapa Nui, so I don't even know why it has the same name, but it's pretty crazy. I'd never heard of it before. I'll send a link to it in the chat.
Yes, please. And I have just found out that apparently I'm either being impostered or have had my Facebook hacked, and that there's some scammers trying to message my contacts asking for screenshots of their crypto wallets. A bit ridiculous. Definitely don't send it, and don't reply if you get this freaking ridiculousness. That is not me asking. Oops, come on. Is it gonna focus? Is it as it's not gonna freaking focus. No, block me. There we go. No. Anyways, supposedly they have my profile picture, my name, and everything. I don't know. More pain in the ass to deal with afterwards. That's what you get for getting just a few thousand followers on YouTube, and then all of a sudden the porn bots and the crypto scammies come everywhere. I guess it's because I chose Crypto Alchemist as a name. I kind of brought that upon myself. I still get about 3 emails a week from these freaking. It's so funny because their email address is all these freaking scam, like from I think it's like out of Korea or like a couple out of like France. This like bunked like email server and shit. It's all like, oh, okay, we want to send you thousands of dollars to advertise our stuff partnership. Please now download and install this. And it's like, what install what now? Oh, go F yourselves, you freaking.
It's shocking that people still fall for that.
Right? I know. And like, I just knew from the, no matter how hard I wanted it to be real, you know, even from like the very first one, I knew it was not. And then it's like I just copied and pasted because it's not .com, it's like they have like .sk like u something and something or other. Anyways, you just put it into Google, dude. Just like for all these researchers that like actually do fall for it and content producers that do, because there's lots out there. Because when I did Google it and do just like, you know, the basic research on Reddit, you'll find that there are these scam things that like so many people have suffered, and they're like, what the? Oh, that's like, really? You thought that Nigerian prince that needs $10,000 was gonna ship you $1 million because he needed that 10,000 to access his $1 million? Got an igloo to sell you in Hawaii too.
Michael Merrick, did he get the jab? I'm not sure. I was thinking about that the other day. I was trying to find videos from around that time period and see if he's mentioned anything about it. I don't think he would. But if he did, I mean, that sucks. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Because he did talk about alternative history, but he also kind of towed the line of mainstream history too. So who knows what his thoughts on the entire situation was.
Right? And like well, it's not the further back you go, because there was a lot of this open think and Atlantean and Lemurian and previous advanced civilization mindset understanding before World War I, and when everything was like rewritten after the 1800s and whatnot in World War II. But in between that and now, now being the most exposed of like all the alternative facts, theories, and possibilities and information. But then like a generation or 2 generations back, the alternative thinkers, they're coming out of a very closed box. So it's like they'll have specific parts that are right, and then the vast majority of the rest of like dogma or available information, it's just the same old groupthink. And I bring this up as like Graham Hancock, for instance, being just 1 generation back from like our current, like the Tartarian Titan, biogeology, geopolymer, all the rest of it sort of stuff, Antiquitech, anything of those sorts is a whole nother layer beyond. And that it's like it's not necessarily their fault, or that like making them like bad agents or trying to corrupt or something, because from their initial perspective, they still see it through certain ways, and it doesn't necessarily take away from the good work of the alternative facts that they've actually brought forward.
That's what I don't understand is how come they can't open their mind a little bit to some of the newer ideas. Why are people like so stuck in certain paradigms about certain things? Doesn't make sense
Like
to me.
so, for instance, like John Anthony West versus Graham Hancock versus there's 2 more of them there, and like half of them went off of like sun plasma, and then a couple are off the comets, and then like there was a couple more off one more thing. And it's like for a good 5 or 10 years they were all working together, bringing forward all this stuff on like advanced ancient machining in Egypt, the dating of the Rouge, and all this stuff. And then like the last 5 or 8 years they're all like at war, like hating each other, like trying to attack each other. It's like just because you're differing in what caused the cataclysm, now you're like trying to discredit every it's
When I was in Nashville either last weekend or the weekend before, and when I was in the hotel room, ancient aliens came on the TV. It was unbearable. Like I remember when I was younger and I watched it, I could actually sit through an episode, but
right.
It was very tough. I think it was William Shatner, the dude from Star Trek. He was on there. Like sitting in the middle of the table, and they're just like sitting around the table talking about the stuff, and it was shocking.
Like the first few seasons style.
It was nothing like what I remembered. I don't know.
Look at these guys. Like this guy's got like an alien, like a full face, but then like what sort of crown coming off? Like these are full figurines that, and they're the smaller ones. And like you can see, here's the path going up, and then it goes up like this way, and then it goes up this way, and then wrong button. Here we go. Here we go. So then, darn it. All right, path goes up here, and then from here you can get into this straight up carved platform path that is literally carved into the side of this cliff, going all the way up further and way the heck up out of that picture and into more cliffs that then tuck away into the mountain itself. And like, look at all of these different, looks like blocks work, a lot of it. I don't know.
It's hard to tell. I've been looking at
it. Is right. It's like at which point now it's like, because the vast majority probably still is natural like processes, and then but to what degree? Well, look at this. Maybe the whole thing could have been like, is that a statue dude right there? Like head, arms, body, legs, like it could be.
So when you say it's a statue, are you saying
like
it's
I've
like
seen a lot of.
Are you saying that it's like a carved statue, or is it like a human that's petrified or something? What are you saying? Or what are you guessing, I guess?
One or the other. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like could be either or right. So like it's something, but it's resembling these same things that seem to be everywhere. And like I really I more suspect carvings on a lot of it, but you know, like there's, for instance, Stellium 7 doing excellent real research to the point of going out, taking the samples, and then looking under electron microscopes and like actually getting extremely strong evidence of some of these of actual cellular petrified structures within the organic rock, showing muscular tissues and bone tissues and stuff. So I believe there's probably a bit of both. And like, look, there's another one right here. Like, so here's the one, or there's several of them in there. What? So yeah, here's the main one here, and then there's another identical one right there. Possibly another one right here.
What do you suppose happens to the trillions of lithium-ion batteries during this event? Someone says.
To which event?
I don't know. I'm guessing
like
whatever.
Event, or like a cat.
What?
Like that's just gonna add to the boom, add to the size of the plasma flame.
Oh, so it's supposedly the galactic superwave, according to Bob John.
Okay, like so, the ones that believe of this ascension energy galactic waves. Very good question. Could turn everything more energetic, could have transmutations, could have I don't know, could go into all sorts of speculation. When you get into the what do you call it, holographic universe or multiverse aspects, then literally anything you put your conscious mind into thinking about and creating could possibly be. And if enough people put their combined conscious intent and creation into it, eventually they'll all find enough of that evidence within their own perspective and physical realm to prove it. You know, it's like everything exists simultaneously, and that this actually does look like some vast, ancient, crazy construction in many ways. And to what degrees are what we have to start figuring out. But these guys down here and the carvings into the cliffs, that is what I'm saying is 100% artificial, man-made. And so these guys here, what was pretty crazy was when the sun was above, they had like faces showing on this part and this part that looked pretty real. Just the shading that it's so cool, the depth of these, and that I started paying attention to that aspect of lots of these ancient monoliths and megalithic guardian things from originally. It's either Jim Will or Jerry Wills. No, oh my God. There's like Jim Willie, Jim Wills, and Jerry Will. There's like three different guys. Those three names are three different people that are all in the alternative history research. It's one of them that has like X-Charted TV or something that showed these same sort of stuff in the Andes down in Peru originally, as well as in Mexico, and where he paid off the different government officials, security guards, and military, and you'd see them like escorting him, allowing him to go like through the fences, lead him into the entrance of the cave, and stand at the top and be like, "You're on your own," in like Spanish, and let he like go down as far as he could with the camera and like the flashlights, and like would show like where the different booby traps that had already gone off like were, and like where the other ones that they'd known about were, and then it was like not going further than that because, well, the last time they went down they lost 30 people, sort of thing. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's terrifying. I don't know if I'd do it.
Right? Like, Yeah.
I don't know. I think a lot of I think there's definitely something going on with these structures. What you're showing right now, I'm not familiar with at all. It looks massive. If it was construction, that's just huge.
Right. And like,
I would say it's more
what-
likely. I would definitely entertain the idea that people were able to carve into these mountains and make
yeah,
structures or things. But I don't know.
that's
I
what
don't know
I
if that's an
believe.
entire building or something that they
Yeah,
built.
right. That's what I think too. And actually, Bob Greenyer of the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, British UK professor and academic, he's actually been showing. And when he went over to Japan with the tests of the geopolymer over there, and then this wind hex thing that they've built and are now replicating, that it's able to take this stone and ionically separate it essentially into the same sort of monoatomic powder stuff that I'm making through electrolysis, but that it's like just through vortex spinning of air and the rock or whatnot, that it grinds it down and breaks the ionic bonds of the minerals down to the dust that then they're able to use into the geopolymer and like remake it, so that essentially that the quarry wherever they're quarrying from, they weren't taking them in 100-ton blocks. They were just getting a basket full of the stuff, breaking that rock down into dust, from the dust taking it as cement, essentially this geopolymer mixtures, and breaking it out. And then the tunnels, all these underground tunneling and stuff like that, it would be very easy essentially then for you to be working where you're carving it out, and then everything that you carve out, you're just on the spot, one room over or whatnot, breaking it down into it and then recasting it as the bricks that you're then building with to solidify the different foundations, make the different rooms or the entrances and all of that, as we often see. And it kind of makes sense then of how it's both the natural formations along with these megalithic geopolymer blocks of identical substance alongside it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I could see something like that
And
happening.
that this wind hex thing, it doesn't even require electricity or anything of the sorts. It's like this super cavitation through air vortex, essentially. So a Victor Schauberger style application of technology that the ancients would have been using to make it work very efficiently.
Earlier, I went to this quarry that was next to that cave I was exploring the other day, and it's the one that's connected to the caves that I was talking about, where you could keep walking from the cave and get to it, and it's like fenced off and there's barbed wire and stuff.
Like,
and I took
am
I
I
took a video of it.
pareidolia, or does that kind of look like a Buddhist dude, like, or some, like the eyes, nose, mouth, a hat, one arm up with his mouth to his, or his hand to his mouth, other arm down, like, do we see that or no? I don't know.
I can kind of see it. It's just I don't know.
Kind of blurry too. I see these things everywhere. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. Oops.
To me, like, I guess what would add more weight to it is if you just could make the connection to Buddhism in some form of history for the reason that it would be there. Because why would it be there if there's no evidence of Buddhist being there? Where is this?
Thing. The Grand Canyon complex, there is the Buddha temple there. There's the legendary documentation and story of Kincaid bringing both Egyptian as well as Oriental Buddhist mummies and statues out. And that was a key part of the original article of the Smithsonian Kincaid, was that he said both Egypt and Oriental and Buddhist carvings in that. And then just to add it in, if there's this gotta pull it up now, those Montana megaliths that would literally just be about 150 miles south of this location, Let's take a look at the one that they labeled the Buddha. That does, I don't know if you saw it. It looked a lot like a giant megalithic Buddha in Montana. And
Well,
that
similar to the stuff that you find in Afghanistan that have been destroyed
Yeah.
by ISIS. So I mean, it's entirely possible.
right? And like that they're pretty much documentations of like the Buddha statues everywhere, or like the Jesus travels everywhere. Like that there was the I guess multi-ethnic or multi-religious or multi just existence throughout what's the right sectarian the good one where everybody coexists, but that it's evidence of it all over a lot. Oh, here we go. The Buddha one. I think it looks pretty Buddha, but it would be super ancient then, though. Like a lot, I guess we'd be going way past the time frame of what they claim for Buddha if these megaliths things, like if this guy here in Montana is a Buddha, I guess it could also be right, and they've named it the Buddha in Montana, but definitely could not be as well. Although often on these ones you see all this black scarring. Like, was that the outer plasma catastrophe, nuclear bomb, something heat that hit some of them? Like, there seems to be some petrification on a lot of this stuff as well, like in the Petra Jordan area too, on a lot of them and stuff, as well as throughout all of the Badlands. Anywhere that's labeled Badlands, half of the stuff has some of the black on it, but who knows? Oh, that's what they're calling the dragon thing. There's so many that I've seen around that look like these ones where it's
like
indented, right? Like, look at that unibrow. It's like the evil Maggie Simpson. Could be nothing, could be something. Oop. Like, is that a dude? I don't know.
Very easily could be. I don't really look into these giant sculptures that often, so this is all pretty much me saying
oh, look at like that. Looks like each one being a different carving. That, too bad it's so pixelated. That could be pretty cool.
It almost looks like a chameleon in the one that your mouse is over.
Right? Like, is it He-Man, or which one is that has like the dude that's got like a big green freaking head like this, and then it's like white or blue face? I don't know. It looks like a comic to me. And that looks like Benjamin Franklin almost to me. I don't know. That's supposedly a Georgian albino turtle, and this is a raving jellyfish. Like, how do they have bioluminescence that's better than our LED strips?
Shout out to God.
Right? Shout out to God every time. Yeah, we got to start trying. I give it a 50-50, but I think in principle, if it's these like the triple ring magnet speaker, and then they also put a double solenoid copper wires around it. It would be the over unit, or the free energy isn't coming from nowhere. It would be taking radiant sound waves and putting it back into magnetism and then converting it to electricity or electricity.
I have the speaker. I just don't have those circular magnets yet. So I'm gonna try that after you sent that video.
This shit, like, what? Like, what the fuck are these? This shit trips me out every time. Ever since they first started appearing, it's like, is this shit real? And supposedly they are. Like, what causes that? Like, what goes so far down in these perfect freaking like tremor worms? What's going on? I don't want to get eaten by tremors.
I don't know, but when you see those videos of people sticking the GoPros down the pipes and stuff like that, you see like rivers and all that good stuff underneath. So who knows what's down there?
Underground oceans and seas and stuff.
The first thing I would do if I was at that sinkhole is try to fly a drone down there.
Right? Yeah. Right. Definitely. That would be.
I'm gonna check out this Corey's video real quick.
100%.
Hopefully it's HD. My computer is awful.
Oh, it's better than the old potato of Luke had. Now Luke's running the metaverse machine.
So yeah, there was this video here. I was going into a quarry and it said it was like a federal offense to be there.
Right? Like, anytime there's like anything that could show a little bit of evidence of something, like, no, this public property, you're going to jail if you go explore this one.
Yeah, but I don't know. I used to deliver for FedEx, and I delivered here before. I didn't realize that they were that weird about it.
Right? And that's a good way to do the boots on the ground. Just like have a Uber Eats bag with you, or like a little freaking FedEx vest, and the camera in the FedEx bag as you're filming the sites.
Wow, it's only 360. Let's see if I can get it up to 1080 real quick. So this is the cave. The cave that I was looking at the other day. This is like a stone's throw away from it. So if I would have exited the cave and went to the east a little bit and then went to the south and walked up a hill, this is what I would eventually come to, is this quarry here.
Really?
So it was called Indian Village before, but they took down the signs. I think they're changing the name of it. They tore down
They've just quarried away the former Indian village that existed here. That can.
It kind of ties into what you're saying though about how they break stuff up, because I've never seen anyone hauling stuff out here. Like I said, I delivered here when I worked for FedEx, maybe like, I don't know, over 50 times I delivered here, and I never saw anyone having much big stones. It was always just like grinded up material in the back of dump trucks. So let's see if it would actually play. Is it lagging for you or is it playing?
Seeing it, yeah, and you got it muted, so it's not like it's choppy in the sound. It's pretty good. Yeah, there's some decent resolution.
No sound. I can turn the sound on though if you want it.
Probably better.
So then on the other, I went to that.
Oh, this is your footage. This is your footage. So 100% you can turn it on if you want.
This is my footage. So this is the other side. I kind of just came over here. It says no hiking, of course. It's like a mountain bike trail apparently now. I didn't know about that, but you're not allowed to walk here. So more rules for no reason.
It's like, no,
there's a part where
you can't go. You have to be on the bike. No getting off the bike. Only crashing, not looking around. All right. Nothing to see here.
So that, oh, hold on. It's not letting me do things. Okay, so do you see this giant, like, I don't know what this would be called, like a cell phone tower or something right here? That's pretty much where that cave was that I was exploring. So that cave that I was in the other day, that's where that is.
Back into that area.
So this quarry is massive, is the point I'm trying to say, because the other side where I was at, that's where that tower was. So all the way back there, that tree line, that's basically where I was at the first part of the video that we just watched. So this quarry is massive. But yeah, check out.
Well, that is a lot of removed material.
Look how small that crane is compared to that wall. That's like a. And this wall right here,
It's
I
probably
couldn't tell
10,
what
20
this
stories
was.
deep
You see
of strip mall, like, damn.
these almost look like they're shaped right here as if it's actually a wall or something right in the middle of the screen right now. I get a better
the
view of it
thing is,
eventually.
if it was an actual quarry, that's where we have to go into these sites and see if the brick or if those blocks are going like more than one layer in, or what can form it in actual quarries of modern quarries is that they'll have buzzsaw, like the big stone buzzsaws going in and eating on it and like cutting out blocks, which will then leave like an impression of the next set of blocks onto the walls. If they're doing it in that sort of machine way, I've seen it sometimes. But simultaneously, I've also seen, and we've all seen, where it is just megalithic blocks like that are the walls that build up everything. And it's like exactly like what you just showed there, that I'm going to take pictures of this mountain that show that exactly what you showed there that could have been done by modern day saw, or the only other option is that they're ancient blocks.
The suspicious thing about this site is that the narrative of it says that they started quarrying it in the 1850s, but all the maps I found from 1880, 1895, 1910, everything like that, it doesn't show. And there's this stair set right here too, real quick.
Really?
See that?
Oh, but, wow, yeah.
But that's metal,
so
it's very recent.
So they said they started it in like the 1850s, and then like mostly would have been using it in the time you just said, yet in the maps of that time period, it doesn't really show them doing anything in here at all.
Yeah, it still has the property of the families that own this area. Because the Shrum Mound video I posted the other day, this is down the street from that Shrum Mound. So all this big area, this quarry is probably like, I don't know, I'd like to say 6 to 8 miles. You have you have 3 different quarries which are separated by just very small streets. That's the only thing separating them. So I thought this part was interesting too. Kind of looked like it was part of an old mound, and then right here to the right with that tree on top of it, you can see it's I don't know.
Right? Like I'm really starting to suspect any spot that is like a quarry is them desperately quarrying out the evidence of showing these runes, like unexplainable rune spots, while also trying to like dig for whatever leftover treasures or technology or whatever the heck was in there. And some of them possibly too, as Dutch Sense found a lot of these quarries and locations because of the earthquakes that kept happening around them, as well as that there's a lot of the quarried starfort spots now simultaneously have oil derricks coming directly out of them as well, that there could be some sort of resources that are below them that the ancients had built on for whatever reasons. But yeah, look at that. That looks all megalithic. Yeah.
Does this look like a wall to you, or does this look? Because it reminds me of like
that looks like a megalithic wall more than anything now.
It's right in the dead center of the quarry too. So it reminds me of those walls when you're little, where you're playing with the toy soldiers.
My little saw explanation of Devil's Advocate doesn't really work, because they would have been straight frickin' lines, where these are looking more like the polygonal block lines, and that you would not be getting those sort of angles and separations with modern day stone cutting.
What's up, Tranquil Vortex? But yeah, this is, I don't know, that was wild when I saw that wall, whatever this is.
Yeah. That looks like a bastion fort wall, like the ones Paul Cook showed in the UK sort of thing, that were like half pyramid freaking megalithic wall ones, if you remember that. That's actually what and the quarry that he showed on one of the UK islands, that actually almost looks identical to it.
Yeah, send me that video. I'd like to see the comparison. I don't know if I maybe have seen it, but I don't remember off the top of my head right now. And yeah, right here, I don't know what's going on up here, but they wouldn't let me go any further. I'm going to go back here and walk around next time I get a chance. It's not too
man. This
about 30 minutes away from my house. And then right here is this strange other, I don't know.
Right? Like that.
hill, whatever this is. And then I think I zoom in
Like,
on that
what?
staircase that I showed earlier too. Yeah, this is another
Man,
wall. That's
this, and it was called Indian Village. Like, oh, this. Don't worry about this indigenous, ancient, megalithic site here that we're just going to frickin' destroy.
that's the thing, is that this area I first came here when I was like maybe 14 years old with a bunch of friends, and we were walking through that area, the cave that I was exploring, the Indian Village part, and we were just walking around, and we just kept going straight, and that's when we saw like a barbed wire fence or something. So we were young, like whatever, let's go in there. So we went in there, and there were signs that said caution, landmines. It was for this quarry that I'm showing you right here. And ever since then, it's always looked the same. And a little bit south of here, there's another quarry that's right on the other side of where that stair set was I was just showing. And they actually like recently filled that back in and put apartments on top of it. But before then, we used to go swimming in there and stuff. There was like massive rocks all over the place. I actually have some pictures on my Flickr account. Maybe I could find them in the future. We could look at
That's
them. Of
dope,
just
man. Like, they have to cover them up and destroy them. And they've just, when you're in these sites as like a kid, even, right? Like, there's like an energy to it, or you're like looking around and you're like, there's something more to it than what they try to tell us it is. And the more we dig in, the more we find.
Tranquil Vortex. It's weird you asked that, because after that storm and everything happened, I don't know, I've been having these weird dreams. Someone, I think it was you and another person, commented on my video and said I got possessed after I went to that cave. It's like I've been having these strange dreams that
Really?
I've never had before, and I was just like,
Oh
okay, I
my
don't want this to
God.
happen anymore. So maybe I am possessed now. But I mean,
Didn't it
my grandma.
burn some sage? Put a circle of salt around your bed?
My grandma claims she's half Native American, so I guess I'm part Native American. Maybe they forgive me. Okay, so this is another mound that I went to earlier today. I was driving to work and just saw this. I looked it up. On the internet, it was called the Watch House Circle Mound, because there's some sculpture here called the Watch House, but this mound doesn't have any history to it or any name really. But it's huge. Of course, it's being blurry. 1 second.
Chances are there probably was a watch house on it at some point.
Well, there's one there now, and it's been. I'll show you.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
That's why they call it the Watch House, is because there's a sculpture house there called the Watch House by some artist. So let me pull this up real quick, actually.
There was no history of another buried pyramid, so we're just going to make it up and act like it's art.
We'll bring this video back up in a second. I just want to show you this map real quick.
See, Tranquil Vortex, I agree. Shem, it's not just being part native. You have to make an offering to the spirits to make peace with them, to leave your vessel.
I apologize. I'm not making an offering. Okay, so this is a book called The Atlas of Ohio by William C. Mills. And basically, this is Franklin County, the area where everything we've been looking at so far is in. And this is, I believe, from 1895. And all these triangles here are mounds that were documented by these people. And then you also have these earthworks that are in the shape of this half circle crescent thing. And also right here, it says big, and it has like a pyramid type thing in Clintonville, which this site that this is talking about is, I used to walk when I was 18, 19 years old. I lived in Clintonville, and I was actually walking around the woods a lot of times back then. And I do remember seeing huge structures, but back then I wasn't, paying attention.
Right.
But when you walk around the Olentangy River in this part of town, you'll see that there's like a canal basically built all the way down the side of it. You can see stone on the side of the river that no one really thinks about or talks about, but people use it for canoeing and stuff now.
And it's like, but there's no history of when it was built or how it was, like, it predates everything. And it's like, that's the most advanced engineering up the water area. Oh man.
Yeah, exactly. In this section that says big, I think this is right where they used to have an amusement park too, but they tore it down. There's like a triangle and stuff there. So it's really weird history. But anyways, okay, so you see this triangle right here. Can you see my mouse?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is Shrum Mound. This is the one that I documented in that video the other day.
Yeah.
So the ones
Nice.
that this is a mound right here that is now destroyed. I've been looking for this one for a couple of days. I've driven all around here. I've compared it with maps. It doesn't seem to exist anymore. The one we're looking at right now would be right here. So it's not even on this map.
Oh.
So basically what I'm gonna do throughout the summer is try to hit as many of these as I can and see how many I can document, plus all the ones that I know about over in this Washington, where it says Washington, Amlin, Hayden, this area over here. I know that there are more. I'll show 2 mounds that are not listed on
What
this
you
map
need to
in this
do
video.
is find one extra one that is like easily accessible with a backhoe that isn't documented, that has cover from major roads, that can be snuck in one night, and put the other 30 that you find on the map. But
That's the thing
to
is
dig
I
one
was
out.
looking at the LiDAR machines earlier, and I don't know much about LiDAR, but I found some for not that expensive, so maybe we can work out something with that in the near future. But for now, I just want to take
right?
video of them because getting
Sure,
them
for
documented
sure.
is
The
the
first
most
year
important thing.
documenting them all, adding them to the map, so then like the second year getting the lineup, man. It's gonna
I
be
visited
epic.
this one out here by Brown Township. I'd visited this one the other day as well, and there's supposed to be another one right next to it, but I couldn't find that one. But this one still, one of these 2 listed here still exist. But I think it's a lot larger than what they say it is now. And I'm working on a video. I've been filming too much footage, but let's get back to the other thing real quick.
Been doing a lot of boots on the ground.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to get out there and try to find these spots because they get rid of them so easily for whatever reason. They pretend like they're so sacred, but anytime they want to build a house or whatever, they're just automatically gone.
It's sacred if you're going to try to find out and document what's inside of it. But hey, if you want to destroy it and wipe it off the face of the earth, go right ahead. Just make sure you dump all the bones into the ocean.
Hopefully this video works. It seems like it's not working anymore. Okay, so keep in mind, we just looked at that map. This one was not listed on that map whatsoever. Look how huge it is.
Right? Like, it's the almost circular one.
Yeah, this is a circular mound.
No, I see it now. It's more steppy, more angled.
So this area right now
That's huge.
It's way bigger than that Shrum Mound I was at the other day, and they say the Shrum Mound is the largest documented mound in Franklin County that still exists. This one is bigger. It doesn't make any sense. But this area here is now a rec center, a lacrosse field, and a soccer field. And they also have the Dublin Irish Festival here, like a little bit to the southeast of this mound. So yeah, this is just a slow walk around to show the shape. It actually kind of, you see here on the right side, it kind of like spills out to almost like the shape of a horseshoe. It's really strange.
Yeah,
so I end up walking around here and walking up the side.
There's a lot of them that have these semicircle earthenworks and stuff into them.
Fast forward a bit.
I do believe a lot of those aspects probably have to do with astrological alignments, and that potentially they would have had poles on certain heights of the semicircles and then use them for the equinoxes and solstices, or measuring in between them and stuff. Gotta figure out more.
Possibly. So that building right there, that's the watch house apparently. So
that's the watch house.
An artistic, yeah. So that's an artistic piece by some dildo, basically.
It's a shed with a cancerous lump on it.
Just wait till you see the inside of it, dude. It's really weird in there, but I don't know. This reminds me, the middle of this, I haven't seen very many mounds like this, so I'm completely ignorant to the situation. But to me, it looks like one of those like meteor craters or something that people say. But it's weird how the vegetation is so different than the outside of it.
Yeah, man.
We'll talk about that again in a second, how the vegetation is different, because I was looking at Google Maps and this isn't even here before like 2001. So I don't know if this is even like, I don't know what's going on with this site. But as you can see, it's huge. Imagine if this was connected all the way to the top. Imagine if that center piece wasn't missing, how big this would be.
the day that all of these start getting like real LiDAR and ground penetrating radar, it's going to be good.
Let's kind of zoom in here to see if we could spot anything before I walked down there. Let's fast forward a little bit. I want to show you this really weird part of this watchtower that made me, when I first saw it, I got goosebumps because it's so weird and
just
I
like
don't know.
an image
like
of
it.
Jeffrey
Didn't like it.
Epstein watching.
Basically. No. So here's the inside of this little watch house. It has these holes in the floor, I'm guessing for rain drainage. But when I panned up to the ceiling in a second, you'll see right there.
What?
That's a dead cat sculpture.
What?
So on the ceiling, for some reason, there's like a dead cat, or I don't know if it looked dead in real life, but that's a cat sculpture. It just looks like it's
Who
dead
does
hanging on the wall.
that?
So that's disturbing.
That is very disturbing.
Does that not? It looks dead to me. I don't know.
That's
Maybe I'm
definitely a dead cat. That's a dead cat on the roof.
So we'll get out of here.
What the fuck?
So, I don't know.
Like that they have these weird ass, like they're perverting and distorting, because those were on the roof for casting specific shadows, and then the dead cat or whatever the heck, like they're definitely defecating whatever sacred energy or whatever the heck was going on with that, and whatever the ancients were most likely doing with it, if that was the purpose of it.
Well, that's the thing, is across the street from here, by the lacrosse field and the soccer field, I saw even more what could be designated as earthworks that they aren't, but they could be. They're in the shape of like serpents and everything. I didn't take videos because I had to hurry up and get to work. I just kind of stopped by here quickly and did this.
Oh, you're definitely gonna have to go back from that. We're gonna have to get you a nice drone. Get you a drone. Do you have a drone? Got to get a drone.
My dad has one. I was thinking about having him come down to that Shrum Mound with me.
Yeah, right. Go with your old man, and like, especially like if you're saying like there's like the snake style ones and whatnot, it's guaranteed corresponding earthworks, and they're probably, what I suspect they could be is these geoglyphs, the radial things, those earthen mounds. It's going to be interesting when I go out to Medicine Hat here in a couple weeks, and then if the earthenwork lines that Arthur Ferrum uses as the radials for measuring, if those are these same sort of, in what you just have around there, the exact, if they're the same things or if it's a different type, basically. Could be what it is.
When I was looking for that mound earlier, that it was on the right side of that map. I doubt you remember it because we're talking about so much. I found tons of what could be designated as earthworks, but it's obviously impossible to prove without LiDAR or a drone or something. But right here, I saw some deer. That was pretty cool. They're saying hello. But yeah, let's move on.
Right.
I'm gonna real quick. I just want to show the Google Earth of this to show you that it didn't exist for very long. Apparently, I mean, the ground looks completely different. Hold on, let's see. I think I'm already there on Google Earth, either that or somewhere close by. Yeah, so here it is. So this is what it looks like in 2002. Let's go to 2022 real quick, and then we'll go back to 1994 or whatever it was. So this is what it looks like now. This is the Dublin Rec Center right here. There used to be a skate park right here. It's now been moved over to here. And what I was talking about with the other possible earthworks were right in this area. You can't see them at all on Google Earth, but they were basically just mounds. So let's go back in time here.
That they're covering the potentials up every chance they get with different parks, and gonna drive over it with the tractors.
So this is the first time that it's on Google Earth, is in 2002. So when we go back after this, it's not. This is completely gone.
Really?
Nothing.
What?
No sign of it. This is 1994.
That's just strange.
So I don't know what the situation is with this mound. There's no story about it that I can find online. I'm gonna call the Historical Society and kind of pick their brain about this one and a couple other ones, and hopefully get some updates about it. But Yeah, I just
Okay.
found that
Either
extremely
a
strange.
tremor is gonna pop out of that hole in like a year, and it's gonna just be like one of those Turkey Siberian sinkholes, or an interdimensional UFO landed there. Right? Well,
It's like a crop circle. Yeah, I see what you're saying. All right, so one more mound I want to show you is the weirdest mound I've ever been to in my entire life. So, well, I haven't been to very many, so I guess it's not saying much, but this one is
well, he's
very
10 so
strange.
far in the last couple months. You know, well, no, you've been to hundreds throughout your life, living amongst them, just not counting them.
Not really. Yeah. Well, I'm talking about at least just like to go there and explore. So, okay. This one is I don't even know what the story is behind this one exactly, but well, you'll see. It's even bigger than the one we just looked at. It's bigger than Shrum Mound. It's absolutely massive,
What?
and it's not
Really?
documented. It's unbelievable.
It's like the bigger they are, the more they try to just ignore them, and like cognitive dissonance. No, that cannot be.
Dude, just okay. So the first thing that you notice here is that they put these bunny sculptures on the top of it.
Right? The perverting it with whatever on top, and like whatever energy was coming out, you got to scatter it with something, right? Like,
Let me see if I can get HD real quick. So this one is also in Dublin. Oh, this one hasn't become. Oh, yes, it has. Okay, so this one is way bigger than the one we were just looking at. They even have a sidewalk that they've put onto it to get to the top of this. So what's weird about this one too is when you look back on Google Earth like we just did with the other one, it wasn't here before either. So is this even a mound? I don't know. It seems like a mound. Is it even showing up? No. Oh yeah.
is what showing up? Yeah, I've seen it.
Sometimes my computer freezes. I wasn't sure what was happening.
Oh yeah, like definitely.
So
And
this is huge.
So one of the ways to like verify that they are the mounds and the pyramids will be to film them on the equinoxes and solstices, or like go up on like at noon on some of them, see the sun, and like on sunrise and sunsets on those days. And on the equinoxes, it'll be like right on top, right at the dead center of the height of the pyramid. And then on the solstices, the sun will be like setting on the like edge of one edge of the north and the south sides of them.
I think actually at the end of this video, it is sunset. Because I was here during sundown, so maybe we can check that out and compare it to Google Maps too, because I'm going to show how it wasn't here before. But yeah, Tranquil, these are bunny sculptures. So when you look this place up online, that's all they talk about is the bunny sculptures, of course. So it's like almost to cover it up, right?
Oh, the bunnies!
Yeah, it's so laggy on my computer. I'm sorry, guys.
All good.
But yeah, it's like a
happens to all of us. Yeah, the bunny, just the bunny hill. It's just a bunny hill. So yeah, the way it works then with the astrological alignments of the solstices and equinox is that the solstice is as far north and south as the sun travels, where it appears on the horizon, and then the equinox is like right in the middle, right, where it's equal each way, twice a year, so that if they are the mounds pyramids, that you'll only ever see the sun traverse the pyramid. It will never go past the pyramid. It'll just hit the one end of it and then start going back to the other end throughout the year. So I get a sense that each pyramid is a giant sundial, but a year dial.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't know much
That
about that.
actually makes. I'm gonna have to look more into that, and I'm probably gonna find a lot of architecture that has the same amount of the days back and forth and stuff. I'm gonna look into that. It's a good theory. Also, like the 3-door arches,
Well, now that
right?
now that you mentioned that, I'm gonna start paying attention too.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
go
like
ahead.
the main doors, like the main big arch, and then you'll have like the 2 smaller arches next to it, and like cathedrals and like pyramids, even like the rectangle big door, and then the 2 little ones. Those, every single one of those, whether it's like Greek or Roman or megalithic or cathedral or today's government and bank buildings, all of them that have the 3 arches. The center arch, on the solstices, the sun is rising in center right in the middle of it, and on the equinox or solstices, it's setting and rising on in one or the other and transitioning back and forth between. And they are all aligned to that. And shout out to Flat Fact channel for making that correlation and observation originally.
Yeah, it's a good one. I don't pay much attention to astrology and stuff like that, but I need to start doing it if I'm going to be doing this type of
Right? Like,
I guess I can
as it-
I can still just document it for fun. It doesn't matter, but
yeah, like even just like getting on the sun rises and sets and as close as possible to those specific days of full moons, as well as the equinoxes and solstices, to just try to get pictures on the horizons or on center noon, for as many of them as possible over the years. And it's like, if you get it and it aligns, then boom, that one most likely is, and you're verified. Move on to the next each time, sort of thing.
a little skunky. That wall also goes all the way around it. It's very crude, so it's probably just made by whoever built this neighborhood.
Oh, exactly,
It
right?
goes for a long time.
Oh, look at.
And then it looks like they may be like at one point this was a mound. It looks like they have like doorways to get inside.
Right, like I just noticed, like right there,
they took some stuff out.
Audit, like, right, it's like, why are there always these little doors that seem to be, they tell you go into nothing, but it's like, is that actually the entrance to the underground freaking city that's in all of them? I don't know.
So there's a couple options with this site, because they've converted the bottom section right here to the right of where my dog is. You see those picnic tables?
Yeah.
They've converted that into like a kind of a sprinkler system. So this doorway right here could be housing that sprinkler system currently. But what I'm saying is if
They
this
would
was
have
originally a
capped
mound,
the
they could
old aquifer that would have been going through it, and now using it like into that. Is that what you're saying? That's what I'm thinking.
possibly, yeah. I was just saying, like, basically they converted what their excavation site into this, like, instead, because they cut off pretty much part of the mound. I'll show it towards the end of this video, but they cut off part of the mound and it's basically like a wall. But yeah, here's the entryway. I show that real quick. I think I show the skunk one more time just because I like skunks.
Oh, that's dope. An actual skunk. I thought you're like making a joke that you took weed out, and then no. Real skunks are dope, man.
No.
They're cool animals. You just got to keep your distance and respect the skunk, and they're freaking funny animals. Most of them have good personality.
That white dog I have. Yeah, they're pretty nice, because the white dog I have, she always tries to go up to him, and she's only been sprayed once. But yeah, those doors right there. Who knows if that? See how they cut into the mound basically right here?
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
No way they built this structure around this.
I know, like, there's so many. Like, that's the primest example of what they do, and they're like, "Oh, it's a little Sellville engineering hut thing, storage. Don't worry about it," or whatever the heck. And it's like, is that actually the entrance into the underground complex, or like the buried complexes? Most likely.
If anything, That would be amazing if it was, but if anything, it's at least a way
The
for
water.
them to maybe excavate whatever was there, and
Oh.
also now house the water system. So yeah, this is where they basically cut it off and they replaced it with whatever this is.
The
And then you have these massive
the
rocks just laying
quarried,
around for some
destroyed Indian village that they had to build something or do something with all of that stone that used to be.
This is pretty. This is about, I would say, like 8 to 10 miles away from Indian Village, so it's kind of far. But look, they put these weird Irish faces all over the rocks.
See,
I didn't
right?
notice
So
the
it's
ones on the
like
right at first.
if they're doing it today, or could they possibly have already been in there? Because, like, I swear to God, I see those on mountains everywhere and everyone. Like,
Well, you be the judge when I zoom in on them. They're kind of funny looking. I go up because I just realized that that it was there. It's a fountain, so it's more than likely recent,
that's
unless
cool.
they just drilled a hole in its mouth. But yeah, like, there's a little leprechaun guy. So this is what they added onto the mound, basically, is what I'm saying. Because
those are the
like
facade faces.
Yeah, because there's
Yeah,
a dividing line. I'll show it here in a second, but let's fast forward to it actually, because this is we get this part. Oh yeah, and there's this weird trap door thing up. So this is why those doors don't really make sense. Yeah, it like doesn't make sense that other door is there because they have another doorway on the top of it. It's so laggy I can't fast forward correctly.
Oh, good.
Maybe like 6 months to a year from now, I might be able to get a new computer. Who knows?
Right? Like, oh my God. This is gonna be another fun month. At least I finally got my first YouTube paycheck. It went from over right. Like, look at that. Like, what is it going into? There's something down.
That was the dividing line right there I was talking about. So there's where they cut the mound and they added these rocks or whatever.
Weird.
And they added the water system. Would have extended out way further than this had they not done this.
Like, it's just like why they put the resources into doing the stupidest things that always somehow alter and like just mask and damage at least slightly, but probably in crucial ways that some know about all of these sites and whatever's going on with them. Especially when
they definitely have it.
Oh, sorry, continue.
I was just gonna say they definitely have a reason to cover this up because it's just a random massive mound in the middle of Dublin, so they don't really want people to know about this, I guess. So they just like put these bunnies on top, and every time you look it up, that's all you hear about is the bunnies. But what were you gonna say? I just show the stupid
when it
bunnies.
gets into resonant frequencies and the geometrics of resonant frequencies, and that the waveguide, the fractal waveguide geometry of these pyramids and just structures and whatever the heck they were doing with it, but then in particular, for instance, Sam Osmanovich's work and research, as well as Michael Tellinger's, Sam with the Bosnian pyramids, and then from what he discovered there, then using their EMF, whatever special different bandwidth or wavelength equipment beyond the visual and audible human wavelengths into these other ones, and then found these beams and these different amounts of energies coming out of both the pyramids as well as Tellinger and the stone circles, that it is somehow harvesting, directing, and amplifying actual and like earth energy wavelength. It's like it is EMF. I guess some of it's sound.
It could be used for something like that because this.
Yeah, like
I'll show you in a second. Like maybe it's just like a way of them influencing people's behavior, because this is like one of the wealthiest areas of town where this mound is at. So maybe they're just, I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
what you're
like you could
saying
be
makes
putting
sense
out
to
a
me.
field of energy and stuff as well. And then when you cut off a portion of it, then all of a sudden you're distorting whatever the harmonious energy structure was of it and corroding part of it that could potentially turn something that could have been beneficial in health or energy in, of whatever ways into something that then becomes destructive. All just
One
straight
last time,
speculation here, but
I agree with you, because I mean, a lot of these rich families and like their children end up becoming like drug addicts and stuff like that, and their families fall apart. So I mean, who knows if it's obviously just speculation, but what you're saying could potentially tie into that. I just want to show one last time how massive this is. You see my dog's so small on this.
and how big, yeah, when you were up there, like those freaking dancing rabbit humanoid thingies, like were towering over you, like they're like 12 to 20 feet.
Just to give some
15?
perspective, I guess, before we close out of this, but I'm going to show real quick on Google Earth where this is at. It's right by a golf course, of course.
Right. So then what else has been covered up in the golf course? Like, and then they just expanded to, oh, we got to do the rec center and the football fields and these repeating patterns. Like, it's getting undeniable with so much of it.
Okay, so this is the one we were looking at earlier, the Watchtower Mound. Yeah. So we're gonna go probably like,
oh, that's maybe so creepy with the dead cat, and then like, oh man.
Yeah, I know, that made me so uncomfortable when I saw it. I was just like, oh, what the hell? So basically, we're probably going like 2 miles away from it to get to the other mound. So heading south here. Let's see over here. Okay, so this is the other site right here. This is what it looked like in 2002. So this is what we're just at. That's 2000. So let's go back to the 94. It's not even there. Nothing.
Huh.
And just to show what it looks like now, this is where we were just at with the bunnies. As you can see, the chunk missing out of it, as I was explaining in the mound right here. That entire chunk has been taken out of the mound. You have the doorway on the, looks like the northeast side of it. You have this doorway to get underneath the mound if you would like to. Okay, so this is the golf course I was talking about right to the left here. This is a private golf course for these people that live in the neighborhood. Like I said, this is a very wealthy area, so these people get their own golf course. And I think it's called the Jack Nicklaus tournament or something. It's like a very large golfing tournament. Happens about 5 miles up the road here. If you just follow this road up here, it leads to this. So I'm guessing there's probably a ton of mounds up here as well. There's like another golf course up here that's like it's like a worldwide popular golf course. I don't know much about golf, so sorry. I don't know what it's called, but I know it's named after Jack Nicklaus, I believe.
And what's the one where he had like the axe and went after his family?
That's The Shining.
Yeah, there we go. I envision a shining rune somewhere within the course, buried within the course, maybe buried under that mound.
Let's get this up to perfect north if we can real quick to see what it looks like. My computer's being laggy. So this is what it looks like when it's aligned to perfect north. So look, it kind of does line up with it.
Oh, yeah.
Weird. I think these stones are also really weird, too. I don't know why they just have a bunch of random massive stones in the middle of the field.
Very Karnak-like.
Pretty much what I've been up to. Couple other mounds I've been looking at, and
that's fun, man. That's dope.
I don't think I posted a video of the other one, but I'll just go to it on Google Maps real quick to see if it even shows up because I haven't looked at it. If I can even find it off the top of my head on Google Maps, I probably can't. Wow, this is it. Okay, so this mound, I posted an Instagram story about it. I don't think I posted anything else about it yet. This right here, this is a mound. It doesn't have any story to it.
Affecting the foliage and the plant growth, like nothing on the mound itself, almost like a dead zone.
I took a video of an entire walk around this place, and I don't know, it's really weird. The only thing about it is like a plaque right here that kind of just says something about the Adena culture. It doesn't give a name for this mound or anything like that. But when we were looking at that Atlas of Ohio, this was one of the 2 mounds that were supposed to be out here. So I'm looking for the second one right now. It might be, actually could just be this, because, you know, they grow trees on them sometimes too. But there's supposed to be at least 2 documented mounds out here. So yeah, I have a video of this coming out soon. Basically, what I'm speculating is that this entire area right here is more than likely earthworks in a mound, because when you look at this, actually, let's see if we can put the guy down.
Oh, yeah.
Guess we can't over here. Maybe I don't know if we'll be able to see it from over here, though. I should have uploaded the video of this, too. Yeah, you can't really see it. Can you zoom in?
They look very similar, the alternating mounds and these specific shaped little water lake ponds, to the same as the geoglyphs Dutch since found, and then that Rex over at Leak Project in Diamond, his buddy, they went and just did another episode going to them a couple days ago, and it's like the earthenworks alternating with like water, some very similar water shaped things as what you're showing here.
This place is absolutely filled with ticks too, so it prevents you from like exploring in the woods a little bit. Last time I took my dogs like in this area with a blue line, for example, I swear I picked off like 30 ticks from one of my dogs. It was shocking.
Damn,
we can't really get a good look at it, but let's see if we can do it over here real quick. But basically what I'm saying is this entire, it seems like the mound has been cut to make this lake, possibly, because I know that this lake is more than likely man-made. I don't know for sure, but like,
oh, it's 100% man-made. It's just a matter of when. Is it recent or ancient?
Do I have a video of it? Yeah, because the street view is just not cutting it. It just seems like it's a huge mound, like it's one of the biggest ones I've seen so far. When I was walking around it, the way it looks, the way it's like a step mound that goes down into the water and leads all the way up to a certain point. It's
really like it's
kind of hard to explain.
Down into the water, hey? Might be something in the center of the lake.
Well, there is like a small island mound thing in the water too that's poking out of the top. So it could, I don't know. It's all weird. It's just, I'll show you the island real quick, and then we can. This little thing right here. It's like a little mound in the middle of the lake.
What?
I took some videos of it while I was there.
That's pretty cool. Okay, can we zoom out from directly above? Because like that a sunfish, or no, that's the wrong spot for the eye. What? No, never mind. I'm trying to think, is the water itself a geoglyph? Because look at the direct angles on it, like weird shit. I don't know. Strange. But the island then. Ooh, yeah, maybe that island during the solstices or equinox could be cool too.
Basically, I guess the shape I'm trying to say that the mound is if you just follow this part without grass. If you can see my mouse, I don't know if you can. Yeah. If you can just keep going all the way around as if it would continue, I think that's the entire.
I see. Yes.
You can kind of even see a little bit of the green.
100%. You can see it good. Look at that.
So I have some video from standing on this shoreline right here that kind of shows the angle of it, and then I took some videos from this beach over here as well. And then I walked all the way around this path and got some video of that as well, just to document it. And hopefully I can find that
Fascinating
other
as
mound in the
fuck.
near future.
Oh,
Take
and there's
this while
like
we're here and look for it real
river
quick.
going through all. Man, like it's just
This Darby Creek
so
area, when you
much
follow it, you follow this Darby
terraforming.
Creek to the south, there's like on that map we were looking at, the Franklin County Atlas. If we follow this big Darby Creek to the south, for a while, there used to be a ton of mounds there. Actually, I'll pull up that book one more time. Why not? We're already here. And then after that, we can move on. Okay, so where are we at here? And another thing, this area right here, see how it's called Rome? They got rid of that. It no longer exists because the cops were basically dickheads. I didn't realize that there was some earthwork over here because I used to live actually in this area when I was like maybe 7 years old, 8 years old. So I'm gonna go back over there and check that one out here in the near future. Okay, so Creek, this is what I was talking about. See how there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all on that creek that we were just following to the south of where we were at. So there's the one we were looking at. One of these two triangles right here is the one we were just looking at. We followed that Darby Creek to the south here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 documented sites. And then if you follow it even further down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, I'm hoping to check out all of these.
A lot of terraforming. Like that's a lot of work.
The craziest part about it is south of Columbus here. Look at this.
Shit.
There's no way that any of these still exist. There's no way, because this is German Village. I went down to German Village with my sister maybe like a month and a half ago to kind of look at the buildings to see what was down there, and it was like everything is pretty much gone. So I'm gonna try to hit these in the future, but I just have very low confidence that any of these are still here. Especially this huge. Look at these two huge ones. Look at these two massive ones right here. Like these are supposedly structures, like huge.
Right? Like the fuck. There was so much here that they've just freaking annihilated.
Yeah, it's depressing. And real quick, I
but
think it's on here.
Inspiring too, because it's discovering all over again, and that there's still so much to rediscover and dig out from what's been buried.
The Leather Lip Monument up here, it's very mid. I don't know if there was an older one in 1895 that used to actually be good, but the one that they have now is really ugly. It's like a Sphinx. I don't know. It's stupid. You should look it up. But yeah, the only one I've looked at up here so far. I'm gonna go to these right south of this Leather one. I'm gonna go here the other day. I don't know. It's weird. I'm gonna go here maybe in the next few days and check these ones out. But this one, by Hate and Run, I've confirmed this one is completely gone now. I can't find any evidence of it. But yeah, good times.
That's epic, man. That's cool. Now I need to go find me a map of Drumheller from that time period and see if they actually documented all the mounds and pyramids that are still there today in everybody's backyards as mounds and pyramids. Do
you think they would have that? I'm shocked that my friend Elkman's the one who showed me this book originally. Excuse me. But I couldn't find a copy of it until I started looking into the Shrum Mound a little bit more, and then it came up, and I was like, thank God, because he was supposed to send me one, but he said he couldn't find the online version anymore either.
Right? Like when the online stuff's getting expunged, it's man, it sucks. But that's why we find it when we can.
Here's that monument. If you want to see the monument real quick, it's pretty ugly. it's like George Washington or something. I don't know. It's so strange.
That is strange as fuck.
So that's definitely not the one from 1895. This is very recent. No. So I don't know what the 1895 one looked like. I think it's maybe this one here, the tombstone. But yeah, this is the updated version. It's like a weird Sphinx ripoff mixed with a founding father or something. I don't know. It's pretty ugly.
We're
Not a
gonna
fan.
make this demon thingy-ish thing to scare the children.
Yeah, strange. But yeah, that's all I got.
That's funny. Oh, he'll be back. We lost him, but I think he will be rejoining. I often hit the wrong button. If not, that was epic. Either way. Which one was I going to share next? Yes, this one.
Hey everybody, video here for you today. Thought we'd go back to ancient America. I wasn't really planning on doing one of those places that is just kind of lost and lonely and just sitting out there. But here you can see the mounds at the site. This was a pretty impressive ancient city, as I said, around the same time as Cahokia. But there is no park here, no way to really visit the mounds except park on this road out here and overlook them from a distance. And that's kind of sad. Some of the cities in the area, there's a metropolis, really. Brookport, High Point, Paducah, Farley, Ledbetter. Those are a few of the cities in this general area here. I'm wondering if any of my subs have ever been to this site. It appears to be fairly lonely and quiet. This is about 140 miles east of Cahokia. And obviously, when the Google Earth imagery was taken, there was a lot of flooding going down in this area. And maybe some of you who live in the area can tell me if this is an annual event, all this flooding out here. These mounds were excavated about 1934. And even on this mound today on Google Earth, you can even tell where the excavations took place. You can see how
Oh, that road
mound
is completely covered.
carved into
Eight?
right there. But makes you wonder if they had flooding back then and how often it happened. But these mounds have obviously withstood many, many floods, and they still stand out there today. And just gives credit to the people who built them. These aren't just mounds of dirt, clay, gravel, other things. They were painted in some cases. Sometimes they had stairways. But when this is all, the better we can treat them. You wonder why the apathy towards ancient American history. But that's why I make these videos. Just let people know that there's places out there that exist. But this is the look from overhead at this ancient city. Maybe 1,000 years old, maybe started a little earlier than that. But here is a diagram of what this place used to look like. Places where people lived, a big wall all the way around it, as many as 9 mounds, and some of them pretty darn large. And even people who are curious about these ancient America sites, is this one place where people would actually stop? That's another reason why I make these videos, just so people have an idea of what they look like, and maybe they would stop at these. But would people tour these if this was an open park? We can certainly let our mind wander what this place used to look like and what the people were doing who occupied this site. Here is another artist rendition of what this place might have looked like. Now, I was looking for any news stories on the Kincaid Mounds, and I found this one from Heritage Daily. This came out
that needs
a little
to be
earlier this year. The Kincaid Mounds, the Mound Metropolis of Illinois. It says the Kincaid Mounds is an ancient tribal center of the Mississippian culture that built a large settlement comprising of raised mounds in the present-day state of Illinois near the banks of the Ohio River. The Mississippian culture was a Native American civilization that emerged around 800 AD in the Midwestern, Eastern, and Southeastern regions of America. The civilization was composed of a series of urban settlements linked together by loose trading networks, with the most notable site being the city of Cahokia. So this place seemed to be linked to Cahokia through trade and other things. Says the area around the Kincaid's Mounds was first occupied during the Archaic period between 8000 to 2000 BC, where the region was probably inhabited by cultures of the early woodland. The founding of the Kincaid's Mound is determined to be about 800 AD, although some sources suggest around 1050 AD. But here are some pics on the ground at the Kincaid Mounds. what they look like on the ground. Not much to be seen, just grass-covered mounds. Certainly looked entirely a lot different in antiquity. It says Kincaid likely served as a trade link between native settlements in the Cumberland, Tennessee river valleys and the metropolis of Cahokia, in which influences of the Cahokian culture is evident in the Kincaid shell-tempered ceramics. Just reading a little more, it seems a few more mounds have been discovered here since I did the video 3 years ago, and they said 9 or 10 mounds existed. But just reading, it says the society revolved around a complex chiefdom structure led by a male chief and his family who exerted civil control over the community, and priests who had religious authority, probably some shaman-type figures. The major construction phase took place in what is known as the Kincaid Middle Component, and that is called the Classic Mississippian Period, in which 19 mound monuments were constructed, with 11 being identified as substructure platform mounds, in addition to a large plaza situated near the nucleus of the settlement. The entire site was surrounded by a large palisade wall of upright logs or posts, with a series of guardhouses or bastions at the intervals of about 100 feet. The palisade may have served as a defensive purpose, but it has also been suggested that it functioned to mark the boundary of the ceremonial site and the seat of the chiefdom's authority. But that is the way it looks from overhead today. Maybe remnants of that wall right there. This is the way artists think it looked a long time ago. Now, I will leave a few links below, but here is the visiting area at the mound site today, where you can go and overlook these from a distance. There is another look at the mounds, but just finishing this one article, it says the Mississippian culture occupation at the site appears to have ended by 1400 to 1450, possibly due to the exhaustion of local resources such as timber and game, a period which archaeologists call the vacant quarter. There's other possibilities, I guess. Maybe disease being introduced into the area is one other possibility, but by about 500 years ago, these people seem to be gone. Now, here is one story, and I read a few like this. Prehistoric mound, disturbed, possibly looted. But if you don't have a park, you don't have security here, obviously we're going to have some problems like this. Can't we treat our ancient America history just a little bit better? That's all I'm asking. That is a quickie on the Kincaid Mounds here in southern Illinois, center of ancient chiefdom. This seemed to be a very important place about 1,000 years ago in ancient America. Probably these people were trading with Cahokia and also places to the east. Ancient America was one big trade network based on the riverways. You have stuff in Florida from the Great Lakes region. You have stuff at mound sites in Indiana and Illinois from Wyoming. I mean, it's really remarkable how the goods were traded all over ancient America 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. It's a pretty amazing story, and I'm still looking into it. Thought I would talk about that one today. I don't think I made a video on ancient America in about 3 weeks. Some of these sites I realize are very important after all the videos I've made on this subject. Well, as I said with NEXT in our interview Friday night, some of these places in ancient America, and really ancient America itself, is kind of neglected as far as the importance in ancient history, but we have these pyramid mounds all over ancient America. Some of these sites are just kind of sitting out there lonely, just trying to make it not quite so. Hope you thought that was cool, and you all have a very nice day. Everybody, video here for you today. This is my second video of the day. This is a place a little north of Baalbek. I found this about 4 days.
The mounds you were showing there kind of reminded me of this destroyed mound in Columbus. It looked a lot like the shape of it. It was weird. I don't know how far they say the Mississippian culture goes. I'll show it real quick if you.
Yeah, absolutely.
This one's apparently no longer here.
They've destroyed so many, and it's like at that time period when they were first supposedly quote unquote settling / genociding and had so very little resources, why would they put so much of those resources into like destroying of the original mega terraforming on the largest destructive amounts that they could, removing it as possible?
Most examples I found have just been so they can build housing developments and stuff. Oh, am I frozen? I think I am. But yeah, this This mound here, south side of Dublin Road, south of Upper Arlington. So that quarry that we were looking at earlier, it mentions it in this thing actually. Marble Cliff Quarry. That's the name of that entire organization that was hosting all the stuff we were looking at earlier, basically. So let's see here. I'll show you real quick where this one was on the map. If I'm still even on here, I'm not sure because my computer is acting strange.
Right. I also have that happen from time to time. Take on a glitch mind of their own.
So the mound that we were just looking at that's destroyed is either this mound here or this mound here. And this, regardless, the other mound that's not in this picture is documented as being massive, and there's some newspaper articles that talk about it. This is Grandview, Ohio, right here. You can look up newspaper articles talking about how they destroyed a mound in Marble Cliff, which is like a suburb of Grandview, because Grandview is a suburb of Columbus. So the one we were just looking at is one of these two red triangles, and the other one, there's newspaper articles about it, and they show how massive it was, and it was being destroyed. But it just reminded me of the ones that were in the Kincaid mounds, the shape of them, the flat top, the bit, kind of
some
different
round,
than some of the ones
some
we were
square, some rectangle.
This one looks
A
like
conglomerate.
a bench on the top of it, or is it, what is that, like a antenna?
Right, I was just thinking, is that electroculture antenna maybe up there?
Can't tell.
Possibly.
It looks like it's some kind. Maybe it's behind it. It could be a flagpole. Who knows? There's like a bench or something right
here.
here.
The top of it. It looks like it's like got radials of metal out, like more like an antenna bulb top, I think.
Yeah, there's like a ball at the top of it, but the bottom of it does look like it's on top of the mound because you have that
right
bench type thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Pretty big though. All right, well, yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off here so I can eat some food.
Yeah,
and
for sure,
get some
brother.
rest.
It is almost 11 p.m. here, so that is almost 1 a.m. there. And thank you, my friend, for joining in. That was some epic stuff, and good to see that you're actually not just boots on the ground, but like actively restoring the natural history and of the indigenous people and just everything of your own community and stuff that you walked on your entire life. Then you get the new eyes of it and the inspiration to go out and look at it, and what we're all doing, and we're finding it absolutely everywhere.
Appreciate you. Appreciate your role in inspiring that too. And thanks for having me on.
Awesome. You too. And Wednesday, right? We'll have you, myself, Luke, and also Lucius Ausius, I think is the channel name. He's also in the Midwest, does the Tartarian stuff, but also a lot on the mounds and doing exactly what you're doing here. So,
oh, nice.
Another good channel. So
yeah, I have the Nashville video I've been putting together with like talking about the World's Fair and some buildings involved with that. So I don't know if we're talking about Tartaria or what. Maybe we could go over some of that. If not, we could do something on my channel
for sure, right? And like there's the Parthenon in Nashville, right?
Yeah, the Parthenon, and then basically just how the narrative doesn't make sense because they talk about how that's the only remains of the World's Fair. But while I was there, I documented at least 4 different sites that are remains of the World Fair, and they claim that one building, believe it or not, was moved from the World's Fair over to a different county via horse and buggy and still stands to this day. Like it's just really strange. They actually say in the article that it was transported on horse and buggy.
I want to like be skeptical of the World's Fairs ones where it's like I've been on like the fence, like something like yes, no, like I don't know, and like they're just there keeps coming out more and more oddities that it just doesn't make sense. And
I had this really weird thought the other day because there's this artist who basically they say he was just making it up as like a fake city and stuff, but he was like a famous artist in America, apparently painting sceneries that looked like these World's Fairs, but they relate it to the fall of the Roman Empire is like an allegory or something, but it looks so much like the World's Fairest photos that you see with the gold domes on the white buildings and stuff like that. And when I saw when the guy was describing it, it was a channel called Told in Stone. He wasn't talking about World's Fairs or anything like that. He was just talking about the artist. And when I was seeing it, I was thinking to myself, like, is this guy depicting what possibly happened to these World's Fairest cities? Because we have these unbelievable waterways, these unbelievable buildings, everything just built in this manner. And if there was a civilization, it's clear that they did fall. So is he actually describing this? I don't know.
Oh my
Very weird
God,
stuff.
I gotta take a look at these now. Like, you're probably bang on with that. And
Dude,
like you said,
I'll send
the
it to-
canals, the waterways, like it's insane the amount of actual plumbing and aquiferness and, like, again, macro terraforming and leveling and pressurizing, and that it's like, oh yeah, it was all of that and then paper mache buildings. Like, no, you don't, like, anyway.
Well, that was the weirdest thing about being in the Parthenon, which I'll bring up when we talk about it in the future in more detail. But if you go inside of the actual building, they have to the best of my knowledge, what were the original statues that were on the outside of the building. And those statues are made of like marble, or at least a much higher material than what they are made of now. What they're made of now is like a mixture of like seashells and rocks and like this weird, almost like
shitty cement, almost.
But it's like a cement you never see.
Geopolymer.
Yeah, it's like a cement you never see. Like, it's like a pool. It's like something you'd see in like a pool or something, or like, it's so cheap. Like, it's so weird looking. It's like a tan color. It's something's really off about it, but I don't know, man.
The originals were baller, freaking granite and better. Like, no doubt.
It was really strange. And then I discovered that underground tunnel as well that was like going into the bottom of the Parthenon, which was locked off. So yeah, I just sent you a link to that video. It's like, I think at that maybe the halfway point where he brings up the paintings. So he's not talking about anything we're talking about. He was just showing these paintings, and I'm just sitting here thinking, because I'm an idiot, and I'm just thinking, like, is this guy?
No, like, that's how some of the best discoveries get made, is like when some random person finds evidence, and like, even though they're like presenting it with the narrative official story with it, that's probably the BS, but then like now you see it, and it's like, oh my God, that
this
like
guy does not believe in alternative history.
What was this, the official inscriber of the genocide of the original Roman, or whatever was the World's Fairest civilization, if there was one, right? Like,
here, I'm just going to show a couple screenshots from this before we get off, since we're already talking about it, and maybe it's 100%. Like a cliffhanger. I don't know. Whatever. We're already here. Why not? If it even loads. So this guy does not believe in alternative history at all. He's a straight up mainstream historian. But so everything in this video is just him describing what he believes. So I forget what the name of this painter is that he's describing here, but these paintings and what he was talking about just made me think that there's that there's just something more to this World's Fair situation with. He was saying that this is a
lots
fictitious
of the aquifers destroyed in South America too, in Mexico, that are like just as advanced, if not more, as the Roman ones that they claim were built by the Jesuit, destructive, murderous, genociding Spanish Inquisition. Yet, look at this, and shout out to Ben, Analog Waken, or the archivist, and some of what he's shown, the old newspaper reports, stories, and then going in with the Google Earth and like pretty much finding the ruins of these Alaskan islands, but that they were originally reported as these Greek Roman settlements all the way up in like Alaska and stuff like that, and that they also look like these man-made islands and all sorts. It's
I haven't seen that. It sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's well, I have to find that one, go over that one the next one.
Yeah, send me on Instagram or something too. Yeah,
For
just
sure.
look at these buildings. Though. This looks exactly like the type of stuff we saw at the World's Fairs. Like, there's almost no difference. The statues, everything about it, the detail, like, because these are the kind of details. If you look at videos of the World's Fairs, or if you look at kind of the more obscure photos that you have to actually search for on like Library of Congress or something, when you look at the statues and stuff like that, this is how detailed it was. This is what it looked like. You had these pathways, you had these bridges, you had all of this. Like, I know this is just allegedly an artist rendition, but this guy was painting the fall of a civilization. We have ruins in random places in America that look like this, that they say people were rich and they just built them because they wanted to show off, right? I remember the locations of them, but there's at least 3 examples of Roman ruins being in America that people just allegedly built just to show off their wealth because it was popular at the time, right?
Right, they're building the ruins, right? Roman
Exactly.
ruins. Like, no, we're not gonna build Roman style new buildings. No, we're gonna build like it's. No one was gonna do that at that point in time. Like, it's just so freaking stupid.
And you have these Phoenician style ships, like Viking style ships over here invading whatever this was. I don't know. When I saw these, I know it's stupid, but when I saw these and the way the guy was describing what he was talking about was unrelated, but it just made me have those thoughts. Thought it was worth sharing. Yeah, here's an example of those ruins in America, I think. So this is in Virginia. So someone built these ruins in their yard in Virginia,
right?
just because apparently, just because they're rich and they wanted to show off, and they happen to grow these trees over them as well, and they happen to grow them on this bridge too. So please make that make sense, somebody. But yeah, enough babbling. Appreciate you having me on. Hope everyone in the chat has a good night. And
okay, here's the icing on the cake. The icing on the cake is that in England as well, and the UK, where there's actual buried some Roman ruins, like officially, there's also these supposed rebirth or rebuilding of ruined ancient Roman ruins, and even where they claim that they shipped them all the way from Egypt and all sorts of, like, it's just so freaking insane and stupid.
The story of sorry, go ahead.
They claim that they could take piece by piece and move and rebuild perfectly the different World's Fair buildings, which are essentially the same sort of style of architecture, but they couldn't rebuild working or full intact Roman architecture buildings, only the ruins of them. That's how, like, it doesn't make sense.
Dude, the craziest thing is the transferring of that obelisk to the Vatican City, which originally it wasn't the Vatican City, obviously. It was for Caligula's hippodrome or whatever. I can't remember the name of it. But basically, them putting that giant obelisk onto a ship back in those times, then transferring it from Egypt to Rome, and then using whatever technology they have to hoist it up. And then after that, moving it from that location within Rome to the middle of Vatican City as they're building St. Peter's Basilica. It's just everything about that story is unbelievable. So these people, they say they're not advanced, they're not civilized, but they're able to do these amazing things. And another thing about the Romans is they had heated floors. Are you kidding me? All right, but yeah,
and then but couldn't have, and okay, so heated floors, fountains, and everything, and no bathrooms. Like,
yeah, so ridiculous. Doc, I actually have a ton of footage of that Parthenon in Nashville. We're probably, if we're not going over it on Wednesday on BurnEye's channel, I'll have BurnEye on my channel sometime this week, and we'll go over it. But yeah, I have a lot of footage of it and a lot of information about it. I'm trying to make it into an actual video, but I'm just really bad at doing that. But all right, have a good night, man. Appreciate you, and
thanks,
chat. Have a good night.
Love. Thank you for joining in, and I need to get onto my other computer to actually do anything.
We'll see you next time.
Much love, Shem. Thank you. We'll see you Wednesday. That was epic, and that is awesome to see everywhere that Shem is going and documenting and doing the boots on the ground, like actually exposing the ridiculousness of the hidden and suppressed histories, and that there were several. What the evidence is now showing is that there was always worldwide civilization and settlement and mixed multiculturalism of the same roots peoples and whatnot, and that there's just been several cataclysms over and over again, and we forget how old we are and how many times we've done through it, and that there's probably temporary stoppages of the world travel and trade directly after each event of destruction and cataclysmic wipeout. And then that's when you have the legends of the times before, the floods, the lost peoples, and which is now also being documented and showing in the genetic haplogroups as well as in the different languages, especially now all these surfacing tablets throughout the golden tablets as well as the copper scrolls everywhere, and the stone tablets that contain the Sumerian, Proto-Sumerians, the Proto-Greek, the runics, as well as pictographic symbol languages, and sometimes the alchemy and Egyptian, depending on, but always a mixture of 3 or 4 different ones within them. Essentially, these, oh my goodness, whatever the famous one in Egypt that was discovered that had Old Egyptian, New Egyptian, and Latin, I believe. Was it? Anywho, linguistics, extremely fascinating subject, and that their official stories of it all makes zero sense. That's why things are so confusing, is because it is all lies that have been manipulated and written and imposed by the Rosetta Stone. Yes, thank you, Renee Hutchins. Correct. That is definitely the one I'm was referring to, and that in fact there's been several examples of and what have been dubbed new Rosetta Stones, especially throughout the Americas, and Scott Wolter's work, especially who's done the American Unearthed series, I believe, on the History Network or Discovery, whatever that is. But he also just does the boots on the ground research, the linguistics, and investigating all of these lost and being now rediscovered tablets across the Americas, and verifying the languages and logistics and translations, and proving that they're unequivocally accurate and impossible to be forgeries and frauds and everything of the sorts. All right, those were the main languages. Right, absolutely, Michael. Okay, why does my browsers and computers and connections always crash at crucial time? Nice, Logan Rothroth. We're about sorry to do the. I should encourage everybody to go out and do some hiking in your local megalithic areas and mounds, earthworks, whatever is hiding below the surface or in plain sight, just needs you to hike through it and discover it. Encourage everybody to do exactly that. All right, there's the main one opening back up. go. Oh, we're okay. Here we go. Back in control. No longer a guest in my own show with no control. I've got the reins back. And on to, oh, we're exactly 3 hours in. How are we doing? We got 50 people watching. It is 11 o'clock. All right. In the meantime, we'll play one last Chuck video. Why can I never remember the channel name? Why is it never listed properly on? All right. Oops.
With Christopher Dunn.
Okay, paused it there for a second. R.I.P. Chuck, as always, but his lifelong, his life's works, excellent 2,100 videos in all of the alternative history that he has done. CF-APPS 7865, CF Apps 7865, the channel, and Annex T, where I have been following Annex T for over a decade now with his original project and works of Adept Initiates and everything, the libraries of Manly P. Hall. Now he went from there over into, he's in Egypt, in Cairo right now, doing tours on the Giza Plateau. And I've been talking to him, and we'll be having Annex T on for an interview in the next month or so of everything, both into the occult as well as into what he's doing these days in Tranquil Vortex, the rock wall in your place. I know, right? It looked megalithic geopolymer potentially. Now, back to Annex T and Chuck. The videos that we're playing today are some of the most recent, some of the very last that Chuck was able to do before he passed, but just absolutely epic work. And it's a pleasure to always give tribute to tribute that's due, and keep his work alive, because just excellent stuff.
Coming up and also doing an Ancient America tour. So it was great chatting with him last night, getting to know him. We talked about all sorts of stuff. But today's video, we are going to go down to a little north of Baalbek. And as I said in my last video, I'm being a little more pickier with stuff I talk about. Stuff really has to interest me. After 2,000 videos, your desire to make a video isn't as strong as it once was. But then you find a place like this and your interest gets recharged all over again. This is called the Hermel Pyramid, even though it really isn't a pyramid. It's more of a tower with a pyramid on top. And it's right down here. You can't see it very well on Google Earth, but here is what they call the Hermel Pyramid. Other websites call this a funerary monument. But who are they honoring here? Well, to me, it's pretty clear where this comes from. Let's just go down to Street View here and take a look. But this tower or funerary monument or pyramid, as it is called, the Hermel Pyramid, this comes from the people who were in ancient Emesa, ancient Homs in the 1st century. And they were the ones who were worshiping at Baalbek right before the Romans built there. This is a very important time in history. And
it's the top of a giant cathedral spire.
Now, I will leave a few links below, but there are a few reasons why I wanted to talk about this today. One, because it directly connects in with research I have done for a long time. My longtime subs know that I researched the Shroud of Turin just because nobody has given us a good answer what that relic is all about. And the history is totally lost, in my opinion. And it's very important to the origin of certain religious stories. But this is the monument here. The second reason I wanted to talk about it is because this place is threatened. In 2007, they
I
put
believe
this
Syria
little fence up
right
here
off
and
the
they tried
border
to
with
do a
Lebanon.
little reconstruction. There was
Close to
also
Balkan.
reconstruction done in 1931 because this monument was pretty much in ruins. But there you get a good look at it. But I was just stunned when I first saw this because I was very familiar with this structure. This is the mausoleum coming from ancient Emesa, ancient Homs, the very.
Okay, so I have to pause that there just to give some extra little bits of my own insights, context here. First off, noticing in the background there what looks like a big pyramid, kind of ironic, possibly. So he was saying Homs, so that's Homs, Syria, as well as. Where was it? No, not Aleppo. I think did he say Aleppo? Anywho, it's right on. It's closer to the border with Turkey, essentially, but well, actually, no, kind of in between, I guess, the border with Lebanon and Turkey. So the region connecting Baalbek and Lebanon that runs through Turkey or Syria, being I guess the Damascus part, and then up through the Homs towards Aleppo, and then right there on the border with Turkey. And in that area of Turkey, you have both Göbekli Tepe, and something or other Tepe that's even older than Göbekli Tepe now. And it's like those are like 60 or 70 different buried hills that are each like an individual one of the Göbekli Tepe circle thingy struck. And anywho, it's so massive. And then also in that area you have the Daring Kuyu. Is that it's the all the massive mega underground city ones, not to mention there is it's Anatolia. Is that there? That's one of the regions. I think that's the right region. Also, the what looked like the so there's the underground city ones. There's also the like what looked like melted mountain or melted apartment building foothills everywhere, and cherry or fairy chimney structures amongst them all. Classic Badlands in yes, thanks. Let's Bright, you got it. Guzepete Tepe, Guziti Tepe. That is the one. And so it's like you got that cluster of those super ancient, the underground cluster ones, the all the ones that are into the building stuff. And so there's like the ones that look like melted apartments. There's the ones that like actually have caved houses into all of the hills and houses and or mountains and everything else in there. And then the ones that look similar, are they called Etruscan or and what else are they? Also like the same stuff that looks like Jordan and Petra, Saudi Arabia, all of that stuff. It's all in there. To top everything I just listed off, as if that's not a whole 3 different insane out of place architecture, impossible to build scenarios for even today, but especially what we claim to be cavemen and hunter-gatherers. It's just absolutely insane. There's also one region of destroyed super brick cathedral, what would be classified in today's research community as these Tartarian brick style cathedral buildings, and that they are half blown apart and then half standing, and it's like they're like 10 to 15 foot walls of brick that they're like what they're made out of, and then they're insane. But it's that they're dated to at least 1000 AD. I think a lot of times 500, and even more so. I think even some of them they officially go over 2000 years. I could even be getting that wrong, and they could officially be dated to 3500. Anyways, they're actually officially dated to super old, yet they're these identical things. And what we're looking at right here is also one of those, what I am claiming. They say it's an independent of its own, just a monument to the Cloud of Turn. I'm proposing it could potentially just be the very spire top of what could be a giant buried cathedral building right below it, still beneath. And just like only, I think, 100 to 200 kilometers from where this is in Homs, Syria, going north to Turkey in that region is where all of the same destroyed super brick, what they admit to be Orthodox Christian cathedral, they're able to get away with it by saying that was the Georgian Orthodox, right? So Christian, whatever. It's so insane. Anyways, it's like the half blown up ones that are left in Turkey. The building construction is of such epic high quality that they've lasted for thousands of years after something catastrophic had destroyed them, and it's like can't even build close to that today. And then everything in between, nothing comes close. It's all
Great people who were worshiping at Baalbek in the first century, right before the Romans got there. And these two structures appear very, very similar to me. I will leave a few links below. Here's one article, Kamu El Hermel, Lebanon. Goes over the history here. Here's another website, the Hermel Pyramid, Bekaa Valley, Lebanon. And this is in the Bekaa Valley, same valley as Baalbek. Here's a look at this place. It says, located at the northern end of the Bekaa Valley in the middle of nowhere, this lonely pyramid rises almost 100 feet above a small hill on which it was built. It can be seen for miles around, but no one is sure what this unusual monument is intended to be or why it is alone. It resembles some of the tower tombs at Palmyra to the east, and some believe it is the tomb of a prince dating from the 1st or 2nd century BC, and I actually think this comes from the 1st century AD.
Oh yeah,
little is known about it because not many people have studied this kingdom in the Mesa, ancient Homs, and very little is known about it because the Romans basically buried this history. Here is one old pic coming from about 90 years ago. The inscriptions on this structure have been pretty much lost. Let's just do a little bit of reading here. Here's another look at the facade. It says, unfortunately, the inscriptions are no longer there, so the pyramid may always remain a mystery. Well, not so much to me. I pretty much know where this comes from. They say it might come from a Syrian prince. Actually, he was a priest, a sun king, an ancient Baalbek. Here's a drawing of this ancient structure coming from about 90 years ago, but it just smacked me in the face how similar this was to the ancient mausoleum. Even these pillars built into it here. The ancient mausoleum in ancient Homs, ancient Emesa, this kingdom that's been kind of lost to history. This place is about 50 kilometers north of Baalbek and exactly 50 kilometers south of ancient Homs, ancient Emesa. Seems to be a pretty symbolic place to put a very important funerary structure. Now, I thought somebody else would for sure make this connection. Here is just one website I found that made this connection. Here is an 1851 painting. I guess that's the date that this painting was done of the Hermel Pyramid, as it is called. It says, 135-kilometer drive away from Beirut and 50 kilometers from Baalbek stands magnificently the underrated 2,200-year-old Pyramid of Hermel. And if this is a big mystery and they don't know who built it, I don't see how they can put a date on it. maybe just trying to throw you off of the real history of where this came from. It says it has been suggested to date back to the 2nd century BC, but I think this is a little under 2,000 years old. Here he is driving up to this ancient structure with the pyramid on top out in the middle of nowhere. And just going down here, he makes a comparison between the Khmu El Hermel pyramid and the ancient mausoleum in ancient Emesa, ancient Homs. And they seem to be very similar, so probably built by the very same people. It says locals claim that it gave its name to Hermel town, as it is tribute to the ancient Aramaic root Haramel, which translates to the pyramid of God. Just doing a little reading here, it says, while doing some research, I found a remarkable similarity between Khmu of Hermel and the mausoleum of Emesa, a monument that formerly stood in the necropolis of Tel Abu Saboon, modern-day Homs, Syria. The remains of that monument were blown up with dynamite in 1911 in order to make way for an oil depot. The two monuments are only 60 kilometers apart, and I think that's a little much there. I think it's a little under that.
Oh,
But
we
just
have
going
to
on here,
blow
here's
apart
a look
this,
at this place.
middle of a desert, but to make
There
room
was
for
some
a oil
animal
pipeline,
inscriptions on the
could
front, and they really
easily
don't
just
know what they all mean.
move by
It
10
says,
feet.
after being
We gotta blow
partially
this thing
damaged by
apart.
treasure hunters and
2,500,
earthquakes,
4,500.
the monument was restored in 1931 under the French mandate, leaving a difference in hue between the original stones and those added during restorations. Says the Lebanese government issued 2 series of stamps honoring Khmu El Hermel, the first in 1948 and the second during the excavation work in 1974. So I guess this thing has been restored a few different times. It says, despite being clearly visible from afar, the monument has been heavily vandalized by locals, covering all 4 faces of the base in graffiti. In 2007, after several requests, the Ministry of Culture cleaned its base and built a fence to protect it. Unfortunately, it did not take long before it was full of graffiti all over again, as no serious measures have been taken to preserve it. So that is one reason why I'm talking about this place. Who knows how much longer this place will be in the condition it is. Now here's an article I found just in the last week. This is about the best article I've ever found on the Klein Kings of Emesa, a study of local identities in the Roman East. And this all was happening in the very eastern part of the Roman Empire. A perceived miracle was making the rounds in religious texts. So the Romans came in here, built at Baalbek, and kind of eliminated this story and kind of wrote their own history of this guy in this place. It's a very complicated thing to talk about, and I can't make one video going over all this. It's just beyond me. This is about lost history and texts that were rewritten in later years, but a very important story that became a worldwide sensation. Here are artifacts coming from this kingdom in Emesa, some mass, other things. Here are some coin type things, other artifacts that were found in the necropolis at ancient Homs. This is pretty interesting to me when I first got this kingdom, a couple hours. But one thing about this kingdom at Emesa, what did the royals wear in their worship services? They wore purple tunics, purple robes. Here are some more artifacts coming from the kingdom of Emesa that was thriving in the 1st century and then was ended around 73 AD. I found it very interesting that they wore purple tunics, purple robes. That is a direct connection to the New Testament story. But I will leave this link below if you want to read. They make the connection between Emesa and Baalbek very well in what they were worshiping, and also the way certain things at Baalbek were constructed. But it goes over many things. An inscription, one inscription that was found at this pyramid in Hermel. And just going down here, they have a diagram of the mausoleum here in Emesa. Here it is right here. This is identical to the Hermel pyramid structure, I believe. But there was one inscription here that called this the Mountain of God, and very similar inscriptions were found at Sogmatar from the Abgar dynasty, the very one who received the holy linen and the apocryphal texts and other stories. And Eusebius, in about 325, puts out a ridiculous story on this linen with the image on it. And then the church does the bogus investigation of the dating, the C14 dating. About 40 years ago, this story has been buried, the true history of the Shroud of Turin. I'll be talking a lot more on it. For new subs, I started investigating the Shroud of Turin maybe about 6 years ago when I was doing a story on the Knights Templar. Originally, I thought this for sure was a medieval hoax. A lot of people think Da Vinci did this, but this came into public notoriety. It was shown about 5 decades before Da Vinci was even born. And I know Scott Walter told me that he thinks Da Vinci is the one who did the Shroud of Turin. The leading expert in ancient America on the Holy Grail has no clue about the history of this artifact. But the more I investigated, I realized there was a whole lost history that was buried about this object for certain reasons. And I believe I got to the bottom of it. And really, I had to rethink a lot of things I believed in while looking into this, but I think I got to the bottom of the story. But I remember when I first came to the realization that this was an actual 2,000-year-old artifact and the similarities to the New Testament story, I just had all sorts of trouble accepting that. And it really took me years to accept it. And I tried to debunk what I believe because it's a lot easier to debunk something than prove something. And this is something I still have trouble with, accepting the story of this thing and where it actually comes from and how important it is. But I believe I have the whole story wrapped up. That is a video on the Hermel Pyramid built by the people who were worshiping at Baalbek. This is a very important place. As far as later history being wrote, where it came from, part of the greatest story never told, I will be speaking much more on the Shroud of Turin, but I believe that the person on the shroud came from these people in Emesa, ancient Homs. Leader was crucified here at the end of the Jewish revolt. A perceived miracle happened, and it changed the course of history. Hope you thought that was interesting.
All right, so we each have our own personal beliefs and the evidences or whatever that we find that lead us in our own ways. I personally believe that that is not a pyramid and was more likely connected to what we dub Tartarian brick style cathedrals, but the ones in the Anatolian region that are half destroyed, what I think that would be. Okay, what we also have for those that haven't seen this yet, we have undeniable perpetual motion machine. Anybody can 3D print it off and then just order the magnets, add the magnets in the steel ball, and you've got kind of annoying to keep it running. That's why you don't really see the channels that have built the perpetual motion machines, because like a lot of them, when they first built them, they let them run for a day, weeks, months. Some of them were like a year, but like when you run it for that long, it doesn't get backed up or saved. And secondly, you don't run it forever because eventually that sound just drives you nuts. So or what? That's how I feel. What I see. Smart self-running over Unity magnet toy. Smart device. Self-running over magnetic over Unity device. That's toy. Okay, come on. SMOT. Self-running magnetic over Unity toy. So I know that that was probably a free YouTube music song that he is playing in this video, but sometimes by playing the full soundtrack of these videos with the music included, we'll get the actual video itself copyright striked if it is, even though it's not the music that's copyrighted. Anywho, I'm rambling. There you go. It's going forever. It does keep going forever. You put two of them in there. There we go. Yeah. And you can also, I believe, yeah, so right here, there we go. So it is in Russian, but here you go. Physics toys at yandex.ru. I should probably send old Igor an email while that is on screen. And yes, it is Physics Toys. So it is Igor that he's got, I believe, 7 or 8 different overbalanced, over magnet, fine, and then also the so gravity wheel overbalanced. What's the other? We got the magnet aspects, the rotation, 3 rotations. What am I? Gyroscopic aspect of these devices that somehow get it working. So it's a gyroscopic pendulums with. I'm probably making no sense. Point being, I have seen Igor over the years, his Russian channel, where he's built and has up for sale. And I think you can also get the 3D printer blueprints from him to run them off yourselves. I think a lot of them are open source, but he also sells them that he makes himself, and sells fully functioning ones for those that don't have 3D printers or the time to do it. Point being, he's done several successful and has a store of several of these over Unity physics toys available, but you're ordering out of Russia, and that's why they're trying to build a whole new Cold War and have a hot war on the border, because, well, they don't want us knowing these things. At Yandex, before I forget. And it's like, I don't even think I should send this email until afterwards, when I can have a VPN going on when you're trying to make contact with the other side of the digital metaverse iron freaking. I almost want to say dome because of the Israeli missiles, but no, it's the Iron Curtain. All right, wrote a basic little basic email to Igor. Haven't sent it, but I've got it, so I can. This guy does epic stuff. Let's see his actual channel. Here we go. Here's the actual video playing in the live chat now for anybody, and Igor's channel himself. And then it crashes. I knew it was coming. I sensed it, and then it happened. Indeed. Okay. Is it still frozen with me? I don't even know. Let me know if you can hear me. Oh, and I'm back on the freaking guest one, so I don't even have control of it. Oh, finally realized I crashed. All right. See, this is why a true professional streamer has several computers running at once. So when they attack, good to go. But it looks like I've got the other loaded again, so back to Burton, there you go. He's back again. Here I come, once again. All right, see, omnipresent. They can try to take me down, but I'm still here. Told in stone, right? Yeah, a lot of. I see what Shem was saying, especially that channel. I've seen him before, but he's got the paintings. What am I mumbling about? Oh, I just had a crazy deja vu. That was something else. Been a while since I had a deja vu like that. This is what I was mumbling and rumbling about, and that the channel being told in stone, and that the channel himself is completely like, I almost wonder if it's like what you would label as a fact finder or fact checker, whatever the heck, like almost a trollish to the point that they stick to the narrative in their work. But that's why we're gonna play this little bit on silent and highlight these paintings that are claimed to be fictional. Oh, this is actually the real picture of the runes Virginia Water that they claim were rebuilt frauds of runes as opposed to leftover. Like, oh my god, it's so freaking stupid. And I gotta shout out to John Levi, who was the first that I had ever seen of that a couple years or several years ago now, that he brought light to it. Yeah, like, look at this. Like, this could that could be Alaska. This could be the island that freaking, oh my god, I gotta show this one to Ben. Ben Analog, the archivist, at 439 in. This, I swear to God, this looks like, is it the Aleutian Islands up there in the Bering Straits going through? But yeah, wow. Does that ever look like that? Oh man, crazy. Oh, deja vus are awesome. They are. I do indeed. Hello from US. Welcome, Johnny Bones. Welcome everybody that is here and joined in so far today. It's been a pretty excellent stream all in all. And where the there we go. Just trying to get in. Oh, Johnny Bones, returning subscriber and commenter. All right, anybody who does not have a blue wrench, if you're in the live chats, now would be the time to comment so I can see your comments and then give you a blue wrench, because on my channels, everybody deserves a blue wrench, because nobody should have to fear being deleted by anybody else. No, everybody should be able to post their own links, and everybody should be able to click on all you other commenters that they're chatting with and be able to then access each other's channels and subscribe to each other, because all of you do such excellent work. Sound stopped if you see this. Yeah, can people hear me? I'm confused. I just read something. Blue wrench yes, see, Emilios, man, you already have the blue wrench, good sir, next to your name. Thus, everybody, Tara, hello, good day. How are you? See, everybody's already. We're all wrenched up. Rambling. Oh, it is still going through like Brooklyn there. Like this. Oh man, this. The Civil War was, in fact, the war against the resistance of whatever the Tartarian or previous indigenous culture civilization was that had been beaten, conquered, and then was revolting. So they took the opportunity to, at that point, destroy all architecture, because I believe that would have been the point the Cabal decided a whole new reset and switched over from the understanding that they were going into a new golden age, or also just a new age, and out of darkness into more awakening, understanding the rest of it, that they were able to put the YOLO mentality and bullshit narrative onto us, and from that point forward, blinders on all of humanity when looking at everything that was just nature, the miracles of nature everywhere, not that's the leftover works of what we had previously done, and well, we made some mistakes, or something happens that fucks everything up, and we gotta prepare. Who knows? But most ain't listening, and well, it's time to do better, not die off all over again. And right, like this is like what, Brooklyn? Well, it could be the inners of any major U.S. on the especially eastern side city, and that it looks like war zone a lot of the time, and that these buildings are in fact predating most of the developments and modern what do you call settlements, supposed settlements and occupation, or oh goodness me, the inhabitation of the area. There we go. That's the word that I was looking for. Okay, what else was I going to share here and show? Right. Okay, so the video of the 3-minute Igor perpetual motion over Unity toy there, that the channel I shared, even though it's the original video I played, it actually wasn't Igor's Russian channel, which I now have gotten, and that I had not been able to find Igor's Russian channel since my original Bernard Conkin channel got terminated by YouTube, and I now have it again. So he is the one with all the successful over Unity devices, perpetual motion devices, and oh yes, we've got loads to do now that I've got it back. And he's got almost 1 million subscribers, but most all in Russian, and they wall it off, and the West isn't allowed to know a lot of the actual technology, truth, history, and everything in between. Last things we were gonna do today, though, not that here. Maybe each one. I don't know, but I should start with what I did promise that I was going to play, and this will be the last hour of what we're going to do today, and it is less of the alternative history, but all of the essentialness. The Brooks Agnew just released today, recorded yesterday, monthly free energy working group, 112th episodes or conference, and Brooke Agnew's free energy and battery electric vehicle technology, chemistry, electric chemical battery development, which is the most crucial out of everything. And in all the research, lectures, works, and everything I have done in my own works, as well as looking into every of the others, inventors and peoples, and in our community and everything like that, I had not yet come upon such great knowledge and listing of all of these technologies, as well as many of the suppressed ones, and their complete histories, to the degree of what Brooks Agnew gives right here, and his overall knowledge of it, understanding of it, and expertise. And I am going to do my darndest to make sure to get Mr. Brooks Agnew on here, and at the very least into an APEC or two, but also on a Free Energy Friday, as well as together with Mark Gerald and Jeremiah.
And within 2 hours, there was only one line because all the other vehicles had run out of charge, and mine could do 0 to 60 in 5 seconds. So they really liked it. And that's what kind of gave us our launch
yes,
there.
Megan.
Then we went to the North
He
American
goes
Fleet
deep into it
Association
in
show in
this.
Minneapolis. I had just started the website, like that week, made it go live. So we trailered up the truck, we hauled it to the NAFA show in Minneapolis. We got it on the floor. The show.
Okay, and all right, just to finish it off before we play this hour of Supreme D. Sorry. Oh no, you have been wrenched. You just haven't commented since being wrenched. That one last time I will remind all and give one last highlight of the title of today's video and one of the next projects I will be doing in the month of July. 1st June, I will be going to, this month, the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians finally site. But here is the last time I went to the Mount Yaminiska site and discovered these other guardians and what looks to be a mountain complex and evidence of macro forming on a ridiculous layer. My original footage, obviously. So anyone who is able to afford a $1, $5 donation here and there, or anything above and beyond, is appreciated and will go into funding getting me out here for a couple days to backpack with the drone and a couple of others to explore and be safe, and also I should have. I do have I should have enough covered as it is right now to cover the Medicine Hat, Badlands Guardians trip. So, doing raising for other future ones like this, like Drumheller Excess. Like, this is the craziest carved stairway. Oh, no audio. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, and I love that dog. And T2, he's Tito 2. He's the second incarnation of the same dog that I had. It's funny how that works. All right, the video I am playing, it is here. So this is the carved stairwell and passage in the cliffway. Tucks way back there. And the different guardians at the bottom, at the base there. And that this is, it's like hidden there, like 3 in, but that still is the very first mountain formation of the Rockies. Like, that's the first going in. Quite fascinating. I think it goes into an under mountain passage and way as well. So right to the right here and up of where I just you just saw on the right side of the mountain there, that was still on Mount Yaminiska. That is where the Montana megaliths. There was the one that was like robotic guardian or something that it was dubbed as or whatever. The same image, that same formation, carving thingy, whatever the heck you want to call it, exact same thing there on Mount Yaminiska, literally just 20 feet to the right of this stone right here, right at the top there, at the beginning of that cliff is where that robot guardian on Yaminiska is. And seeing identical repeating I guess constructions and monuments. Yeah, monuments would be what those would be called, referred to essentially, on multiple sites. All right, enough of that. Now, one last Brucey bonus of alternative history before doing the battery electric car presentation, and that is Rex Bear on scene today of other geoglyph sites, petroglyph sites, and it is the original site Dutch since discovered a few months back. Then the mainstream tried to call him racist and attacked him for being a racist for the discovery of it, simply for saying it was like First Nations or like the wrong political it was just ridiculous. And then of course all of the indigenous people that he talked to himself all were ecstatic of the find and appreciated everything he did. Point being, it's usually in this snowflake clown backwards cancel culture ridiculousness of a lost transgenderation of people that often the ones lashing out, attacking, claiming that some people are doing offensive or harmful activities towards another, like AKA racist activities, whatever the heck, it's usually not even the people of the minority that are supposedly being targeted that are claiming that offense is happening to them. It's actually usually a hidden crypto group of manipulators that in fact are using racial tensions to divide, conquer, and divide the people, the world, and spread hate and prevent any change or pressure happening on their own disgusting evil control. And that is my rant on that. Is this what the of course, like, worked 100 times before. Now it doesn't want to go full screen for this video, so I don't know. Hopefully the sound works, but it's not doing exit full screen. Why does it think I'm in full screen? Anyways, so when I was bringing up to Shem about an hour ago, this specific site that has these geoglyph and carving stuffs, and then the waters in between. So earthenworks, waters, earthenworks. This is the one.
That's like mosquito heaven out here. They're everywhere.
Well, we could see it from the aerial photographs too, but there's a network of canals in here.
Okay.
Which look a little darker green or lighter, depending on the grasses that are in them. And for some reason, they had them laid out over this prairie. Now, they might have been growing some kind of crop in here.
So I just ordered some more collagen from healthfleet.com, as you can. I think we're coming onto an earthwork right here. Is that one?
Yeah, this is the plus shaped pond. This is the first canal. You see, you just came over.
Oh yeah.
It's like Alaska. There's a swarm of.
Oh man. Yeah, these suckers are pissed. Referring to the mosquitoes out here. See, it's about foot deep right now. Not a foot. Bigfoot. Yeah, because we're on it right now, huh?
Yeah,
this is it.
Well, this is one of the plus shaped.
We're literally oh, there it is.
The first one.
Man,
And this would be a geoglyph. This raised, whatever this raised area here.
Yeah, geoglyph.
So we're on a geoglyph right now.
Geoglyph.
And nobody knows it except for us.
So you can only be seen from distance.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
And mosquitoes might know.
It connects.
And then it's interesting. You pointed out there's this tube, like vent tube, just sticking out. So what's that for? Where's the water going? Some ducks, some geese.
Not only are there swarms of
Shout out to Fellowship of the Dings, King of the Dings, Lord Dutch Sense, the earthquake forecaster, and his discovery of this geoglyph location that Rex and Diamond are currently exploring and verifying, and have found the actual geoglyph earthworks. And, well, that's one swampy step for archaeological recovery of indigenous history and remapping this world. And look at these, like, how the water,
I'm just swarmed by mosquitoes right now.
The canals.
They're eating me.
Still in there. No wonder you're getting eaten by mosquitoes if the entire thing is a swamp. So that's fascinating to see that it is swamp, yet there's the shapes that are just water with no grass, and then the others that are above that are land and contiguous, and that it's still swamp the entire way through.
You can feel them when they bite you. It's like they just stick a pin right in
the swamp here could have potentially been like rice paddies. I'm sure it wasn't rice, but that's
amazing.
What it was. I don't know.
I love it.
Into some flood terrain.
Are you telling?
Yeah.
So we're either in one of these two ponds.
In these areas, that's why it's.
And we just
today
walked on that geoglyph, I think, right there. That's where we're standing right now. As we get eaten alive.
Yeah, I guess I sort of muted the Rex swamping around while talking to make it easier to have heard me when all that was swamp grass, not swamp gas. But yeah, I would think that these, like, because you saw the perfectly symmetrical leftover ancient canal, and then like the square rectangular mini lakes, and that's like the main water feature that would be bringing this water in and maintaining the water of the grassland swamp areas, and then that there was the alternating just full water with no plants, so deep water that were these shapes of recognizable figures and animals, and then alternating was higher points, raised, elevated earthenworks of identical, or not identical, but similar, also repeating animals, shapes, figures, but the inverse, the back and forth of both deep water and raised above land, and that it's the marsh in between. I'm saying that marsh, probably by design, this was probably like essentially a giant hydroponic or like terraced, not terrorist, terraced, TERRACE, floodplain for agriculture with very easy dam plug stopping and unplugging flooding for watering things where you literally have to lift a couple of stones. I've seen it's lots of still being used in Asia, as well as some still in South America. I'm also theorizing all the ancient super abandoned ones in South America, as well as in South Africa, the ones that Michael Tellinger documents so much of, all of them functioning the exact same, being leftover remnants from a past epoch of past more advanced megalithic civilization, and that it literally, the way the terraces work and the cascading water works, it's just it's so unbelievably awesome, efficient, and epic, and that these things have lasted for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years, and that we're just too stupid to be putting them, for the most part, to use today. But that when you have the water at the top going in, it's like they have it carved, so it like either goes in the gutter, flows all the way down as the regular stream, and remains unclogged, unpolluted, and essentially still like primary spring quality structured water by the time it's getting to the valleys or whatever spots. But also you can lift a stone like in between it going to that main part and where it's coming out, and it will start flooding into the first terrace and take all the water down and flood the first terrace, and then and so down and down and down, and it literally floods all of them until you block each one off with the stone, let them dry and all of that. And you literally have the Asians today, the rice paddies and stuff, where it's rice and they have carp at the same time, like they're fish. So it's like they're getting several, and crayfish, like they're getting farming like 3 or 4 protein animal sources, as well as the grain source as well. And all in one. It's so ridiculously efficient. And the thing is at the end of the season, when they're ready to harvest, they just put the block up at the top so no new water comes in, take the block off at the bottom. It empties and drains absolutely everything, where even the fish and the crayfish and everything are out. Everything is there, and it's so freaking like just the amount of non-time, non-effort, like analog do-it-yourself working smarter, not harder, right? Like using nature geometry for itself. Tetrising nature essentially was what that was or is, and man, I want to replicate some of that myself, or reactivate some of it somewhere someday as well. But that in Cusco, Peru, as well as Sasaquana, I believe it's called, as well as why can I never remember the actual name of the freaking famous mountain town one that I've said 1,000 times before? Brain fart. Anywho, the main center Peruvian mountain city one that has all of the ridiculous terraces even in front of it, and that nobody's using it, and that when the Spanish came and the Inca had fled up and were eventually found hiding up in like I was looking at it earlier. Had pictures. Come on. This one right frickin' here. How sorry, Rex, and geoglyphs, but my god, I need to get some sleep. What the heck? Why can I still not remember the name? Saskatchewan was one, but the one we have up in front that's like I'm literally brain dead because I've said it a million times before. Yes, these are the terraces I am talking about, and that if there was, and see, so these chinampemas, I know exactly the ones you're talking about in there, and the interesting aspect of what Gerald had gone over a little bit, who several people have brought it up, mentioned it. Oh, William as well, it was. And that I've discussed in major part of my Star Fort, Star Citadel canal theory of it all is that at the very center of the Bastion battery is the underwater aquifer that sprouts out the water at the center tower point and then keeps cascading down, water falling down each layer of canals and moats in between that we see in the mall. And it would have been the same here. And sorry, back to the point of it, that the pyramids, and that it seems like at Machu Picchu, thank you, Mercy, the Mercy seat, giving me a seat of mercy. Like, how the heck do I forget Machu Picchu's name every freaking time? It drives me nuts. Yet I can list off 1,000 other like obscure sites that nobody knows of, usually on demand, and then each time I have to say Machu Picchu. Oh god. See, already happening again. The one in Indonesia, frick, right? Every single, oh god. All right, I'm not even going to get into it. Point being, this right here, Machu Picchu, from this angle, highly demonstrating these giant terraces that I've been speaking of. And then can someone please type BurnEye's Twitter handle? I actually have 3 Twitter handles, and all 3 we are live on right now, as well as all 3 are listed in the description links at the bottom of this video on YouTube. And let me see here. I'm trying to get the links for each one for you here, because how the hell are you supposed to find 3 different Twitters of just one guy when you don't even know what one is, right? All right. Back to what are we looking at? We've got, right, exactly. Any intelligence and especially genius person will not claim to know it all or be a know-it-all. Indeed, anyone that knows anything at all knows that indeed they know not a bit of anything at all, yet alone trying to know all. Okay. We got like, oh man. Right, so look at these step pyramids like this. Could that be terraced agricultural layering? And once again, the point of springs coming out of apparently being sucked out of and being drawn up from pyramids, and were springs springing up from the tops of pyramids, and were these sort of step pyramids in fact cascading down self-working hydroponic systems, possibly not aeroponic, that's spring. Hydroponic, yes, possibly. Why we see lots of the buckets a lot of times. Here we go, Cappadocia in Turkey. This is the ones I was talking about specifically. Like that's what the bloody F. Like, these are melted mountain apartment buildings, or maybe they're not melted, maybe they're just really eroded, I don't know, but like, that's super advanced ancient like they were built by people, like that's just, oh man. And then oh yeah, no, they're just like 5-10 stories tall of little mountain apartment complexes that we don't know how they're, when they created, but they're still the best that people can live in today, and they are all occupied. And that there was also lost 20 stories worth of city underneath it all as well, and they keep discovering more and more of these new multi-layer underground cities throughout Turkey that were lost and carved out, blah blah blah. It's like, no, you're just clearing out and discovering more of the single massive macro everywhere network that it is, and that at one point, and they probably mostly still are, this connected to the others. And interesting thought is that if they were building it like this, like it wasn't melted or vitrified, if these were all geopolymer built from the very beginning, could it be that they had like glass or some sort of energy field that where we see these openings, that they were able to keep them covered and pressurized, and that they could have had it pressurized from the very tops of these and tunneled down throughout the entire macro system potentially. And I'm thinking of that on an initial settler sort of like alien colonizing for the first time sort of thing. Like, you're digging sand or rock up, or you're breaking rock down into dust to build it up into the geopolymer structure, tops, supports that you need on the top, while simultaneously digging down into the foundation bedrock, grinding it and building, re-solidifying it into the other part. It's like a 2-in-1. The way Bob Grenier explained that aspect, it just makes absolute sense to me, and to what absolutely all that we see in these sort of cases, that there's no doubt about it, that they were carved out by whoever were the geopolymer people, but that they were carved out on spot, probably still, maybe, possibly even with power tools, probably, but ground down and then just reassembled into the geopolymer megalithic polygonal earthquake-proof mega structures that are the caves, the walls, the everything else in between and around on everything that we see with all of these. And why that also really does explain why so often it's like you get straight bedrock stuff and then this unbelievably ornate sort of things, is that if they were essentially just grinding off that bedrock and then simultaneously able to reattach it in the molded formations to the original, that's just absolute ingenious and exactly what we probably see. All right, and it's everywhere. And like, oh, looky here, eh? Oh, nothing to see here. It's not a giant underground everything in the mound in the house. Oh, look, no chimney there. It's not all inhabited underneath. No, not a hobbit home. Not every single mound everywhere. Domes, right? Just so freaking fascinating because they're so freaking huge and they're everywhere, including Alberta and Montana and Siberia and Greece. Oh my God, who did I accidentally just put in timeout? I did not mean to do that. Oh, Sister Tranquil Vortex, that was an absolute accident. I stupid freaking too many buttons. Okay, you weren't hid. You should be right back. I'm sorry, I did not mean to do that. Freaking just trying to put up comments and it glitched and it hit the wrong. You understand. You're not gonna rage quit on me now. We've been through far too many EBTX streams together. All right. Sharing panel nonetheless. And shout out to Tranquil Vortex. That Aussie sister got bars 4 days and they're good. Like, they're actually good. Like, damn good, girl. Gold Coast. I need to go to the Gold Coast one day. It's on the bucket list, as is New Zealand. And shout out to CJDV Chris in New Zealand. And Chris, whereabouts are you in New Zealand itself? Are you able to go be our boots on the ground on the main island and find a lot of the megalithic walls? There's a lot of the polygonal supposed walls, as well as the basalt style ones, I believe. And then there's some sort of like Moai or like some sort of indigenous rock monolith, megalith, stone megaliths there too, I guess be the best way to say. If you know of any of them in New Zealand and are close to any of them and willing to get us some pictures and or video, it would be epic. And this call goes out to everybody everywhere, no matter where you are, whatever's around you, just like Shem is doing, just like I'm doing, just like we're all doing. So should everyone. And that's what it's all about. And when we're all doing it, all putting it out, and it's just in everybody's faces that it's not hidden anymore, it's just in plain sight everywhere, then we will hit a critical mass that the sheeple will just accept all of a sudden, like, oh, just like, oh, it's everything's just, an algorithm or a simulation, or, oh, it's all just a part of God's plan, or it's all just, nothing because, we're a speck of dust and nothing means anything, or, oh, things were more advanced at one point and now we're starting to figure it out again and we're almost getting there again. It's like they'll just switch on a dime and it'll be like nothing happened and I'll be like, oh, now we're part of all sorts of transmutational aliens, or who knows what the heck, maybe transmutational demons or LSD dwarves or DMT, whatever the heck they are. I don't know. Maybe reptoids, maybe feline hominids, maybe canine hominids. I don't know. Hopefully not goat freaking people. That would be weird. But quite possibly ant people. Who knows? I don't know. But I suspect there could be everything and anything out there in the galactic multiverse. We just need to stop killing each other and ourselves before we're allowed to advance out and interact with the rest of existence and creation, and probably our own creation. Where can I find out more about these New Zealand places? Honest to God, Chris, it could be as easy as just hitting Google or DuckDuckGo and saying New Zealand megalithic sites. You'd be amazed how much that'll bring up. Also, maybe check out the same terms, just like megalithic sites in New Zealand on Facebook and or TikTok. That's the one that I can almost guarantee you'll probably be shocked that there'll be like 5 different sites within 20 or 50 kilometers of where you spend your entire life sometimes. Like we're all finding out, like Shem, for instance, a whole bunch of pyramids and earthworks of that, like he said, he was crawling around from high school to finding out that they're not on maps and that there are indeed some pyramids that he's walked on his entire life. Rambling, where the pictures, here we go. And like, look at that, like what the heck is this, just halfway into the ground? And that we also see this exact same thing but like carved into the side of a cliff. And they're like, oh, it's like, no, this all has to be like the geopolymer and different stuff like that. What else am I trying to do? Pictures. There we go. Change the picture. And success. This one, another one that I could easily see if they had aquifer pumping up, the water pressure pumping up, and a fountain at the top, and then the water cascading down each of these terraces, easily agricultural terraces, and it's amplifying the structure water aspect, the energy of the water, as well as the field, the electroculture of the area and energy of it, that you could probably be getting 5 to 10. They probably win these macro agricultural, electrocultural, antiquitech, whoever the pyramid builders were, and when they were built and functioning at their primest, we're probably getting 5 to 10 exponential more yield off of their crops and gardens as our current poisonous ones are, or maybe even more so. Maybe like what happened to the macro my goodness, the lost younger dryas megafauna. Could it just have been we've poisoned it all and put in the wrong frequencies and put in toxins and chemicals and shrunk ourselves? Probably more of the eugenics aspects today. Who knows? But it seems that we have the potential to all grow larger and live longer and all the rest of it. The chance of abundance and easy abundance opposed to the death, despair, and scarcity that we artificially dictate and implement onto ourselves and the world of today. Tragically and irresponsibly and recklessly. Okay, here's another one. This is also at... Are you freaking kidding me? I said it like 10 times and already again. Wow. See, this is what happens when you smoke too much pot in a day. and it does destroy your short-term memory until you go to bed, wake up refreshed again. Oh man, I am cursed. Machu Picchu. God, can't believe it. Machu Picchu right here. That is further down the Machu Picchu mountain, but it's actually this mega terraced, Terrace, terraces, the entire mountain. Like, it's just insane. And that literally, you not in this, actually in this picture right here, you can see, and that's actually the waterfall stream going down, and that it's actually carved in that they do have a spring from the very top. Like, it, this primal water, is that what it is? How does it literally pop up at the top of these mountains? I've always wondered that, hiking in the Rockies as well, that it's like we're told, oh, it's from rain in the water table, holding it and stuff. Yet if you ever actually hike in the mountains or into the springs, or like find the source of the prime water, you see that it's like it's usually popping up at the highest topographical point out of nowhere and just gushing up, and it's like, this is backwards, shouldn't be doing it, yet it's how it's all doing it. It's pretty interesting, but point being that, you put a rock up, waters everything, put a rock down, it dries. Just the way I had seen it, with it still being operated in the same simple but very advanced engineering in its building itself, in Asia, that it's like the 10-12-year-old child, one child's chore for the day would be in the morning to like go move the stone into or out so the water could go in, and then like an hour later go put the stone back in so that the water stops going, so it's it's been watered, it doesn't get flooded, whatever the heck. But it's like, it's insane how much land and like actual just water work that gets done. Like, it's compared to, even I'm thinking like on my family ranch and the farms, and like the sprinkler systems, and how much we still have to like move it around, and how much physical labor it is compared to these ancient ones. It's like we're so ridiculously inefficient. It blows my mind every single time you see an example of it and figure it out. But it's about then doing something with it, implementing it, and going forward, working smarter, not harder, every time. And if I find a terraced place like this in the Rocky Mountains, I'm definitely going to build me like a summer cabin there or something, and start it up. God, like, you just literally, it's one day of putting the seeds in the spring, and one day of pulling the plants out in the fall, and everything else is done, and you have a mountain full of food, literal mountain full of crop yields. Like, we're so wasteful and horrible as a species right now. Okay, couple more pictures. Oh wow, 4 hours 32 minutes exactly, 4:32. As I looked, and I was like, man, we're probably at 4 hours, and holy shit, we're already at 4.5 now. Pardon my poopy math. And we still have the full 1 hour Brooks Agnew, free energy battery electric vehicle lecture to go here. So, and we'll do just a few more of these photos that, everything has to be re-questioned, and then what makes sense? What's the simplest, easiest way? And that's what it is. Or, what is the only way that something could have been done that every other way is impossible, but one way that seems unlikely or ridiculous, but is actually proven as working. When it's all that remains, it has to be, the ways that things are done, even though it may go against many people's beliefs or dogmas or what we've been told or what we tell ourselves in the past. Like, this looks bombed out, okay? Like, where's the overgrown? Like, it's almost more overgrown. Okay, not gonna say more overgrown now, but that is blown up. That's not freaking from the forest. Like, it's like a freaking shelled out apartment condo behind it. Like, this is what like Bakhmut looks like today. Are you kidding me? They're trying to claim that was, just lost to the forest. Like, look, that's the government building blown up. They even fixed it. Oh, how did they? Like, what? Man, we are not. Things are not at all what they said they were. And this probably, like, my guess is Guatemala, Honduras, maybe Mexico. Somewhere in there is where this would have been. Like, yes, just fractal ray resonator designs. Like, no. That what is a macro device that is clearly recognized in the exact same schematics and proportions and materials in a micro small size as, a patented useful device, while when it's in front of us identical but in a larger macro size, no, that's no machine or any function, silly. That's just because the people that built it at the time believed that it looked cool, so they did it to be impressing their beliefs of gods or many gods. Like, just the shit they claim, it's so ridiculous. That's the archaeology classes was what literally broke my mental straw of the back of the camel the 3 times that I was in post-secondary university. I've done 4.5 years, a year and a half each time, 3 semesters, and by the 3rd semester, it's like I begin back into like, yeah, let's do something cool with the archaeology or like the history or eventually even doing religious studies, looking into it, and anthropology. And it's like, you could only ever get like one of them before you just get so freaking angry at the insanity that they were trying to indoctrinate. And I would constantly just gently try to present the real evidence that conflicted what they were trying to say each time. And, it was like it was invisible and didn't exist at all. And I don't know. All right. So Machu Picchu is also the picture in front of us here. And this is the top of the mountain city. And once again, it also is still a terraced mountaintop as well, like a pyramidal step pyramid on the top flat portion of it too, that would fit perfectly into your cascading waters feeding from the very top of it, if it was the way it would be. The aqueduct, right? So Roman Street, which I believe that what they claim as Roman aqueducts and Roman architecture was in fact Atlantean, and that that's why they put it as this Roman, to explain why it was all over the world, and that they made up this fictional Rome to replace Atlantis and the history of Atlantis and Lemuria and so forth. And that it was after the last cataclysm reset that they sent out from Rome all the Jesuit orders, which are, if you don't know what the Jesuit order is, that is the secret society order, documented secret society order of the Roman Catholic Church, and it is also the military order by dictate of the Roman Catholic order. It is a secret military order of the Roman Catholic Empire, and it is well, you know, they own the sovereign between any individual and the creator, right? You cannot own your own sovereign under them. They're going to make sure of it. And if you disagreed, well, they would just send out some smallpox, some fire water, some fire powder, and some genocide, and an army of Spanish, English, and French conquistadors to set everyone straight, whether it was originally the Celts and Druids that, you know, they tried to put, or the Slavics, Vikings as well, okay, the white population, the ethnic biological white population that Rome, specifically the Jesuit order, you know, tries to put the blame and racial and their own crimes onto. And in fact, it is the control system. My whole point being that before Rome was the power of Rome, I don't think Rome was anything at all, because there was the Celtic population and Slavic populations that literally inhabited all of the areas that were then suddenly and magically flipped into Roman Catholicism. And yet we're told that, oh, Rome first, you know, battled off the evil Druids of the UK, and well, oh, they also battled off those evil Muslim barbarians and the Arabic and the Moorish. It was the Moors, all, and essentially Tartarian, and all the original super ancient, super advanced, most likely peaceful coexisting populations and societies of the world today, or of the past, that, you know, were essentially like racially biologic, the same root peoples of each world, of each area, that, you know, we're the exact same that we have been for a very long time, and that we are all coexisting in peace and harmony for a very long time as well. And that it was only after this most recent reset but catastrophe that wiped out that harmonious former multi racial, multi-society, global or realm-wide trading, traveling, living worlds, and replaced it with the Roman order of monotheism and godly people of the higher class, not no barbarian thug Mongols. Like it's fucked up. But something happened, and they hijacked it, and they genocided and destroyed everything and every peoples that was around the world, and established indigenous and subverted them underneath them since, and reset. And I believe that to be. Oh my goodness. Do we still have Tranquil Vortex? Did you rage quit on me? Are you still here? Did I? Oh, yes. Okay, you're back. Good. Good. New comments. My Aussie sister. I just wanted to make sure I didn't accidentally hide you, because that permanently I would have been heartbroken. We love you here, sister of the Gold Coast. And a dude. Look at this guy, right? So these sorts are what you might find in New Zealand, CJDV, Chris. Like these are the Micronesian ones. They're also Indonesian. Perfect. And I gotta have you on one of the next Science of Sound ones to spit some bars. Well, we've got some sound engineers and recording and beatboxing all lined up, and we'll actually get a track done, because your lines are dope, girl. And interesting. So it's like, you want to tell me that they could build the plumbing for these fountains that are still running perfectly for the last how many hundreds or thousands of years since this was originally made, but in the building behind they didn't have running toilet water? No. Sorry, doesn't make sense. Why would you just do it? Why would you do it for decoration but not your home practical use? Like, it's so freaking stupid that we could believe that. Like, it, you know. And this is why the cow is sacred in India. Okay, it is a titan of a cow. It will give you a lot of cheese. Sorry, that was just, I don't know. Can you joke? Can you joke without it being racist? Can you do impersonations without being called a disgusting human? No ill will about anybody, just trying to imitate their accent. Could be, RJ. They use the 3 seashells. It's a joke. Yeah, right? Like Rome is... Like Rome can't get its story together. Like Shem was pointing out earlier. Oh, we have these Roman ruins that all across America that we just decided that we wanted to build and import and imitate these megalithic, giant, completely useless, overly expensive at a time that, we don't even have electricity and can't even survive the winters too well. But we're going to build these replica ruins of Roman architecture across America, right? And the UK and Europe. Or wait, no, that was always there before it was just known as Atlantean or Lemurian, and it was of the past root race or society that then. Oh, it is such a beautiful statue, though. 100% it is. Like, it's freaking epic. I sure think so. One point I'm going to put out, though, is look at them eyes almost look a little bit like the Sumerian, Babylonian sort of carvings. So it's interesting that that is in India or Bangladesh, somewhere in that area. I'll keep hiding my pictures on myself. Aha! Is this Sacsayhuama, I believe? Once again, could be agricultural terrace. Potentially. But this one specifically, when looked at from above, is just next level. Like, it's crazy. And where this stuff is, and like, no roads and middles of jungles, and like, we couldn't just randomly, no multi-millionaire and probably a billionaire would at least go bankrupt trying to replicate one of these megalithic pyramid cities or whatnot that we are discovering in like the ruins of the Amazon, for instance. And when these things, because you see the ancienter they are, the more colored and shiny they are, and that they all used to be covered in gold and silver foil at the least, usually sheets of it, lots of rubies and like gemstones as well on the tops, and I'm guessing mercury involved as well somehow, and they're already in the fractal waveguide generator. So that's how you're taking waves of energy, guiding it down and generating it into useful electrical and magnetic current. And that's what these things are, and they're on the macro scale. And then they are focusing all of that energy, directing it into these resonating bells, and the domes, what's the word I was trying to, anywho, amplifiers, just the shapes that increase the energy and focus the energies, and that they were of made of metals like the golds, the silvers, the most electrical potential you could have within the macro structures, physical materials. It's ridiculous. Can only dream and do speculative history of what these macro machines would have looked like when operating in their heyday. Focal point, that definitely would have better described what I was trying to state. And yes, it's all getting the energy into the focal point, but then of that focal point, it then like pops it into another. It's not the down. Oh, that'll come to me anyways. It's just more functions of it. But that's, yeah, it is all gathering them into those focal points and then putting it into useful, directed purposes and practices of it all. We're just beginning to start figuring out what those are and how to measure them and what's going on all around us. Like the sound waves and light waves that exist that we cannot see. Amplifier, yes. Inverter, all of them simultaneously. And I think it was oh man. Anyways, I probably said it and just can't even realize it. Okay, so these giant monoliths, their antenna, like I got gotta freaking get a email back. He's already agreed. I just have to book it with his scheduler, David Soretta, and the work and research he has done on not just proving, but also figuring out and calculating the exact frequencies that these things are actually putting out just by existing, because of all the dimensions. You can get the resonant frequency, and then when you get that resonant frequency and put in the proportionate dimensions of the actual size of the monolith, and you get the wavelength that's in the Hertzian frequency that these things are actually vibrating at and broadcasting out. And for all we know, like, we could be the little automatons, aka drones, that are radio controlled and or blocked from each other or blocked from source, potentially. You know, like, we're all stuck in our heads. I've had countless different out of mind, out of body, but what's the one I'm trying to go? Telekinetic experiences and telekinesis with others. Quite possibly or plausible at some point that human biology is capable and designed for telekinesis, and that maybe on a different realm or with zero interference, we naturally do telekinetic with between everybody and ourselves, and possibly even nature and other animals, and maybe even the natural consciousness, life, and animals still could even be operating on that whatever bandwidth or wavelength. We have broken off our receiver of it, or our converter of the galactic radial energies, where it just comes in as static now. Or maybe these freaking things could be blocking them out, who knows? Or inversely, potentially, you could put your head up to one of them, meditate, and it blast your consciousness out into the galactic universal goo that is everything. Yes, telepathy. Sorry, thank you. I knew I was messing that up. Just too late in 5 hours now. Oh my, and it's 1 a.m. That's okay. Oh dear. It froze again. Can you hear me? Why is it freezing? Why do I just randomly have these problems? They're like, no, you cannot talk about telepathy. Okay. All right, I guess this one's going to 6 hours. Or is it? It's frozen again. Oh dear. Oh, computer save me. It crashed. Fuck. Again.
It crashed again.
Oh, no, it didn't. Did it? Yeah. Oh, no, it didn't. All right. Okay. All right. My bad. Weird. Well, it's acting funky, but it didn't quite crash, so that's okay with me. Now, if only Twitter would cooperate. Come on, Twitter. I remember like 15 years ago when they're like, oh, we're advancing, buffering will be a thing of the past. And then like 10 years ago, at one point it was like pretty much buffering was a thing of the past. And then like 9 years ago, all of a sudden it's like, man, why does everything like just suddenly start sucking and stop working as good as the previous ones did and start breaking after 6 months? And then you find out, actually Apple, Samsung, they all sabotage their products to self-destruct after short times and collapse. And most of the computational space running on our personal individual processors, computers, and hardware that we all own, whether it be your cell phone, your tablet, your PC, or your laptop, or your smart appliances. Yes, probably at least 50%, if not 75% of the computational resources and energy and activity going on is actually running backdoor spy freaking goddamn tyrannical bullshit, man. It's fucked up. They fucked. Yeah, well, you can get some right ones. Like if you do it right and know what you're doing, 100% you can never have an issue, and keep it that way. And that's just to show that if you know what you're doing, you can prevent their bullshit. And I need to get back on that, clean my systems. Have them running better, less buffering, the better. Come on now. Yes, I kind of have too many tabs open too. Oh, I forgot to share my 3 Twitter handles with all of you too. My apology. It's coming. Fasige 112 Brooks Agnew. Please
liked it, and that's what kind of gave us our launch right there. Then we went to the North America Fleet Association show in Minneapolis. I had just started the website like that week, made it go live. So we trailered up the truck and we hauled it to the NAFA show in Minneapolis. We got it on the floor. The show opened the next day, and within 4 days we had 56,000 orders for that truck. They came from as far away as Santa Clara, California. We thought we had a winner. We really did. So we applied for several Department of Energy grants, which were plentiful in those days. In the early days of the Obama administration, they were plentiful. And I think we spent pretty close to $280,000 in application fees for various grants, different things. It was a waste of money. We didn't get any of it. So I finally went to Washington myself and sat down with Congress. And I actually, they invited in the Secretary of Transportation, Ray LaHood. So I was talking with him in front of 14 congressmen and about 400 businessmen from around the country. And I asked Secretary LaHood, why won't you support independent companies to bring electric vehicles to the American highway? And he said, electric vehicles? Why don't you just buy a GM? Just buy a GM. You know, what are you doing? And I said, well, actually, we did that. We did that once. It was called the EV1. You remember? We did buy it, but then they gathered them all up and crushed them. So now we still don't have electric vehicles. So I want to know why.
That was a movie called Who Killed the Electric Car.
That's right. That's right. And I know who killed the electric car. It was the governor of California, because he was paid a bunch of money by the big car makers to do it. Anyway, that's how he got his campaign money. Anyway, I put the question to him again. You know, I want to know why you won't support companies like mine that have superior technology and give us a chance to bring it to the American highway and let the buyer decide. And he said, because they made the investment. And I said, well, with all due respect, Mr. Secretary, we made the investment and we didn't get paid back. And you could hear a pin drop in that place. So he stood up to his full 6'5" and said, thank you all for coming to Washington. And he left. So the meeting was mine from there on. And by the time I was done with that meeting, I had him in the palm of my hands, I can assure you. But I never got the grant. So I went back again and again and again. And finally, I was talked to the chief of staff of one of the congressmen that was on the ATVM grant. The ATVM is advanced technology vehicle manufacturing grant. It was $23.5 billion. You could have spread it all over the place and really done a lot for the EV industry. And he said, here's the deal, Brooks. That grant was set aside for GM when they come out of bankruptcy. It was all fake. It was all a sham. The whole thing was just a big shell game. And if you don't believe me, look at the executive order that President Biden just put forth, eliminating the $7,500 tax credit for all vehicles except 3 makers: General Motors, Ford, and some company starts with an S. I don't know what it is, but Nissan, Volkswagen, Tesla, of course, is included, but no other new EV companies get that $7,500. They're all out. That means their vehicles now cost $7,500 more to the consumer. And the reason is because they buy too much of their batteries from China. So what are you going to do? So I'm in the process of actually selling my electric truck company. I've given it 13 years. I'm done with it. I cannot beat them.
Wow. Okay. So do you think maybe Vanguard and BlackRock were behind this, since they own these huge conglomerates, GM and Ford? Do you think there was a connection there?
Well,
to those company, they conspiracy.
It's all to funnel, billions of dollars for the grant money, research money, and eventually consumer money to them and keep it away from their competitors. But that is what a fascist government does. A fascist government uses government to prevent competition against the core corporations.
Okay, and tell us a little bit more of when you were trying to get that grant. They wanted you, I don't know if you're even allowed to say this, but they wanted you to make a donation to certain people, the Democratic Party.
Oh, this is going to get into some stuff, James. So part of the art of getting money to build a manufacturing plant is to get a state to buy into you bringing jobs and technology to their state, right? One of those states was California. And so we began speaking with Barbara Boxer from California. And about 4 or 5 weeks into it, her campaign manager calls us up. Well, he is multilingual. So one of my business writers is also multilingual in the same language that he was multilingual. And so I brought her on the meeting and we had a very good discussion. Here's what it boiled down to. He said, I will set up a meeting in Beverly Hills. You fly to Beverly Hills, you bring your pitch, and you will get some sit down time with Barbara Boxer. And there's a California grant, and you can come to California and build your manufacturing plant and use that grant to build the building and acquire it. I said, that sounds good to me. He said, all you have to do is sign over 10% of the shares of your company. So I said, well, all right, that sounds reasonable. I'll take it to the board. Well, one of the members of my board is an officer in the North Carolina Military Business Center. I'm a veteran, and so I have access to the military business development, let's call it a chamber of commerce here in North Carolina. So I got a meeting. I sat down with him and I presented it to him. He said, run that by me one more time. And I explained it just the way I did to you. He said, Brooks, you need to run in the opposite direction because that is totally illegal. They cannot do that. I said, really? He said, yeah, if they are asking for stock from your company in exchange for a meeting from her to get a grant, that is totally illegal. I said, you got to be kidding me. Everybody does that. Well, I didn't do it. And by the way, she came at me again about 2 years later, sent the same guy, had lunch with me right up here at the, where the Speedway is. Speedway has a great restaurant, and you watch the cars go around, and we had lunch there. And he made the pitch to me again. And I said, I'm not going to do it. Not giving you 10% of the shares of my company for a meeting with Barbara Boxer. It's not going to happen.
Wow.
So, all right. So at this point, tell us why is it so expensive to start a electric car or even just a car company in the United States?
I don't think it's that expensive. I mean, it depends on what scale you want to do it. We were going to try to build a company to build 100 cars a month. because I think that we're talking about a niche of a niche of a niche. It's a very, very small market for electric pickup trucks. Things that like parts delivery or routes inside the city. They're not going to get on the freeway much. They're stuck in traffic most of the day, like in Atlanta or New York City, stuff like that, where you're sitting and idling your gas away all day long. All you really need a battery to do is run the heating and air conditioning and get you 100 miles a day, let alone 100 miles between, in a trip. Perfect application of electric vehicle. Perfect. So we sat down and talked with Advance. Advance Auto Parts is the biggest jobber supplier in the nation. They own like AutoZone and Pep Boys, and all those names you're familiar with are all owned by Advance. And we also spoke with the OEMs, which is like Worldpac. Worldpac delivers like Mercedes and Ford and Chevy. They warehouse the parts that are made by the factory. In some cases, they hold on to them for 6 months at a time. They buy them in bulk and then deliver them to the dealerships. So the dealerships don't have to have big warehouses of parts. Like if you go to get a starter for your car and they say, we don't have it, we can have it at 2:00. That's because it comes from Worldpac. It doesn't come from AutoZone. So we went to them, and Worldpac wanted to replace all 1,200 of their trucks. They saw perfect use for our truck. And Napa Auto Parts wanted 6,800 trucks. This is full tilt for a plant that can make 100 or 200 vehicles a month. Full tilt. And we thought it was a very good way to bring the plant online. I am a master of modular manufacturing systems, so I could develop an assembly line that could make a vehicle in about 4 hours, and we could just duplicate that. So if we wanted to do it in 1 hour, you just make 4 lines and split up the work. But for the way the market was going to demand it, and the fact that we had no what's called a floor plan is where the vehicles are paid for before they're ever painted, before they're ever even assembled. They're paid for by the dealers through a floor plan. So we don't have to finance the actual parts that build a vehicle. But we didn't have a floor plan, which meant we had to buy all the parts, and then they would come to the plant, and we would close the deal at our plant and then ship it to their dealership. And that's the way it would work. We did not want to have dealerships out there because we knew exactly what was going to happen. Our trucks would be the carrot to get customers in the showroom so they could sell them a gas-powered truck. And we would never sell electric vehicle.
Wow. Yeah. So the funding thing is an issue. So why is it that Elon Musk was able to get his Tesla car companies funded, and then because that was around the same time as you, they were able to get those grants.
And we were contemporaries at the time. As a matter of fact, the founders of Tesla Motors were friends of mine. I actually tested my original mini truck at their facility in Ann Arbor, Michigan. So we were contemporaries. But what happened was they ran out of money developing the S model. They had built the Roadster, and I think they'd sold them in 85 different countries, but they hadn't made any money. So they did a capital call. They went back to their shareholders and asked for more money. One of their shareholders was Elon Musk. So Elon Musk said, okay, I will put in more money, but I want more stock in the company. So they really had no choice. They made the deal. And the next week, Elon realized he was the majority shareholder. Well, not the majority, but the largest shareholder in the company. So he did a hostile takeover, and he fired my 12 friends that actually founded Tesla Motors. And then he had to bring in $40 million. Actually, it was $44 million of his personal money to keep the company going, which I thought was very brave and very risky. But he got the Model S to where it was just about ready to deliver. And he decided to do, in business, we call this a reverse merger. This is where you take an existing company and you merge it with a publicly trading shell corporation. The shares are already on the market. It's all fully reporting, so you don't have to go through all the SEC crap. And you could put your shares right onto the market. So that's what Elon did. And he put his shares on the market. Well, immediately, like within days, Citigroup began shorting the stock. And I mean naked shorting the stock. They didn't actually buy the stock. They just used their position on the seat, an exchange, to naked short the stock. So they sold the stock cheaper than Tesla Motors was selling the stock for. So they sold more stock and, of course, kept all the money. None of it went to Tesla. So then he used market makers, and Citigroup used market makers, and one of them was Time Magazine. So they gave a Model S to the Time Magazine reporter. He took that car out and trashed it. He drove it at 100 miles an hour in the wintertime with the windows down and the heat on full blast. And actually, it died on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. So he wrote a scathing review of the Tesla in Time Magazine. And the stock dropped about $1.75, actually almost $2. And all of us at our plant, we took our hats off because we were like, that's it for them. They're done. I mean, their stocks are going to go to 1/10 of a penny and there'll be no more Tesla motors. But Elon sent an engineer to New York, and rather than haul the whole car back, he got the black box out of the car, which recorded all the performance of the vehicle while this guy was driving. And he downloaded the record. And then he published the record. And it turned out the car actually outperformed its original design. It went further, faster, and had no problems whatsoever. And Elon, being a master marketer himself, he published it in a press release. And the stock went back up about $2.10. Wasn't much. It was about $23 a share then. Or don't you wish you would have bought it back then? It was about $23 a share. Well, when he did that, it caught Citigroup in the squeeze. They didn't own the shares. They didn't own the shares, and their short came due, and they had to buy the shares off the market from current shareholders. It was 100 million shares. Citigroup got burned $1.2 billion. Elon put about $400 million in his pocket because he sold some treasury stock into it as well. And he had enough money to pay off the Department of Energy loan of $70 million. He told them to take a hike because they were starving him out. And he bought in with Toyota in Long Beach and started building the Model S. Slow at first, but then orders were like 2 years behind. But he ended up catching up and perfecting his operations and his manufacturing process. And I would say not very smart. He used his customers as quality control. So when his customers would have a complaint, he would fly a team right to their house, either fix the car or replace the car right there. So it wasn't very smart as far as making cars, but he knew a lot about stock. And he knew if he keeps his customers happy, he'll take the loss on the front end and it'll pay off in the back end. And it's doing it. He makes the best electric cars in the world because he was successful beating Citigroup's ass, who tried to force him out of business using naked shorts, which, by the way, are illegal, but the Obama administration refused to prosecute.
Wow. So, yeah.
That's why Tesla's alive. That's why Tesla exists. Not because he made the best car at the time, but because he knew how to sell stock.
Okay. Well, how about we discuss this? We could talk a little bit about maybe battery technology. So can lead acid batteries be regenerated? Because, they supposedly have to throw them out and they're bad for the environment. So is there,
they can
purposely doing it? Okay, go ahead.
The lead turns to lead sulfate with a fixed rate of decay. So obviously the more lead you put into, the longer it's going to last. The further away the plates are from the bottom of the battery, as the lead sulfate flakes begin to build up in the bottom, they don't short the plates out. That's the difference between a 2-year battery and a 3-year battery. But the lead itself can be recycled. The plastic can be recycled. And so lead acid batteries, we don't really throw them in the landfill. We do recycle them as much as possible. But lithium iron phosphate batteries or lithium manganate batteries are not recyclable. There is no recycling process in the United States. All the batteries, when they're done, go right in the landfill.
What kind of batteries were you using on your electric?
I was using lithium iron phosphate because they were the cheapest. We were buying them for 85 cents an amp hour, which is more than the dealers were buying them for here in the States. And now I think they're down to about 60 or 62 cents an amp hour. But it is not technology that's sustainable.
Okay, so are you familiar with technology called the vanadium redox flow battery?
Yeah, the vanadium battery is a really neat battery. It's a little hard to make, and we don't have the infrastructure to make that battery here, but that's that and the diamond diamond neutron battery. That's really where we need to go. And now in the old days in aviation, we used to use something called a zinc air battery. And zinc air is fantastic. I mean, it only takes a minute or two to recharge the battery, because what you do is drain out the electrolyte and put in new electrolyte, and then you have a full charge and you're ready to go. But we have no infrastructure for that in the civilian community. We only use it for aircraft. But those other batteries you mentioned, the vanadium battery.
So yeah, the
allergy.
vanadium that was invented in Seattle, and they never built it here, and the Department of Energy sold it off to the Chinese.
Yep.
And I guess so. Do you think there's like a conspiracy behind all that? They purposely trying to keep the United States and build up.
You wouldn't believe. I've been all over China. I've been to Chengdu. I've been to Wuhan. I've been to Shanghai. I've seen all the plants. You would not believe what I have seen in China. Like the most environmentally ruinous manufacturing processes you have ever seen. I went to a plant one time where I was gonna buy 10 of those frames I was telling you about, with no motors or transmissions or anything. And I asked to see the paint house where the vehicles were painted, because they were just painting with, regular old lacquer paint, right? And I went to the paint house and I noticed there was no sludge plant for the overspray. I said, well, so I see the troughs underneath here that catch the overspray, but where does it go? I don't see any fabric. Or they said, oh, we just run it over the hill. They just ran it, and they've been doing it for decades, running that paint over sludge or overspray in water over the hill into the environment. And that's why you can buy their trucks for $11,000, because they don't have any environmental controls whatsoever. And when I brought them over here to watch the crash testing of their truck that I had strengthened in electric form at Chelsea Proving Grounds, they watched it. I didn't let them film it, but they watched it. And it fell apart like a daisy smack with an iron, let me tell you. But they said, what would you do to strengthen it? So I took out a yellow pad and I drew some features in the front end that would give them a little bit more crumple space, so you're not the first person at the accident, because these things were like snub-nosed in the front. And they said, so can we have that piece of paper? Because it was just a sketch. It wasn't even anything dimensional. And they took it. And I went over there to Chengdu 6 months later, and there was that truck in clay sitting on jack stands. They had built my truck. And I said, well, this is great. This is great. Where do I sign the partnership? And they said, oh, no partnership. We developed this. And that was it for me. That was it. That was the last day I ever did business with China.
Oh dear.
Chris, okay. Did the Chinese ever come to the United States and copy your technology and then bring it back?
Yes, they did. They came to my plant in Idaho, and I was actually using a sodium nickel hydride battery. I was not using lithium at the time. And it was a really odd manufacturer, had a metal case to it. It actually fit very nicely, and it worked super well. I paced 14 races in Salt Lake City in one day with that truck, and I left all the other electric vehicles in the dust. We were still running at 9 p.m. with lights on and everything when everybody else was hauling their vehicles away. And I went over there, I think it was that same year right before Christmas, and darned if I didn't see a stack of those exact same batteries on a rack, and they were cycle testing them with a battery tester. And they had just visited the plant. I didn't let them take out their camera or anything. They just saw the batteries, remembered the model, went to the company, and bought their own. And they did it to other countries too. I was going to buy a little car called the MR2. It was cute. It would have made a great commuter car in this country. Great. And I liked the car, and I bought it and put it in a shipping container and had them ship it to me, and it got lost in shipping. Turned out my Chinese translator stole the car. It was just one thing after another with these Chinese. But the bottom line is they didn't even own that car. They copied it from the French. So I went to the French and I asked them for all the MR2s that they had and their molds. And they said, we haven't made that car in probably 8 years. We make electric bikes now, but we're not going to make that car. So I offered to buy the molds and all the prototypes they had and all the parts they had. And I said, because I liked it when I drove it. They said, what do you mean drove it? I said, yeah, I was in China. I drove the vehicle. And I sent them a picture of it. They said, we didn't build that vehicle. The Chinese had copied it, stole the design from them and copied it.
Wow. And there's no recourse. I mean, even if you have a patent in the United States, I guess you could try to get the patent over there, but the government doesn't even recognize, they won't enforce it.
It goes through the Hague. All the patents go through the Hague. It takes a long time to get an international patent. And the MR2 didn't have a patent on it. Now, I understand that Mercedes sued them for copying their SUV, but I don't know how successful it was.
Wow. Okay. Let's see. Go to some of the next questions here. What is the point of getting the patent if the Chinese can just steal it anyway?
That is the question of the day, isn't it? My last patent on the electric drive cost me $27,000 and then about $6,200 maintenance on it 2 years later. So figure $33,000, which guys like me don't have that kind of money to throw around all the time. We have to save up for a while to do it. Because in 2013, Barack Obama changed the patent law. The patent law used to read like from the days of Tesla, actually elderly Tesla, first to invent. So if you could show prior art, you could go complain to the examiner and say, I have all my lab notebooks and my photographs and my prototypes that I invented just 5 years before they did, and they stole it from me. Then they would negate the patent and give it to you. But Barack Obama changed it in 2013 to first to file, which put it back like it was when Edison and Morgan were stealing patents from Nikola Tesla. And we just can't afford it. You know, Toyota spends $1.4 million a month filing patents. But you know how much they make on patent infringement? About $50 million a month, suing companies that infringe on their patents.
Wow.
It's a big revenue stream for them. So if you have the money to defend the patent, have at it. I don't have the money to defend the patent, but that's why I've never showed my drive.
How much is a typical lawsuit to defend a patent?
Well, it depends on how fat the calf is. Sometimes you get a law firm to take it on the come or take it pro bono, which is like if we win a judgment, I get 30%. But it depends on how fat the calf is. If it's Toyota and you really have good evidence, they'll go after it. I know one switching company that won a $12.5 million lawsuit against Toyota for stealing their switch.
So what can you tell us about cobalt mining? I guess children are involved in all that. And is that how they make the lithium batteries?
Yeah, well, cobalt's one of the components, cobalt and lithium. Lithium and mining cobalt turn the earth into Mars. Nothing will grow there ever again. And it is a scar, like hundreds and hundreds of acres of just ruined land. Once you've gotten all the element out of the ground's worthless. Unless you bring in, 500,000 yards of new dirt and put it over it, it's like bigger than a landfill. Nothing will ever grow there again. It's a horrible mining process. There's a moratorium against mining those two elements in this country just for that reason.
And then of course there's children involved. They say there's no children. But yeah, it's all, unfortunately.
Well, they use buckets and shovels and hammers, and come on, a kid can leave school at age 11, go mine cobalt all day long and make $20-$30. They can't make that much money in the Congo any other way. And so they have no shortage of labor.
Wow. So Do you think the electric car, a full electric or a hybrid, is more efficient or better, or maybe just go conventional gas powered? What do you think is the future?
That's a good question. Hybrids can be very efficient. I was in possession of the first Toyota Prius in this country, first one, and it was in 2002, which way before anybody else saw one. Believe me, they were ugly, but the motors were very efficient. It was a little motor, but it was very, very efficient, and I was impressed. Now, they would only do 20 miles on a charge, but I think eventually they got to where they could do 40 miles on a charge. But it helped the overall gas mileage and performance of the vehicle. The trouble is the battery packs don't last very long. They last about 5 years, and then they're done. I think a fully electric vehicle is possible if we learn a better way of storing the energy in a method that won't degrade. In other words, instead of doing 2 or 3 or maybe 3,500 cycles, it'll do 30,000 cycles before it degrades. Then you're onto something. But we do not have the battery and believe me, I've sat down with all the battery companies, all of them. I've Calb and Thunder Sky and you name it. I've sat down with them, and they're not ready. That we've asked them to build features into the battery, and they just flat refuse. They just will not do it. Tesla builds theirs using what's called a 16850. I don't have one here on my desk right now, but it's somewhere between a AA battery and a little bit bigger than a AA battery. It's called a 16850. And it has some technology inside of it, like thermal protections and things like that. But it is basically 5,400 milliamp hours. And then you stack 1,500 of these in a vehicle, embed them in epoxy, and then submerge them in water or glycol to keep them cool, because they will spontaneously explode if they're not covered in water. And they'll last for a while. They'll last for about 7 years, which I think is a pretty durable battery these days, but they are whopping expensive. Our battery packs were about $12,500 to build. Those batteries are about $18,000 at full production to make.
Oh wow. Okay, so let's go on here. So do you have any information on how the batteries on the moon lander lasted for 3 days? Did they have some kind of secretive technology in there, or do you have any information on that one?
On which lander?
The moon lander, I guess the original one, the Apollo missions. What do you think?
Well, in those days, we were using what's called a plutonium decay battery. And they're nice because when you're down close to absolute zero, which I think the surface of the moon is about 50 degrees Kelvin, the plutonium battery will keep itself warm and all the electronics around it warm. And now we've got them where they last about 11 years. So they're used in all kinds of spacecraft, all kinds.
Yeah, I guess just the radioactive component makes them illegal for the conventional use. So
yeah, you don't want to use it on Earth, but there are other batteries. You know, there's the neutron diamond neutron battery, and it works the same way, but it's the next level in the decay for the nuclide decay, so it's not radioactive. They've made them small ones, you know, that'll run a small circuit, but they could make big ones or stacks of big ones to run a vehicle, but it is maybe at least 5 years, maybe 10 years away from being available.
Are you aware back in, let's see, this might have been the Reagan administration, they had a new technology come on board. It was this next generation of nuclear radiation reactors.
Sure.
But they actually burned all the spent fuel rods, so there's no leftover stored. And it would have dropped the price of electricity in this country 80%. And basically, I think the whole country would have converted to electric cars. It would just make sense to do that. So do you have any information on that? Like, why did they stop that?
That's a very good question. I think you're talking about the thorium reactor.
That's it. Yes. Thank you. Thorium. Yes.
So thorium is also down a ways on the nuclide chart from the original uranium decay. Not much radiation, but a fair amount of proton activity, which converts directly into electricity. And a thorium package reactor, can be made about the size of maybe a refrigerator or a little bit smaller than a refrigerator. And they will produce energy for 125 years, literally almost timeless. And they'll just produce steady current for that entire time because that's the half-life. And there are a lot of them built. They're out there on submarines and in a lot of military installations. I've seen one, a civilian built, that he has a patent on. It's actually pretty cool looking. However, this is very disruptive, what we call disruptive technology in the power generation business. And, I've met many times with the NERC. The NERC is the National Electrical Reliability Corporation. I think it was 2012. I went to Amsterdam and I made a presentation at a breakthrough energy conference. And what we were asking for at the time, they were going to give $200 million to the NERC to manage what's called the grid in the United States. Now, the grid in the United States is made up of all the nuclear power plants in the United States, but they're all interconnected. So there are challenges in doing this. First of all, you have to match the phase of all these reactors so you don't get a power factor in your system. So if a reactor in Atlanta goes down, you can feed it from Florida and nobody misses a beat. But they created 3 major vulnerabilities when they did this. And that's what this conference was about. So the 3 major vulnerabilities were in 2012, either a physical or cyber attack on a nuclear power plant, because they don't use very advanced computers in these things. It's kind of old technology. We haven't built one in 30 years at least. So they're easily cyber hacked. So if one got cyber hacked or physically attacked somehow, the others could step in and fill in the gap. And they were in the process of developing a control system, a national control system to make that happen. The second is a natural disaster, like an earthquake, a tornado, a electronic pulse from the sun, or something like Carrington event. What could you do to recover the grid, to isolate the grid? And they were studying that. And the third one, of course, is a pandemic. Like, what happens if half the nation gets sick? How come your reactor's down? Well, I don't know. Frankie's sick. He has a flu. He didn't come in today. So how do you balance the power when that happens? And I presented a fourth alternative, and that is to decentralize essential power requirements like traffic control and police stations and hospitals, stuff like that. Give them their own source of power to power essential stuff, and do it through some of this breakthrough energy technology, which we had at the time about 9 technologies that were kind of viable. And all we were asking for is 1% of their grant. They were getting $200 million. So we asked for $2 million. $2 million would kickstart mass production of some of this technology in certain states as a pilot program. And they turned us down flat. They said, we do not want this technology out there. We want to be totally in control of the power grid. I said, well, this is stuff that would be off the grid. It wouldn't even be connected to your wires. This would be a different circuit inside those buildings on these military bases. We went to El Toro Marine Base because somebody in Yuma, Arizona threw the wrong switch, and the Marine base went dark for 8 hours. And when I went to the Pentagon and met with Colonel Banks, we were talking about what are called battlefield bases and non-battlefield bases, or conflict bases. And I said, really, in today's world, there's no such thing as a non-conflict base. People in Nellis are flying drones in Iraq. Everybody's connected to everywhere else. There's no such thing as a non-conflict or non-combat base. So everybody needs to be up all the time. And they agreed with me, but nothing ever got done. Well, I say that. The GSA is the General Services Administration, which is kind of like eBay for the government. They decide who gets to sell to the government and who doesn't get to sell to the government. 12,500 employees, and they all make $100,000 a year. And it's corrupt like you would not believe. But
Is that the same as the senior executive services?
Oh, that's totally different. Yeah, the SES is, oh my gosh. You opened another can of worms, James. Hang on a second. So I met with the head of the GSA over small vehicle technology. And she showed me the 2 grant areas or the 2 purchase areas for electric vehicles. And I looked at the vehicle description and it was a V6 Ford Ranger. I said, this has got to be a bookmark, you know, a placeholder, because that's not even an electric vehicle. Look, it has exhaust pipe and gas tank. She said, oh, you're right. So what do we do? I said, well, I would be happy to write the description for you for an electric pickup truck. Oh, would you? I said, yeah, absolutely. Just give me access. Sat right down there in the Pentagon, and I wrote the description for a 23E vehicle, which is the electric pickup truck. And it was my truck I put in there. That's why you don't see any electric pickup trucks on military bases, because they can't meet my specs. I'm responsible for that. And so the SES is a different deal. In World War II, Roosevelt stole the 1940 election right at the convention, just stole it. He wasn't even on the ballot, and he won 86% of the vote. And he put together, because he absolutely adored fascism. Mussolini was a good friend of his, and they talked all the time. He loved that form of government, and he did not like politics. He wanted government to do stuff and get stuff done, like an executive would, like a corporation. And so he put senior people who were experts in certain areas into leadership positions in the government. And that's the way it ran until the day he died. And Truman took it over because, of course, John Nance Garner was out in 1940 because he was actually running against Roosevelt, and he's out. So Truman takes it over, and he loves it. He runs it like he was unpopular, but he recovered this nation like in his style as a corporation. And those senior executive service individuals, you couldn't touch them. They were like apolitical. They were like permanent employees of the government. So by 1975, after Nixon, those guys began to be targeted. They wanted those guys out. But you know who took over, right? Jimmy Carter. And so Jimmy Giveaway Panama Canal Carter codified the SES. He made it law. And so you can't get rid of him. And the only guy that's ever made any headway against the SES, by the way, I think there's about 675 of them left, is President Trump. President Trump's the only guy. He couldn't fire him. He tried. So he cut their salary to $1 a year. And it didn't matter because they all make about $20 million a year from other sources.
Oh, wow. So that's why I guess you're very pro-Trump, and I am too. And so this is sorry
So
for
me.
Well,
So,
just to give you
yeah.
a heads up, when Trump was elected, before he took the inauguration, I went to Trump Tower to help with transition. And I met as far as Steve Bannon's secretary. But I said, look, what I want to help you with is the Department of Energy. I need to tell you the future of energy in this country because you don't know what's going on. You need to be brought up to speed. Well, they said they were going to pick Rick Perry as Secretary of Energy. And I said, that's cool. I have no problem with that. Just separate nuclear energy from everything else. Okay, you have to do that first. And let's deal with the corruption in the because we free all this
Oh no, I didn't see. I'm sorry, everybody. How long has it been out for? Look at that, just oh, whoops, not sure if you hold all that. All right, okay, so it was just a few minutes, 5 at most. So that is good that I don't have to replay it all, and at the same time, all of you beautiful souls that are still here are committed to it, so I will play the last, continue the last 15 minutes of it, because it's just such epic information. Oh man, and it was getting real good too about crucial details, design details about how these batteries work and stuff and how to build them yourselves.
We put a bumper underneath the driver's door and the passenger door so it could take that 25-mile-an-hour impact, but there are no batteries in there. So there's nothing to compress. Every single time we crashed our vehicles, none of the battery cases were breached.
Okay, let's hear what Pontus has to say about this, because Henrik told me that Pontus can build a car from scratch with all the stuff that he's got in his garage. Pontus, and you can do it. You can build a car. So what can you say about what Brooks has been bringing to us, which is so amazingly informative?
Yes, I agree. It's doable.
There are pictures of the Condor on my website. If you want to look under the under that part, James, you can find it on my website under Agnew Scientific.
It's brooksagnew.com or
under brooksagnew.com, but go on the menu, you'll see a link called Agnew Scientific. That's what I'm wearing right now, my Agnew Science consulting company.
Give me that link. I will put it in the description of the video when we publish it.
Okay. See where it says, go down to where it says Agnew Scientific. Oops. You were close. Yeah, there it is. That's the Condor. That black truck. That's, by the way, a solar powered one, solar recharged.
Like the Aptera.
Yeah. So this one has a 42-inch crumple zone in the front. That's how it could take the front impact so well. And it has a steel bumper, which you can kind of see the protrusions of it under the door. It has a steel bumper on the right and left-hand sides for those side impacts. And you'll notice that the rear wheels are pushed more rearward than a normal pickup truck. And that bed's 100 inches long and 65 inches wide.
Nice. Okay.
Nice. Really nice.
Very aerodynamic, by the way. You could roll the windows down in that truck and drive 70 miles an hour, and the hair on your arms doesn't even wiggle. It's crazy how smooth that truck
the
goes
first
in the air.
5 hours, I'd say, were the best too. It was pretty epic stream.
When you talk about hydrogen and split water, frequency is the key, not apps.
Yeah, I think that's a secret too. We were just supplying DC straight out of our alternator.
So right now I'm
but
playing,
you can provide like a square
Agnew's,
wave.
presentation
what that does
from
is it allows the
yesterday's
bubbles to get away from the
free
electrodes. As long as the bubbles
workers
are there,
group.
you're not making any hydrogen. So you have to wait for the bubbles to form and get away from the electrode. We used to use what's called a tapping electrode. And this is where literally a hammer strikes those electrodes to keep the bubbles shaken away from it. But if you use frequencies, especially square wave, pulse modulation, it really makes it efficient for making hydrogen.
A lot more. Anyway,
All right. Well, So how about our featured guest, Crystal? Surely you must have some questions. Or check the chat. There's some questions
I'm
there.
not so much of a car person than you guys are.
Well, I mean, for me anyway, you're no longer dealing with theory. I have these prototypes at my house. So these are all real world stuff that has been built. No theory. Prototypes are done. Patents are done. These are real technologies that I've built.
Wow. I didn't know you're such a technologist, Brooks.
Yes, that's why I'm
I thought you
broke.
were like about Hollow Earth.
Oh yeah, I'm also known as the Hollow Earth
Organizing
guy.
an expedition to Hollow Earth.
Well, it was the
that,
last
perhaps.
piece. It was the last piece. We've been all around the world investigating this legend, and the last piece was to go above the Arctic Circle and look for the opening in the crust.
Exactly, you were famous for that. Yeah.
$3.5 million.
You were going to take Andrea Pulharich along with Sasha Stone and the whole gang.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This is not a pleasure cruise. This is the roughest.
And Elizabeth
on the
Donovan
planet.
was going to join you as well. Do you remember her? Yeah.
Yep, 125 individuals. We had
Yes.
2 European universities, Stanford, Washington University, MIT, and Carnegie Science also. We're going to come and do experiments on that.
What happened? You were like almost making it and almost going there now.
Okay, sorry, I paused it there as there's been a little confusion in the live chat. This actually is, it is from it has happened all on its own without me. I had no involvement in this. It is free energy, I forget what special interest group. And it's their 112th conference. So I've been following them for years upon years. They do one every month. They're absolutely excellent. It's the Asian lady. Is it Lily? I'm not sure the name, but her who is responsible and runs the free energy special interest group. And Jason is the guy interviewing Brooks, and he's a board member of the FSIG. And I've been working on reaching out to them and going to hopefully be doing a collaboration with them very soon in the near future, as well as to be able to get Bricks Big Zagnu on as well after seeing this today. Just what an absolute genius inventor, and everything we need for our free energy with all of the electrolysis and different battery builds and designs going on in this community and everyone involved. He's the perfect addition.
Of Noah's Ark.
I put in about $55,000 of my own money, and I tried to raise the $3.5 million it takes to do the expedition.
Wow.
I went to History Channel, Discovery Channel, Nat Geo Channel. I went to Richard Branson. I went to every source I could find, and we couldn't raise the money. And now you can't even buy Russian dressing. So forget about renting a nuclear-powered icebreaker from Russia.
So James, how does this come into the equation of the SSP and the Antarctica mystery, and how you guys know about the connection, don't you? Come on, tell us more.
Well, we've been to conventions to each together, but yeah, I've actually interviewed Brooks a couple of times on my YouTube channel, and one of them got deleted for, I think they called it violent information, and we were talking about probably Hollow Earth or something. But you did mention the Q and non thing kind of, so I got a strike on one of your videos. But you've also having some problems too, because you were just telling me last night how the PayPal stole money, and you want to explain what happened?
Well, I mean, yeah, we all do business with PayPal. That was the ultimate e-bank in the beginning. I was with them for 21 years, and I don't know how much business I do with PayPal. Lots of business over the years. But they called me up one day and they said, well, we're taking the $3,300 you have in your account, and we're banning you for life. and we just have to do it. That's our policy. I said, why? What did I do? And they wouldn't tell me what I did, but I know what it was. I published a book called Charm of Favor. That's what did me in. But anyway, I never got the $3,300 back. They took that and I never saw it again. But the interesting thing was that within a few hours, Venmo dropped me, and then Shopify took my money and closed. And then I didn't get a Social Security check for 2 months. Somehow it wound up there, and it took 2 months to get my Social Security started again. I never got that money either.
So when Shopify shut you down, was it the merchant account or the whole website banned you?
The whole website. Yeah, the merchant account was gone, and I cannot use Shopify on Facebook at all. I can't build anything. And I liked Shopify. I made a really nice site for my books, but that was it. Once PayPal blackballed me, that was it. Everybody else took their turn at me. Now we use other banks, and I'm not going to tell you who they are, but we're continuing to do business. And business has been good the last 2.5 years, I would say. It's been good. It would have been better with PayPal, but as far as I'm concerned, they went out of business and they don't exist anymore.
I had an account at Amazon. This was right after we both attended Jan 6 rally. And I had $800 in there, and Amazon froze it. And they said I was selling violent products. And I was selling, at that time, I was selling table runners for weddings that I created.
Oh
and
my
also,
gosh, that's violent.
I sold meditation cubes to help people with trauma. So it didn't say trauma or anything like that on this website, but I sent the I filed a complaint and said, well, according to the National Institutes of Health, meditation reduces violence. So it's actually the opposite of what you're saying. And they didn't agree with me. So I think it was because I went to the rally. They labeled me as violent, but I didn't.
Well, they got me way before I went to the rally.
Oh, wow. Sorry.
Right. Hey guys, I think we need to wrap this up because poor Henrik, I can see that it's way past his bedtime. In Sweden, it's already past midnight. And Pontus as well, he's traveled and he's very tired and sleepy. I can see that. So, wow, this is amazing. Oh, thank you, James, for bringing Brooks. And I didn't realize Brooks is so very technically inclined with all this that he's brought forth today to our platform. Thank you, Brooks. We learned so much from you. You knew about how Elon Musk goes in and out of all this, and such a player he is, the way you describe it. Wow.
A lot of people don't know that Elon Musk story, but it is true as true can be. It's fun.
Wonderful. Oh, thank you so much. Press, thanks for co-chairing.
Not a problem. I was going to say, you got out of the electric truck business too soon. California just outlawed diesel for their vehicles.
I know, Brooks.
Whatever.
What the heck?
That's never going to happen. The internal combustion engine is here to stay.
Yeah.
That's nothing but just grandstanding.
So what do you think is going to happen in California with that? Do you think it's they're going to reverse the policy probably?
Oh, you could hear the laughing from here. You can't take 18-wheelers off the road. People want their cabbage. They want their, they want their stuff. They already tried this. This is why Tesla does not make a full-size Class 8 truck, because they tested it in California and they ruined so many battery packs. They said, that's it. We're out of Class 8. We were designing a Class 5 for the trash industry, and we decided to back out. We just couldn't make it cost effective.
Right. I think
I got a question for you, Brooks.
Sorry, Scott, is that you, Scott?
Yeah.
Go then. Quick
James
one.
brought up Who Killed the Electric Car when you first got on. When I watched that and the follow-up, Who Killed the Electric Car, I mean, whatever the second movie was, they'd had 3 different battery technologies that they mentioned in those 2 movies, and they all disappeared.
Yeah.
I bet you know some info about them. Could you present it to us? And I never knew that about Elon Musk. That was some amazing info.
Well, the EV1 technology, by the way, I tested a EV1 truck. It was not the car. It had the inverter in the truck. Very few people know these trucks were even built, but it had no payload because it was loaded with batteries. I mean, had about 1,600 pounds of batteries in it. It had no payload at all, but it had about a 45-mile range, which I thought was pretty impressive for what they had put together. Their water-cooled inverter was quite impressive, even though it was about the size of a cooler. It was impressive for that year. I ran my mini truck against it and just humbled it.
All right, Brooks, why don't you tell people your website and where people can maybe, how about the names of your books, where they can get them if you're still allowed to sell on Amazon?
Yeah, everything can be bought or seen or read about at brooksagnew.com. So you can go there. Everything's on the menu up above. If you need health products, I have a health and safety division, which deals with ivermectin and HCQ. It deals with New Earth Regenesis. It deals with all kinds of technology to help you keep your telomeres long and cut your age down. And so all the books are available there, audio books. And by the way, if you buy a paperback or the Kindle, I will give you the.
Oh, okay. I had to end it there as he started talking about things that health related, and I don't want to give YouTube any extra reasons to try to cancel me. But that was pretty much the end of that one. And that was just one of the 4 or 5 different presentations of yesterday's one episode 112 of the SciEG working group, free energy special interest group. They're pretty similar in many ways, like an APEC sort of community, and that we're going to be working on bringing them together as with so many more, and that we are all of this real science is out there. These suppressed technologies are out there, and there's all of us out there that understand it, that are learning it, that are putting it back together again, developing it and keeping it coming forward, despite the war on advancement and just better world for everybody that they don't want happening, and what they try to suppress with the words of the phrase of disruptive technology. Oh, if we let this advancement come, all of a sudden it's going to give too much free, clean, green, renewable electricity and energy for people. Whatever will we do if people have free, reusable green energy? Productivity would go up. People would have more income to spend. Wow, how could we ever disrupt the slave system like that? No, we have to have artificial scarcity and kill each other instead of just let some simple freaking progress happen. Oh my God. It upsets me just a little bit, just a wee bit. As Agnew was stating in his own experience of how they were trying just to get 1%, which was 2 million out of the 200 million green energy grant, and that yet they still got denied. It all went between the big 3. No money ever goes towards these independent breakthrough things. I myself have pointed out over the last couple of years how they're now pumping in billions, tens of billions into this tokamak hot cold fusion. Okay, it's not like nuclear hot fusion, but it's definitely not cold fusion. We're just gonna call it coming in another 10 years, but we've been working on it for 50 and we never get anywhere, because it's straight up, I guarantee, whatever they claim money and like the billions going into the research of fusion as well as hydrogen, all of it is getting stolen for the black budgets. None of it actually gets put into the real research, because for instance, I myself am like, hey, I've actually gotten, the transmutations, the real progress of cold fusion. Let's see, $500,000 would kick off a lab and all the equipment to give absolute breakthroughs and verifications. Maybe, $1 million, $2 million. And what's that of the fusion and hydrogen investments that literally probably together over the last half a century, both hydrogen and fusion overall, probably over $1 trillion. And $1 million of that I could easily create undeniable, workable, reproductive means, processes, test it, verify it, tweak it, perfect it, and publish and change the world forever. But no, that's never going to happen because it's not allowed. It is not. No, instead, can't have a thorium battery. No, it's clean nuclear, 150 year half-life. Can't have that. No radioactive waste. Doesn't run out, goes forever, could power everything. No, don't do that. But we're going to tax you on the carbon pollution, the greenhouse gases, because you all are polluting the world because we force you to buy and use the destructive, pollutive, ridiculous methods that currently exist. It's such a farce. Anybody with any understanding of actual science, electrical engineering, and how the universe works, you're just instantly disgusted when you really see how things are designed, set up, and ass backwards evil and lies that they tell, preach, and are forcing on us that eventually at any point could lead to our entire species and planet's downfall, destruction, and eradication, just because it's so unsustainable and so idiotic and freaking stupid. I don't get it. I really don't get it. There's just no other conclusion that there's some evil fucking people that need to not be here anymore and pass on the reins for the good to do good and stop raping our children and even the unborn. For generations to come, they are raping basically with what they are forcing onto the destruction and disintegration of everything to come, the debt slavery and everything else. It's, oh my God. All right. Well, that's what happens when we're 6 hours and 15 minutes in. You take a little dark turn when you look at reality for a minute. I'm just kidding. I'm going back to the positive. We're not spiraling down. We're not crashing. I love you all. Don't you worry. And check out what Asra Mindful Exposures. If you're still here, sister. If you're not, no worries, because that would mean you've been here for 6 hours and 15 minutes because you were here since the beginning.
Crazy mother. Yeah. It's just BurnEye. Hey, BurnEye, just like last week, huh? Weekend at BurnEye's.
I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's pretty sick. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, so, all right. Is there anything else to go? Probably no. Maybe one last time, I guess. I will play for everybody that hasn't seen it yet. If you've just tuned in, this is the Mount Yaminiska that it is titled. The stream is titled about, and my one video showing where I discovered these other guardians and the possible undermountain city and passageways into it. Some crazy shit up here. That's what I said. And I'm sticking to it. Oh dear. Things are starting to freeze again. Why does it sound like it's still playing when I closed it? That's never a good sign. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear, eh? What? Why? How is it still? Oh dear. No, I'm not seriously seeing this self. I can't see what. Okay, all right. I'm not gonna act like crazy. What the bloody actual F? Ah. Oh, I see what happened. I found the. I think it's the second one of the site. Uh-huh. Okay, so I'm not sure. I'm either replaying the exact same video one last time, or this could be a brand new video of the same site that I've been looking for the second one this entire stream. I might have finally just found it. I think I did. I think I did. Yes, yeah. This one focuses better, I think. Yep, this is the different one. This is the other one. Perfect. Look at that chiseled all the way in. Like, it's huge. Yeah, needs proper exploration, to say the least. For sure. What else do we have here to shut things down with? I hope everybody has enjoyed watching this epic 6.5 hours of, I was about to say all Bernie, but that is not true. We did have Tim. Shout out Tartarian Truth, doing a wonderful job and presentation, joining for 2 hours, like a full presentation all on its own to just 6 hours, 6.5 hours long. That's a lot of time, and a lot of things can happen. And I will be chopping this up, the full stream, back into 3 or 4 different 1 to 2 hour specific presentations and re-premiering them. Specifically, especially, of course, there'll be Shem, Truth's one, as well as my different solo pictures and explanations that I've done throughout some of them. Yeah, it's a little blurry. Sadly, this is my old. The camera, the automatic or mechanical powered focusing of the zoom lens itself is a little damaged, so it can get stuck or it struggles a little bit as it tries to focus. And yeah, I think my mom, at least, I've got a camera can borrow. I do, though, got the DJI Mini 2 drone that I got to take out for the first time when we go to the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians this week, or this upcoming next week, as well as I do have, it's like the ghetto version of the GoPros. I used to have a few GoPros, then some frickin' junkie broke into my house and stole the good ones, and I had one remaining GoPro he didn't find, but somehow it got water damaged. I missed those things. The best part was I actually have the gimbal mechanical powered gyroscopic arm holder for a GoPro that is specifically programmed and designed for calculating the GoPro's weight itself. And I miss being able to like run around with that thing everywhere. Bernie got a drone. Hell yeah. Yes, ma'am, Kimberly, I do. And we're going to start with it and learn at the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians. And it's like, it's going to be its first one out. I've had it for over a year, but specifically, I haven't messed around with the things because I at least want to try to get some footage if I crash it and break it or something goes wrong. So, save it for on the sites, and finally going to be going to the Medicine Hat Badland Guardian sites as we've been trying to get out there for almost a year now. And once again, anyone just joining in, though, these monoliths and towers carvings here, the faces change, and you can actually see way more detail on them depending the time of day and how the sun is shining and casting the shadows within them. Take a rock hammer with you. Get back to making rockunculus. Not really a fan of anything cumulus. To tell you the truth, the whole homunculus topic just leaves the bad taste in that the idiots then just assume my monoatomics is me actually jacking off into a jar, and it's like, I'm fucking retarded. Like, no. But anyways, that's why I don't like the homunculus. Shout out Nikki B's history. Good to see you, Nikki B. And looks like we might have similar macro structuring geopolymer sort of things in Canada too. And the polygonal geopolymer rocks, the big thing. And just like you and Paul have both shown Nikki B in the UK with all of your work, that everywhere are these different sized and different material conglomerates of the geopolymer, but that they're all these geopolymer polygonal masonry rocks in these specific layers and structures and buildings that we are indeed referring to. And it's fascinating as F every single time. Okay, why not? We'll finish it off with a couple extra never before seen little videos of monatomic and plasmid electrolysis experiments, and some pictures as well, never before seen, just for all of you at the end of this epic stream. capturing those weird rays of light coming off. Like, what the heck is that? And I was referring to that, seeing that as I was recording it. The jar is definitely not homunculus. I can tell you that much. This one is copper, aluminum, and zinc combination, I believe. Usually, actually, for like food dye and stuff like that, because of the exclusion zone, normally you think how when you put a drop of food dye in, it then goes and like spreads throughout. In these reactions, it'll actually like isolate, get foamed over, and turn into like a little tiny bulb that just like gets pushed off of the water and like up onto the side of the glass. And most of the time, like just isolated from everything. It's kind of strange. I should probably mute these. So funny, like just the random videos recorded from God knows when, anytime from like 3 years ago to 9 years ago now, 10 years ago, since I started first experimenting and recording these things. Now what else do we have here? A couple of pictures of experiments. The first one, my moon crystals. So no, this is not MDMA moon crystals. No, this is not crystal meth. No, it's not DMT. No, it's not drugs in any way. And no, it's not ice water either. This was the monoatomic silver zinc moon crystals that I accidentally created and grew, and that you can see they're absolutely 100% see-through, fully crystallized, and that I ran them through. This is after I ran them through warm water to make sure that they weren't ice and to make sure that it wasn't salt that just dissolved out, and they were absolutely clear like that. And then leaving them for a few minutes, they oxidized into half brown stuff, and then also you can see the white forming, and lots of them just turned into the pure white monoatomic powder remaining when they fully oxidized out. And that, yes, these are these crazy nano or metamaterials that were made out of monoatomics, and it was like a layer of actual monoatomic silver with monoatomic zinc combination, about 3 or 4 inches thick. I put it outside in this minus 35 1 Celsius, that is. Either way, that's freaking cold. And came back half hour later, and like the water was still cooling. It hadn't really frozen or anything. Definitely not all the way through. But on the bottom layer, the monoatomic material had switched into this sharded crystal glass, this solid stuff. And I was like, what the heck? And I like got a little bit of it out, and I brought it inside and kept it for a little bit, like a month or so, before I forgot it dried out or whatever the heck. And then 3 months later, in March or April, I think it was April, it would have been, then I bumped the jug again, and that crystal layer was still there, even though it was like plus 10 degrees Celsius at this point, and months later, and had like frozen, thawed many times over the next couple months, 3 months there, as it started to warm up. And then finally harvested this stuff and was like, well, obviously it can't be ice. It's been like above freezing for over like a month straight, and it's still in the state. And yeah, I was able to rinse it. It didn't disintegrate, but it did over the period of about 3 hours after being removed from its original form and just laid bare, completely dried out. and oxidized into just powder out of like this hard crystalline structure. It's some of the neatest stuff I've ever encountered, and it was pretty cool. And I'm glad that so it's a purple light, or pink light, but yeah, completely clear there, you can see, and just stoked that I actually got a few images of these things before they turned into nothing, and pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. And yes, here I actually have it. Okay, you can see that up there, and here is the ones that remained, those same crystals when they fully dried. Yeah, same shell, kept everything, kept their form, but turned right back into that monoatomic white powder that they had originally formed from, like I claimed. And very, very fascinating stuff. Very fascinating stuff. Always get a taste of real science while we're here together. Okay, 6:37 in. What else do we... Oh, look at that. Ugh. But again is... Oh, no, we don't go... Stopped myself. Woo! Had that gone through a couple more, you would have been seeing pictures to the keys of possible crypto wallets. Which reminds me that I found out earlier during the stream. Shout out to my good friend Kenneth Bishop, aka Ominous Beatbox. Facebook and me being like, hey Bernie, you're not trying to sketchily ask me to take pictures and send you of my crypto right now, are you? And I was like, fuck no. And screenshotted me. There's imitators, or my account got hacked. Either way, not fucking cool. What can you do? So many bloody scammers out there. And you know, just they rip people off while honest people get hurt. And if anybody is able to, please donate or try to donate through PayPal. I have not gotten a PayPal donation in over a month. I have a strong suspicion that they've canceled me, and I just need confirmation that people can't send through that do try, at which point I really don't know what to do, because Canada doesn't allow Cash App. YouTube's really been screwing me. It's like how the month of April, supposedly either BurnEye, Mine's Third Eye, ScienceGuy channel, or Crypto Alchemist channel combined, neither of them supposedly made a single penny, or yet alone $1, right? Like, just like, oh, you got somehow you just left out a month's worth of income. Okay, cool. And then also, Google takes 30%, and then I found out after that, the hard way, when I finally got my very first check from YouTube a week ago, finally getting paid. And so off of 2 channels worth of work and 7 months since I originally got monetized, first payment, $2,000. Yes. So anyone who says I'm in it for the money and making a fortune, well, if you want to come work for me for $2,000 for the next 7 months, and putting 5 to 10 hours a day every day in for that, I would happily pay you the nickels or dimes an hour that I am getting paid. All right. On that note, I love you all. Thank you, everyone who has supported, who continues to support, who's able to financially support, or just being here, or sharing, subscribing, all of it. Everything is important. Everything counts. Everything helps. Thank you all. for being here. We will catch you on the next one. Much love.
You crazy mother. Yeah. It's just Bernie. Hey, Bernie, just like last week, huh? Weekend at Bernie's.